I chimed in with the haven't you people ever heard of closing a goddamn door? No. Is that emo?
Yeah,
I would say
absolutely.
Oh, it is emo.
Yeah.
Okay, that's what I said. And people were like,
tragedies, yeah.
Even if some things aren't the standard emo, if it's like adopted by the emo culture, I feel like that makes it emo as well.
okay, let me see. Let me think. Is this emo? Is this emo? Stubbing your toe on the side of a chair.
No, that just sucks.
Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. I am going to video game myself. This is literally it. This is the point. This is why I don't, this is what it is. This is, you don't have any other fucking situation where you have a shit ton of cyber stalkers that get together, congregate in a fucking Reddit and like upvote this shit into oblivion out of fucking context. Look at this. Talk about my dad and shit. This crushing wind has got me down. Wish I could get out of this town. Wherever chatters go when I start to game. Surrounded, but I'm so alone. I'm so well known, but no one knows the isolation of this online fame. I chime in with a haven't you people ever heard of? Closing a goddamn door, trying to watch the band tour in the state of Arkansas, and it's taking me back to Ohio. It's taking me back to where lovers go. And if I stub my toe, is it emo or does it just suck? My privacy is sacrificed. My every word is analyzed. The line between adoration and obsession. The constant chase for content. The shock of cruelty from faceless names. And if I fail, will they understand? And if I fall, will they lend a hand? Crushing weight has got me down. Wish I could get out of this town. Wherever chatters go when I start to game. I chime in with a haven't you people ever heard of? Closing a goddamn door, trying to watch the band's Warped Tour in the state of Arkansas, and it's taking me back to Ohio. It's taking me back to where lovers go. And if I stub my toe, is it emo or does it just suck? It just sucks. What's going on, everybody? I hope everyone's having a fantastic evening, fantastic afternoon, fantastic pre-noon, no matter where you are in the world. I'm Hasan Piker, and this is the HasanAbi broadcast coming to you live from sunny California, Los Angeles, folks. We're live and alive, and I hope all the boys, all the girls, and all the MBs are having a fantastic one because today's a beautiful day. Today is a wonderful day. Today is Tuesday, lads. It's Tuesday. It's Newsday, Tuesday, lads, and we're having a fantastic one. This is the part of the broadcast where I tell you about my personal news about what's going on in the world of HasanAbi Piker in between the time period where I press the stop streaming button and press the start streaming button. And we got Tuesday News Day. Oh, what is happening here? Hold on. Let me fix this real quick. Okay. Fixing my monitor. Uh-oh. All of a sudden, having an issue with the snowing here in Maryland. It is 2/11, February 11, 2025. And I'm sorry, Mossad blew up your Nespresso machine. Yeah, RIP to the Nespresso machine that Twitch actually sent me 5 years ago at this point. It's like, it's been with me through thick and thin. But it is leaking. I don't know what the hell's going on. I don't know why it's broken, but I have to get a new one now, which is devastating, but it is what it is, you know?
MD chatters. Yeah, RIP Brave Soldier to that Nespresso machine. It was a really good one. I had some incredible experiences with that Nespresso machine. It's gotten me through a lot. MK Lambert 23, thank you for the 20 community gifted subs. God damn. But yeah, you should get a plumbed espresso machine and learn latte art. Yeah, I'm not gonna do that. Okay. For me, the espresso machine is the fastest way. Look, everything in my life is for maximum efficiency. I'm a min-maxer. Okay. And the Nespresso machine is decent because it's like good enough with the cups. Like it's tasty enough, but it's also fast. Okay. I just slam it in there and I just hit the thing and I'm good. I don't want to do like sexy ass Nespresso art. You know what I mean? I don't want to get like an actual espresso press and learn how to do espresso art and all this stuff, you know? But that's not being a min-maxer, that's just being autistic. What do you mean? I'm just it lasted for 5 years and I feel like in this day and age, most of the technology that we use is made to break anyway. I feel like it's pretty solid. A basic AeroPress, it takes 2 minutes to do. Stupid simple, far, far less waste. Yeah, I don't know how to do any of that, so I'm not going to do that. Yeah, what do you think autism makes you do? Yeah, chat said that. I didn't say that. But other than that, this is the part of the broadcast where I tell you about my personal news, and a lot has happened in the world of HasanAbi. HasanAbi Piker. Not really, actually. That's not true. I'm watching Mashal. I have my leftover food yesterday. The leftover sanandang that I had, the galbi gym, and it kind of cooked me. It kind of cooked me a little bit. Cooked my diet a little bit. I've just been eating poorly, dude. I've just been eating poorly. And opinions on the Luka debut? No opinions yet. But basically I'm trying to get back into it. I'm trying to get back into the post. In post Japan, I'm trying to get back into my old habits of, doing a decent diet and also getting into a decent diet situation while also simultaneously getting back on my cardio. The hardest part has been cardio for the most part. Isn't Galbi Gym healthy for you? No. Sips Coke? This isn't Coke, it's coffee. The hardest part is that the hardest part for me has basically been the cardio situation. The cardio situation is really difficult overall, because like in terms of basketball, it's so goddamn hard to get back to your regular breathing, your regular cardio, even if you just like let go for 2 weeks. Any tips on getting into cardio? The easiest tip is to find something that you enjoy. Find something that you enjoy, like I did with basketball, and just really spam it. That's what I do. I spam basketball. But the problem with basketball is like, if you don't consistently keep up with it, even if you do other cardio like I did in Japan, I did a bunch of other stuff, right? It still doesn't matter. It's not good enough. Like, there's a dude I ball with, and he cooked me today. I beat him once, and he beat me twice. So in a game of 3, he technically won. And the only reason why that happened is because I just don't have the same stamina. You know? That's directly because I just haven't played basketball for the past 2 weeks. So I just got to get back into it. Also, it's official. Kaya cannot do fetch. Like when I sent her back to boarding to refresh her training, I told the guy, I was like, can you please get her to also play fetch? Because it's the easiest way for me to wear her out. That's what I used to do with fish. And he basically threw the towel. He was like, she doesn't have like a lot of prey drive. She just is a very independent lady. And when she goes out to the park, she only likes to do the things that she wants to do. And she just does not want to play fetch. When she's out in the park, like at home, she'll play fetch all day, every day. It's crazy. At home, she plays fetch. But at the park, she's like, nope, I want to play. I want to play with other dogs. I want to beat the shit out of other dogs. Like, you know, not seriously, but in a play fight. And she's very good at play fighting, but she just refuses to play fetch, which cooks me because when I don't have enough, like I don't have enough time. I can't just like hope that there's like other dogs that she would want to play with that will also play with her every time I go to the park. You know what I mean? It's annoying. But yeah, look at her ass just laying over here all quiet and chill. You would think that she is a nice lady, but she's not. Okay, she killed me today. It's one of the worst things too, because it's like when you're trying to train a dog. I don't know if you guys have ever experienced this or not, but it's like one of the worst parts. It is literally one of the worst aspects. One of the most annoying things on the planet is when your dog is just not like when your dog that you're trying to train is just not listening. And like you can tell that like she wants to understand where you're coming from. It's not always stubbornness. Sometimes it's stubbornness. Okay? But other times it's not even stubbornness. It's like she just doesn't understand it. And she wants to understand, she wants to do right, but she just can't comprehend what you want. And it's not clicking, and you just keep spamming it over and over again, and it just doesn't happen. It doesn't work out. It just sucks. It's the most annoying thing ever. I was dying this morning. But yeah, I was trying to train Kaya. Failed. Let her play around at the park instead. Played some basketball. Went and got some blood work done. Because my mom was freaking out that I was like sweating a lot in Japan at night. I think I've told you guys about this already. Like I was soaking. I sweat at night usually, but like I was soaking. Like it felt as though I was like pissing the bed, like that level of wetness. And so my mom was freaking out about it. She's like, you gotta go to the doctor. But anyway, I did. I got a physical, gave some blood. No, yeah, the person who said thyroid is, I think that's the reason why my mom was freaking out. But, I mean, I'm fine. Doctor said everything looks good, as always. But overall, I think the only The only thing is like, I guess like my heart beats too fast. In the process of 2 biopsies and multiple blood panels trying to figure it out. Yeah, giving blood will make cardio harder. Yeah, well, I'm not going to do cardio today after. I already did the cardio. So, another Macklemore song has hit the building. I saw. I'm a sweaty sleeper too, King. No, I don't have high blood pressure. But in any case, that's what's happening in the world of HasanAbi Piker. That's why I'm late this morning. Privacy-focused image sharing site URLs directed towards the site referencing sale of CSAM, among other things. What the hell? Dude, every day there's new information that comes out about these Doge guys, and I'm like, the qualifications for hiring these guys must have been just like, how can you be the biggest, most obnoxious person? Like the worst person possible. Anyway. We'll get to all of that in a second. Let's blast off. Obviously, we have a lot to talk about today in terms of news. We'll do some more fun content as well. Okay, hold on. When are you coming to Brazil? Coruscant was a part of a Discord hacker group that apparently did a bunch of illegal shit. Yeah. All right. New info on Doge kids. Eric Adams case dropped after NY mayor shows fealty to Trump agenda. You know, is this better? I feel like maybe no. It's too exposed. I gotta fix this. Like, why can't it be like this? Anyway, the Madison, Wisconsin shooter and Antioch shooter were in similar Discord servers. No, I know. Bro, when is the Oxford speech going to come out? Or they been it? No, they didn't. I don't know. I don't know why it hasn't come out yet. I'll ask my manager to push for it. But new info on Doge kids. Eric Adams case dropped after New York mayor shows fealty to Trump agenda. Trump pushes ethnic cleansing on Jordanian king. Bibi says genocide back on Saturday. Get in now. Who are these mysterious managers? It's not. What? There is no mystery. I've had one manager from the beginning. What about the Adam Friedland episode? That is not up to me. That's up to Adam. You gotta annoy him for that one. You know what I mean? Okay, maybe this is better. I can't tell. Okay, blast off meme. Whoa, this one is so sick. This art is so sick. I'm gonna use that one. Did you watch Adam Friedland with Jesse Lee Peterson? I did not, but that sounds amazing. All right, let's go. Let's do the dang thing. Would you be down if Denmark bought California? I don't think Denmark's got motion like that, but I would be down, yes. Are you kidding me? I would love that. I would absolutely love that. Adam Friedland went on The Fallen State. Adam Friedland joins Jesse. I love that. Okay. That's great. Did you see Milo on Tim Pool? He unknowingly called out Tim out, not looking into who was giving him millions. No, Milo probably did that on purpose. Hey, Themasius, thank you for the playlist. Would you rather California secede or rejoin Mexico? Rejoin Mexico. I would love, as a Californian, I would love for this wonderful state to be under the watchful rulership of Claudia Sheinbaum. Okay? That's what I would love. Also, Milo Yiannopoulos is on. Milo Yiannopoulos is on with Tim Pool. Why are they bringing him back? Yeah, unite California with the watchful rulership, with the original rulership of Mexico. If DK brought CA, modern minimal Danish designs, free healthcare, awesome public transportation, mandatory holiday pay, automated tax filling. Yeah, except the problem with that is I think Denmark is way more anti-immigrant than California is in general. That is the one aspect of... That is the one aspect of Danish governance that I don't think would be... would be good for California's rule and would change the dynamic of the state that I very much enjoy. Also, they do a lot of blackface, don't they? Is that Denmark? Is Denmark the blackface one? Are they all the blackface one? I feel like most of them do blackface, like a variant of it, so I don't know. Slammer post about the new naming of the Gulf. Oh yeah, I saw this. I mean, this is just like, dude. If an American-owned application changing the name of the Gulf of Mexico to Gulf of America is that big of a deal? Is that big of a deal for you? This is low effort stuff, okay? It's basically another demonstration that we have no motion. We've lost it, you know? It's just like, this is what we're stoked on. Oh my God, it's awesome. It's amazing. I can't believe, like, nobody cares. I don't understand it. I genuinely don't understand how this is a significant move. This is stuff Erdogan would do is true. By the way, in Saudi, my Google Maps says Gulf of Mexico, in parentheses, Gulf of America. Yeah, I think for outside of the United States of America, it still says Gulf of Mexico, and in parentheses, Gulf of America. Erdoğan bile böyle saçma şeylerle uğraşmıyor. Yo, arada yapar böyle. I work in the Gulf of Mexico and no one calls it the Gulf of America. This is some freedom fries shit, dude. That's what I mean. This is like, oh yeah, we're gonna rename French fries to freedom fries. Like, who cares? Like, even if this was, here's my take, okay? This is such no motion shit. Like, changing the name of Gulf of Mexico on Google Maps to Gulf of America is unimaginably low motion. No motion whatsoever. it is akin to when the American government decided to change the name of French fries to freedom fries for a brief moment, only to take it back. It just doesn't, like, this doesn't impact anyone's lives at all. It also, and this is perhaps a little bit surprising of me to say, it also is not unwarranted, okay? It's one of the few instances where changing this from the Gulf of Mexico to Gulf of America is not like that insane of a demand, okay? Listen to me on this one, okay? One, the United States of America is not the only American country. It is literally the continent. And there's also a shit ton of coastline on the Gulf of Mexico that the United States of America also has. So not only is it pointless, but it also genuinely is not like that insane, I guess. You can say that the Gulf is surrounded by the continent of America. Exactly. So it's like, it's a very weird thing that the worst people are pointing to. It's a very weird thing that the worst people are pointing to as like a massive victory or whatever. It's so dumb. And ultimately, I think it's just not significant. I don't know if this is truly, because whenever Trump does stuff like this, there are like the conspiracy blue anon liberals that'll be like, this is actually to make treaties void, or this is because Donald Trump is going to engage in drilling or whatever. Like he didn't change the name to the Gulf of Trump, right? As Fizz also said, it's correct. It's like he changed it to Gulf of America. It's not like that crazy of a demand in general. And also, it's basically just on Google Maps, which is an American, it's an American company. Don't forget to blast off. I already did. It's useless. It's petty. And also, simultaneously, in a weird way, it's not like the worst thing. Do you know what I mean? Because, like I said, this is the continent, this is the North American continent. And therefore, it's valid to say it's the Gulf of America. So it's one of those weird things that Trump did where I just don't care about it at all. And I don't think it's all that significant. I think ultimately the other stuff that he's doing is way worse. You shut up right now, lol. It's not the Gulf of the United States of America. It's the Gulf of America. This must be so cool if you're a fucking idiot. Yeah, no, that's the other. This is the correct take as well. It's just like, it just is not. Like, I think a part of the reason why Republicans really like this is because they're stupid and they think this matters. They think this is like a massively consequential thing. Like, it shows American dominance, right? It's just a thing. It's not that significant. And it makes no sense to hype this up as though this is the best thing that's ever happened. Okay? They've done it. Gulf of America. Like, pog. I'm pogging right now. This is so sick. In the Donald Trump is destroying this country paradigm, if I were to do a tier list of all the awful things that he's done, this doesn't even make the first 50. Okay? Do you see what I'm saying? Like, this does not crack the top 50 at all, especially because if this was done in collaboration with like Mexico as well, and it wasn't Trump doing it, and it was like, hey, in order to showcase our friendship, like, and the fact that we are on the same continent and we are incredibly important allies, like, we are now switching the name of the Gulf of Mexico in unison with the Mexican government to the Gulf of the Americas, something like that. Like most people would go, okay, that makes sense. You know what I mean? Like in the past 2 weeks, we have not, in the past 2 weeks, it's about to be his first month in, Donald Trump has done so much awful shit. So much. That it makes no sense to spend any time on this. Hasan, you're trying to explain change to a chat that had a meltdown when you change mic cover colors. Fair. True. But yeah, this is all aesthetics. Why would it be the Americas when it's just North America? Okay, Gulf of America is actually a decent naming convention for it as well, for the record. But again, it's silly stuff. It's low motion. He's an old white guy. Like most old white guys, he loves maps. I think he sees changing the map in as many ways as possible as the lasting legacy he will have. Obviously, there are other reasons for Canada, Greenland, and Panama, but I think the hubris is another factor. Yeah, it's just like a silly thing. It's low motion. It's silly. It's perfect for Donald Trump. It's perfect red meat for his base that they can just like add on to all of the amazing things that our glorious president is doing. It's like, fix the goddamn egg prices, man. Okay? What happened to tackling inflation, you dingus? That's what you ran on. What happened? Instead, it's business as usual. And the irony, of course, is that nothing is different, even with his like handling of Ukraine, for example. Like when he talks about Ukraine, this is a big point of contention now. He just like openly is saying, we want $500 billion worth of your minerals. Okay? That in and of itself is literally, and I cannot stress this enough, identical to the ways in which we have interest in Ukraine from the jump. Okay? It's just openly stating that reality. That's the only difference between Donald Trump, is just that he says the quiet part out loud. Okay? That's it. Just like the Biden administration also quietly was trying to do a mass relocation initiative for all the Palestinians, and the Egyptian government said no, the Jordanian government said no, they all basically said, no, that's a ridiculous thing. We're not going to do mass ethnic displacement in the Gaza Strip. Donald Trump was like, no, you have to do it. That's it. It's not quiet, it's just loud, but the policies don't actually change. To be fair, Mexico's an indigenous name. America is a colonizer name. I don't really care, though. What's really crazy is how quickly certain corps have caved, like TikTok. Yeah, no, there is no resistance whatsoever to this iteration of Trump. That much is a certainty. If anything, I think every institution is basically telling you that reality over and over again, and there is seemingly no counter to this kind of nonsense anyway. Yeah. The craziest part of me about him saying this stuff out loud is how he was impeached over doing what is in essence the same type of quid pro quo with Ukraine. No, there's a difference between the initial impeachment for his quid pro quo with Ukraine. That was for his own personal, that was directly to fuck over the person that he was running against, right? He wanted dirt. He was like, there are congressional approved, Congress approved weapons that are supposed to be transferred to you. I'm going to do something that is unconstitutional and stop those weapons from going to you unless you give me some blackmail. Okay? If you give me some blackmail, I'll continue those weapons transfers. But if you give me some blackmail on Joe Biden, I will, I will continue the weapons transfers flowing into Ukraine. That was for something that is like deliberately his own personal. That was something that he did specifically for his own personal gain. It was a very selfish thing that he was doing. So that's a little bit different than when he says, Ukraine, if you have a lot of rare earth minerals, I want it. we'll keep giving you weapons, but you have to give us the minerals. That in and of itself is just American foreign policy laid out in full display. It is very similar to when Donald Trump, the last time around, basically turned around and said, after it came out that MBS, Mohammed bin Salman, had assassinated Jamal Khashoggi, an American legal permanent resident and a Washington Post journalist, when he got him, when MBS basically assassinated him in the Turkish Saudi embassy, okay? And when that happened, everyone was like, "Whoa, what the hell? Are you still gonna give weapons to Saudi Arabia?" And he basically turned around and said, "What are you gonna do? Do you have $1 billion? If they don't buy it from us, they're gonna buy it from somewhere else. Do you have $1 billion to buy these weapons? Somebody's got to buy these weapons." That is American foreign policy. But you rarely ever hear American foreign policy be so openly explained in this way. Usually, Democrats at least know that you have to masquerade as like someone who cares about the rules and someone who is interested in, upholding a certain moral position, a certain moral posture. That's why the Israel stuff under Democratic rulership was incredibly difficult for them to deal with while also propagandizing, because it was very obviously at odds with the international rule-based order, right? It was very obviously at odds with that, and the Democrats could not contend with that reality, and they had a very hard time taking a defensive posture in the ways that they normally would. Trump doesn't do that. He just openly will be like, "Yep, what are you going to do about it? Yeah, this is it. This is my thing. I'm going to get money in return for all the weapons that we're giving to Ukraine." That's it. That's a good thing, no? I don't necessarily think it's a good thing, because it still continues American foreign policy, and that is damaging and devastating for the entire globe. So I don't think it's like necessarily a better thing. I mean, and as we saw after the first Trump administration ended and the Biden administration began, it didn't really change the dynamic for the Democrats at all. I'll give you the best example of this. Donald Trump considered the Ansar Allah administration, the Ansar Allah movement, to be a terror group. Okay? Why did he do that? Well, because Saudi Arabia was pummeling Yemen at the time. They were doing a genocide in Yemen at the time. For those of you who don't know, against the Ansar Allah movement. And Saudi Arabia had his own dog in the fight, basically. They had their own parallel government that was the initial government originally. And Donald Trump, being MBS's favorite guy, MBS, who also obviously purchased a bunch of Jared Kushner properties and gave Jared Kushner, Donald Trump's son-in-law, billions of dollars. Donald Trump did the bidding of both Israel and Saudi Arabia willingly. For Israel, he put sanctions on the former ICC prosecutor. He's putting sanctions on this one as well, by the way. And for Saudi Arabia, he put the Ansar Allah movement as a state designated terror group. Okay? Now, under the Biden administration, the argument I was making is that this is still a continuation, right? Like American foreign policy goes in one direction. The Biden administration took the Ansar Allah movement out of the state-sponsored terror designation, and that came, of course, alongside China coming in and cutting a side deal between Saudi Arabia and Iran, normalizing relations between Saudi Arabia and Iran. The Yemeni retaliation was far too much for Saudi Arabia, and therefore, for them, they basically wanted to put an end to the fighting anyway, okay, for financial reasons. So they did that. And the Biden administration took Ansar Allah off the terror designation. But what did the Biden administration do after October 7 and Israel doing a genocide in Gaza, the Ansar Allah movement came out and was the de facto government of Yemen at this point and said, we are going to put a blockade on the Red Sea. We are going to intercept all vessels that are going through the Red Sea, whether they are directly connected to Israel or they're stopping at Israeli ports or in any way, shape, or form is like, not collaborating with this blockade. As long as Israel is still doing a genocide, this blockade will continue. And they started doing that. They started intercepting ships. They started taking ships. They started taking hostages. Okay? And the American government called that piracy, and the Biden administration started Operation Prosperity Guardian and put the Ansar Allah movement back on the terror list. So it's literally a continuation. No matter what, American foreign policy, it doesn't deviate all that much from American foreign policy does not deviate all that much from one leadership to the next. There is a direction that it's going in, almost always, regardless of whether a Democrat is in charge or a Republican is in charge. That's it. Because foreign policy is uniparty in this country. The Democrats, on the one hand, will do their very best. The Democrats, on the one hand, will do their very best to basically try and make it seem like what they're doing is at the behest of a international rule-based order. Laughable notion when they are attached to Israel by the hip and are allowing Israel to continue doing a genocide with the weapons that we're sending to Israel. But they still try to manufacture consent for that, right? That's why they did the port, for example. Remember the port? The $250 million port that was basically just for Israel, for America to say, no, Israel's letting aid into Gaza. See, we have a port there. Port never worked. Didn't matter. The one time they utilized the port was when they, used it to used it for an Israeli military campaign, as a matter of fact. It was a floating pile of trash. It never actually operated, but it didn't matter. The real reason for the port wasn't actually to offer additional aid to the Palestinians. Because if they wanted to offer additional aid to the Palestinians, they could have done so by forcing Israel to bring in more aid trucks into the Gaza Strip. They didn't have to build a $250 million port. No, they did that because Israel was refusing to let in aid. And this offered some semblance of plausible deniability to say, see, they let us put the port in here. Clearly, they care about getting in as much aid as possible, but there's just logistical problems. $250 million just for that. Tell me about how Doge is going after government funding. Okay? Yeah. They only used the pier for one hostage rescue operation that ended up killing 250 Palestinians in the process, by the way, famously. Here's the timeline on the port. $230 million U.S. Gaza aid pier opens on May 17th. May 25 is damaged. June 7 is reconnected. June 9th, UN pauses distribution after Israeli forces kill 274 Palestinians. June 14 is removed. June 19 is reconnected. June 28th is removed. July 9th announced it will be briefly reinstalled and permanently removed. 250 milli for a decently sized port is not that bad of a deal, though. It is a horrible deal because the port was not utilized at all for actual humanitarian aid purposes, especially considering that the real way to put humanitarian aid on the ground was by forcing Israel to send in more trucks when Israel was refusing to send in more trucks. There's no need for a fucking American portable port. The one time that they actually used the port was for this military operation too. They did the Timu port. It was ridiculous. It was a $250 million marketing initiative. That's what they spent it on. Okay? That's what they spent it on. Lights $250 million on fire. Holy shit! Wow, this is a great deal. I mean, you just described the Pentagon, by the way. And also now we have American mercs as well. More than 100 American mercenaries now in Gaza. UG Solutions paying $1,100 a day with a signing bonus of $10,000 for the U.S. Special Forces veterans. Yeah, the super sick, totally legal operation where they pulled up an aid truck and then just started blasting anyone in sight. Yeah. So at the time, what was American foreign policy? It was called a pier. Not sure why you're saying a port. Whatever, pier, port, semantics. What are you talking about? It didn't work for either anyway. Okay, it was a portable pier that they built, and it didn't work. But it was never supposed to actually work regardless. Okay? That is my point. So when Donald Trump says like, "Oh, we're going to finalize the ethnic cleansing of Gaza," make no mistake, that is a part of American foreign policy. That is a part of the grand design that America has. Now, are there actual naysayers within the State Department? Absolutely. Just like there were people who also criticized Biden from within the State Department. When Biden was attached to the hip and letting Israel do whatever it wanted, there were plenty of people who were saying this is going to diminish our soft power capabilities around the world. Everyone is looking at us and recognizing that nobody cares about the international rule-based order. If our soft power capabilities go away, then all of a sudden the only thing we have is hard power. That in and of itself is not going to be good enough. Okay? I thought your content got nuked. The stream is evil. Yes, I am an evil streamer. If you think I am your enemy, and if you think I am evil in general, you really got to reorient your priorities. Unless you're already a Trump supporter, in which case, then that's fine. I mean, of course, I welcome Trump supporters saying I'm evil. That's understandable. I am diametrically opposed to the way you view the world. Anyway. Trump supporters are at least interesting with their hating. Yeah. Anyway, we'll look at the Emmanuel Fabian take in a second. I have to pee real quick, though, while this goes.
On this statement from Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, there's more of it coming in. He says, I've just concluded a 4-hour discussion in the Political Security Cabinet. We all expressed outrage at the shocking situation of our 3 hostages who were released last Saturday. We also, the pictures you're seeing, by the way, is King Abdullah, who has just arrived for a meeting. Oh, is it? Forgive me, I'll carry on. We also welcomed President Trump's demand for the release of our hostages by Saturday noon, and we also welcomed the president's revolutionary vision for the future of Gaza. In the light of Hamas's announcement of its decision to violate the agreement and not release our hostages, last night I ordered the IDF to amass forces inside and around the Gaza Strip. This operation is taking place at these hours. It will be completed in the very near future. The decision that I passed unanimously in the cabinet is this: if Hamas does not return our hostages by Saturday at noon, the ceasefire will be terminated and the IDF will return to intense fighting until Hamas is finally defeated. And of course, it was Hamas that had earlier claimed that it was Israel breaking the deal, the terms of the deal, by not putting sufficient aid.
Yeah, it was Israel breaking the deal, by the way, which is crazy because the New York Times, which famously has written about Trump's ethnic cleansing campaign as a development project, which is crazy, okay, has also written an article on this, okay, where they buried the lead. So we covered the violations extensively yesterday, okay? There are 22 different violations, but the top line violations obviously were, Israel refusing all of the aid that they said they would let in to the Gaza Strip. They never actually adhered to the ceasefire conditions at all. But what was really interesting, and this is Jeremy Scahill's reporting on it as well, 9 paragraphs into today's New York Times story on the situation with the Gaza ceasefire, readers are informed that Israeli officials and international mediators said Hamas's claims about Israel's violation of the ceasefire were accurate. 9 paragraphs in. The current standoff stems in part from Hamas's accusation that Israel failed to uphold its promises for the first phase of the ceasefire, a 6-week period that started on January 19th. Under the terms of the deal, Israel was required to send hundreds of thousands of tents into Gaza, among other humanitarian supplies, a promise that Hamas says Israel has not kept. Speaking on the condition of anonymity to discuss a sensitive matter, 3 Israeli officials and 2 mediators said that Hamas's claims were accurate. That's insane. 9 paragraphs deep. This is ridiculous, dude. It is ridiculous. It is ridiculous. It is crazy to me that the New York Times, the gray lady, okay, the paper of record, is this bad. I mean, deliberately, okay? This bad, this deliberately, in terms of doing propaganda for the state of Israel and for America's interest in the state of Israel, in Gaza, the ethnic cleansing campaign in Gaza. And it's additionally wild because, like, the New York Times does this worse than everybody else. Like, the New York Times is more obvious with its propaganda than all of the other Western publications. Yeah, I covered this before as well. Out of all of the Western publications, New York Times truly remains in a league of its own. Almost every headline from a major news org has mentioned the reason why Hamas is postponing the release. Then there's the Times. Hamas postpones release of hostages until further notice. Hamas says it will stop releasing hostages, accuses Israel of ceasefire violations. Like, these aren't even, I think they're not using a passive voice when describing this, where they're basically claiming that Hamas might be lying, right? But even then, they at least say what the reason is. Hamas suspends hostage release, says Israel's not following the ceasefire agreement. Hamas accuses Israel of ceasefire violations and says it will delay next release of hostages. New York Times, on the other hand, is straight up saying Hamas is just postponing the release of hostages until further notice. I wonder why. Since the ceasefire agreement, Israel has bombed the shop Palestinians in Gaza while refusing to allow in the agreed upon amounts of aid. None of these facts appear in the New York Times reporting today, just a vague reference to Hamas accusations. So when they do actually report on it, they barely say, like, even when they were mentioning it initially, okay, even when they were mentioning it yesterday, they were like, Hamas has indefinitely postponed the release of Israeli hostages who were said to be freed from the Gaza Strip this weekend, a spokesman said on Monday, accusing Israel's government of violating an already fragile ceasefire agreement. That is supposed to be the title. Okay? In a statement on Telegram, Abu Ubaidah, the spokesman for Hamas' military wing, accused Israel of a host of violations of the ceasefire agreement. That's supposed to be the headline. And then you're supposed to elaborate further on what the actual hostage release violations have been. What the ceasefire, the lack of commitment from Israel. in terms of following the conditions of the ceasefire have been. And these accusations have been confirmed and substantiated by the Israeli side as well. The New York Times' newest reporting shows that reality, except it is 9 paragraphs in. Nine. That's crazy. I'm sorry, but this is obviously like doing propaganda for American foreign policy, American State Department interests, and not actually accurately describing what is going on. Your job as a newspaper is to inform people. Your job as a newspaper is not to lie by omission or to show only one side or to just basically show both sides and say, here, make up your mind. Your job is to say the truth. This is a disservice in the most like apolitical way to describe the situation. The New York Times is doing a disservice to its readers so consistently on this issue. Okay? It is additionally terrifying and additionally damaging when the New York Times is doing a disservice to journalism at a time when people need good journalism more than ever. Okay? It's crazy. It's crazy that this is happening when so much of the misinformation economy is supercharged on Twitter and people literally just get rewarded. Like there's an incentive structure for lying. Okay? The media needs to lock in. This is the moment where the media needs to lock in and do good journalism to show Americans, to restore some confidence in Americans, in the minds of Americans, to basically say, like, this isn't correct. Here's what is actually happening. And yet they have leaned so desperately into doing propaganda that they're basically destroying the last bit of good faith that they have in an effort to ensure that the remaining readership of like older readers of the New York Times stay committed to the project in Israel. It's crazy. Read it in Israel's mass circulation newspaper, Maariv. The Israeli army and security establishment confirmed that so far Hamas has not violated the ceasefire deal. At the same time, the defense establishment and the IDF say that so far the terrorist organization has not violated the agreement, and therefore it is very doubtful whether Israel can take steps against Hamas at this stage. But it doesn't matter. It looks like the Israeli army doesn't want to go back to full-scale war, something that I also mentioned. Remember? Because while Benjamin Netanyahu wants the war to continue, Benjamin Netanyahu wants to go back to genocide. Okay? Benjamin Netanyahu's followers and those to the far right, even more right-wing than Benjamin Netanyahu, want the bombing campaign to continue. There isn't as much appetite from the military. And part of that is because they took a great deal of damage. This is something, the economy is in ruins. Like the Israeli economy is in ruins. Morale is in ruins. Like the very fact that the ceasefire was being discussed and they were still doing operations in North Gaza at the time before the ceasefire was implemented. And Israel experienced 15 of their soldiers get exploded in North Gaza, a place that they had supposedly completely ethnically cleansed, is a major L. Okay? These guys do not have unlimited resources. They have unlimited bombs that come from the United States of America. and they have utilized those unlimited bombs. Okay. Having said that, however, in terms of boots on the ground military warfare, at the end of the day, there's a finite amount of resources there. You don't have endless amounts of soldiers. You also don't have an endless amount of appetite for death and destruction from said soldiers, especially when they just want to go back and be a DJ, you know? They want to go back to their DJ jobs. They want to go back to making chocolate hummus or whatever, okay? Or do marketing jobs. Like, these are reservists, okay? So there is no permanent warfare that Israel can maintain. That's part of the reason why I thought that there would be at least some semblance of a ceasefire, as some kind of ceasefire that would be maintained so that they could at least like recoup and recover and restore numbers in their forces, so they could end up, I don't know, either going back into Gaza, but potentially just engage in the permanent annexation of the West Bank. Best case scenario, Israel will back down from the crisis it created by predictably and blatantly violating the agreement and continuing to try to starve Gaza. And then Israel will claim victory and Trump will take credit, saying his threats against Hamas did the job. On this front, there's also some additional news that suggests that even Benjamin Netanyahu understands what I'm saying. Axios is quoting Israeli officials. Netanyahu does not demand all 76 hostages on Saturday, but wants to continue implementing the first phase. So Trump gave Benjamin Netanyahu the opportunity to go back to genocide, saying that Benjamin Netanyahu can do whatever he wants. If he wants to veto what I'm suggesting here, he has every right to do so. Okay? And Benjamin Netanyahu seemingly is taking that opportunity. What Israeli media close to Netanyahu is saying, this is from Elint News. We published in the edition, cabinet source to Channel 14. Oh, yeah, this is Bibi's channel. High chance that Hamas will blow up the deal in the coming days. We are preparing for a massive war. This could be posturing from Benjamin Netanyahu, especially considering that on the other side, they're still stating that they want to continue the first stage of the ceasefire. Following a fresh assessment, the IDF says it is further bolstering force in the Southern Command after Hamas said it would postpone the release of hostages. The military describes the bolstering of troops as extensive and says it included calling up reservists. The reinforcement of troops and mobilization of reservists are being carried out in preparation for various scenarios, the IDF says. So there's conflicting reporting on this, but I still suspect that like they have very limited capabilities of like bringing troops back into Gaza at this stage. The IDF Southern Command is approving battle plans for the Gaza Strip in the event that the ceasefire hostage deal with Hamas collapses. According to the military, currently 2 IDF divisions are responsible for defenses along the Gaza border and the Philadelphia corridor, and the 162nd Division and Gaza Division. Since last night, several brigades and special forces units were deployed to the Southern Command to bolster the existing forces. Several more brigades are on standby and will be deployed to Southern Command if necessary. Additional divisions are currently in the process of preparing for possible deployment to Gaza, depending on the developments. The IDF says there are no changes to guidelines for civilians at this stage, and it is prepared for a variety of scenarios. Troop movement and mobilization is yet another way to apply pressure and to say, oh yeah, we're ready to go if need be. Over 50% of coalition voters in the Channel 12 survey, by the way, this is from a couple days ago on the 8th of February, according to Times of Israel, 70% of Israelis support the second phase of the hostage ceasefire deal. So even the appetite from the broader Israeli public for continued war has definitely softened. Over 50% of the coalition voters in Channel 12 survey backed the second stage of the agreement, which would see Hamas free some 60 captives, 24 of them living, in exchange for full IDF withdrawal from Gaza. 70% of the Israeli public is in favor of continuing the second phase of the hostage release and ceasefire deal with Hamas, according to a television poll aired Friday, which found a nearly identical figure backs U.S. President Donald Trump's proposal to relocate Palestinians outside the Gaza Strip. Meanwhile, Trump's trying to undermine it because the broad popular support for any initiative is completely negligible in this circumstance. I need you to understand this, okay? It is completely and utterly irrelevant. What Americans want don't matter. What even the Israelis want don't matter. What the Israelis want matter to a certain degree because that is what keeps Benjamin Netanyahu alive politically, okay? And he recognizes that because on the other end of this bargain, once the war cabinet is disbanded, if Benjamin Netanyahu doesn't have enough popular support on his own with his own party and the coalition that he has, then he's no longer going to be in power and he'll go to jail, most likely. His prosecution will continue. So on that front, yes, I think that there is a certain degree of following what the broad popular sentiment is. That's the reason why they also attacked Lebanon, because that was a very popular position, okay? And it only increased his support. But having Donald Trump be Benjamin Netanyahu's guy is certainly a benefit for Netanyahu, because everyone in Israel understands that they can't do anything without full-blown, full-throated American support. Benjamin Netanyahu's big selling point for years was basically was how he knew how to control American Congress. He knew how to basically play ball with the Americans. The other big selling point for the broader Israeli public for Benjamin Netanyahu was that he was the security guy. He would keep Israel secure. Now, that fell apart on October 7, but he's been able to basically restore pieces of that by doing this endless, unlimited bloodshed campaign. Donald Trump has given Benjamin Netanyahu the opportunity to restore the unlimited genocide now by coming out yesterday and saying, listen, if Hamas doesn't release all of the hostages, all 76, including the bodies, then Israel can go back and say, fuck the ceasefire deal. I don't care. Now it's up to Benjamin Netanyahu to say, no, we don't want all 76. We just want to maintain the current ceasefire agreement. Or to say, yeah, Trump gave me the go-ahead and we're just going to, I'm going to follow through on an ultimatum. Netanyahu, as of 2 hours ago, says, I have just finished an in-depth 4-hour security cabinet meeting. We all expressed outrage over the shocking state of our 3 hostages who were released last Saturday. Netanyahu says he passed a unanimous decision in the security cabinet. If Hamas does not return our hostages by Saturday noon, the ceasefire will be terminated, and the IDF will resume intense fighting until Hamas is finally defeated. Ironic, because the statement here basically is, if we don't get the hostages back during the ceasefire, then we're just going to kill the hostages. That's what he's saying. He's just like, yeah, we're gonna murder them. We're gonna murder all the remaining alive hostages. Yeah. Eddie Cohen posted this. It's weird, but shows Israeli attitude to the relations. The real leader in the Blue House. I mean, yeah, it's It's not wrong. They also gave Israel Moab missiles so they can use it to scare off Iran. Yeah. Why would he murder the hostages? Not baiting right now? What do you mean? It's already Israeli military doctrine to murder the hostages. The previous defense minister Yoav Gallant openly admitted that on October 7 they implemented the Hannibal protocol, which is the Hannibal doctrine, which is literally the standing Israeli military directive that if Hamas or any sort of militancy is actually taking Israeli hostages, it's better to just kill the Israeli hostages and not let them use the Israeli hostages as a leverage point. He also openly admitted that, yes, Israel followed through on this process on October 7. He said Israel killed Israeli hostages that were being taken hostage by Hamas on October 7. There are plenty of people currently in the Israeli government that openly say that the hostages are a hurdle, Itamar Ben-Gvir being one of them. Like, they'll just straight up say it. They'll be like, yeah, the hostages are a nuisance. They're annoying. We have military goals here, which is, full tilt ethnic cleansing of the Gaza Strip. And the pesky Israeli citizens who are immediate family members and friends of these hostages that are still in Gaza want them to return alive. And that's really annoying because, it makes it politically less advantageous to continue doing ethnic cleansing in Gaza when the ultimate goal is to do ethnic cleansing in Gaza. After the past 16 months, I think everyone can understand that the only thing Israel responds to is force. That's it. Here is the Yair Lapid, the so-called Israeli opposition, by the way. The Israeli government must bring everyone home. There is nothing more important than that. There is nothing more urgent than that. The hostages have no time. Hamas is a despicable terrorist organization that will do anything to harm the hostages in Israel. We have no expectations from Hamas. The responsibility lies with Netanyahu, who is again delaying, again harming the process, again abandoning the kidnapped. He doesn't need to be afraid of Smotrich. He has a safety net to bring the kidnapped back home. Please don't say force law. Israel is eye for eye. They respawn to harm. No bias. You do be fair in reading most people's comments. No, Israel has shown time and time again that diplomacy with Israel is not the way to go. That is what they've taught every single regional actor. That is a lesson, a dangerous lesson that they've taught every single regional actor. The only time they back down, or the only time when they actually respond with limited retaliation, is if they think that this will harm them personally. Think about it. With Iran, think about what Israel's retaliation to Iran looks like versus what Israel's retaliation to Gaza looks like. As a matter of fact, anytime Israel feels like they have gotten fucked over, okay, with any kind of militant resistance, they end up going back and punishing the civilian population of Gaza. That's the only thing they know. The only thing they know is harming civilians, women and children. That's it. Think about Israel's actions in southern Lebanon and how quickly they packed up the southern Lebanon, the southern Lebanon invasion. Why did they do that? Because they had to go against a standing military force. Okay? Hezbollah is the standing military force in southern Lebanon and in Lebanon in general. And while they assassinated through acts of terror a big part of the Hezbollah leadership, including, first responders that also happen to be using the same pagers, okay, and assassinating a shit ton of civilians in the process by taking out entire city blocks in Beirut, Hezbollah was still standing and mounted a significant defense against the Israeli incursion. And obviously, they did not have the same ease that they did inside of the Gaza Strip in southern Lebanon. Why? Because people were actually fighting back. Also, Hamas is capable of hearing what Trump is saying as well. This was their response to Trump's statements. A call for ethnic cleansing. In a statement published on his Telegram channel, Hamas rejected President Donald Trump's insistence on the U.S. taking over Gaza and transferring 2 million Palestinians to Jordan and Egypt. It's true. You can say, oh, Hamas, those are the bad guys, those are terrorists. But it's still true. It doesn't change that reality at all. Okay? Saying that you want to forcibly relocate 2 million people, 2 million Palestinians from the Gaza Strip is a call for ethnic displacement. It is genocide, okay? It is a direct call for genocide. I don't know what more you can say in this process for people to understand it. The very fact that people are not more alarmed by Donald Trump's very open, active calls for genocide, the very fact that there aren't people going, what the hell are you saying? This is definitionally, legally, the standard for ethnic cleansing. You are advocating for ethnic cleansing by simply saying it's a mass relocation program. The very fact that people just don't lose their minds at this is shocking. But I guess we have gotten very used to this kind of thing after the last 16 months.
Aid in. The Israelis have denied that. And now, of course, we have the statement from Benjamin Netanyahu, who you can see there during his meeting with Donald Trump recently. So that's the latest from the office of the Prime Minister.
And some sun with us today, so it's good to see you again. We've had some quick discussions just now, and we're going to have some longer discussions.
Here's the other side of the story. What? Mossad and CIA don't scare you? Hamas can't win law? They're too powerful? I don't understand. Like, if fear of powerful figures and powerful organizations were to stop me from saying the truth, I would have never come out against Israel ever. Okay? This is not about Hamas winning, okay? This is about the truth. This is about standing against genocide. That's it. It's that simple for me. Holy shit, look at this image of King Abdullah. So I talked about this yesterday, about Trump saying he wants to do a mass relocation, a mass ethnic displacement campaign of the 2 million, close to 2 million Palestinians that still live in the Gaza Strip. And he wants to move them forcibly to the Sinai Peninsula in Egypt and also to Jordan. Okay? You're not the only person who says Israel only responds to force, not diplomacy. Yeah, I mean, this is Mersheimer. He's been on this for quite some time. King Abdullah is nothing but another traitor to the Palestinian cause is so sad. Yeah, here's the thing. Jordan as a state is basically designed by Western powers as a holdover state, and historically has been used to basically keep Palestinians that have been displaced in Jordan. There are already millions of Palestinians living inside of the Jordanian boundary. So for the king of Jordan, obviously, you know, an additional 500,000 Palestinians is going to be an additional 500,000 Palestinians, especially when you're, you know, when you're dumping them into a refugee camp, is going to be impossible to deal with. Okay. And as I mentioned before, America is claiming that if Jordan and Egypt don't like play ball and allow the ethnic displacement to continue to happen, okay, then they're just going to stop giving aid to Jordan. Except if they did that, then they would destabilize Jordan and Egypt, therefore making Jordan and Egypt no longer be successful vassal states. So this is yet another self-own by Donald Trump. Donald Trump and other people in his orbit don't understand that the aid given to Egypt and the aid given to Jordan is not given to these countries because we're woke and gay and really like brown people, okay? We really love Muslims, and that's why we're giving them aid. We give these countries aid and also additional security contracts so they can remain stable vassal states, okay? So they are not susceptible to revolution and coups, okay? That's it. And I don't think that at least Trump, in the way that he's talking about this stuff, understands that reality. The suspension of U.S. aid to Jordan risks destabilizing an economy where American support constitutes 7% of public revenues and 40% of total foreign aid, totaling $1.45 billion annually, says Milad Azar, market analyst at XTB Mena. That right there is also pennies in comparison to the amount of support that we give to Egypt. This is not done because this is not done simply out of the kindness of our hearts. This is done so that Jordan remains under the control of the kingdom and that they have enough money to keep funding their military, to put down any kind of popular mobilization against the monarchy. Same goes for Egypt. Okay?
Finish line to.
Here is anyway, let's watch this conversation that took place and I'll give you more details.
Discussions after this, and the relationship with Jordan has been very strong, has been with me, and it really has been with the country. But I think I've been closer than other presidents to Jordan and what Jordan represents. And it's an honor to have you and your son.
Why would Trump care if Jordan stays stable? I don't know. Do you want a country? From Trump's perspective, okay, if you are a advisor to Donald Trump, who is at least somewhat knowledgeable about Middle Eastern affairs, okay, do you think that a nation state that is controlled by a Hashemite monarchy that was placed in that position of power by the British government, that is a loyal servant of Western interests, is better in the hands of said Hashemite monarch? Or is it better if the 3 million Palestinians were to actually do a successful coup and then use Jordan as a launching pad for any kind of West Bank military operations that they want to conduct? Now, if you're an advisor to Donald Trump, you look at that situation and go, Mr. President, please don't say this, because then this will lead to like significant political turmoil in Jordan. It will destabilize Jordan in its entirety. And then you will lose a stronghold that has been a reliable ally in the Israeli defense against other regional actors. You guys forget, Jordan is a part of the security cooperation in the region. When Iran was sending missiles into Israel, the Jordanian Air Force was intercepting those missiles. Okay? The same goes for Egypt as well. This already happened in Egypt once, where the Muslim Brotherhood took over Egypt. This was obviously not an exciting prospect for the American government, nor was it exciting for Israel. It was terrifying. Okay? Sources to Al Arabiya say the Egyptian President Abdel Fattah el-Sisi's visit to Washington is postponed until further notice. Cairo is angry at the statements of Israel and America and sent a clear message to Washington. Egypt has 2 plans to rebuild Gaza without displacing its residents. Cairo has a ready response regarding Gaza file, and there's no change in it. The problem here, okay, the problem here with this delicate allegiance that we have designed in the region with regional actors such as Egypt and Jordan, okay, is that this level of destabilization is not immediately going to be beneficial for the Palestinians either, okay? And this also will give Israel the opportunity to further invade Jordan and Egypt if necessary. Now, the problem is Israel can't do it on its own. There is no way that Israel would be able to launch a 7-front war, okay, and go into Egypt and also go into Jordan at the same time and take over additional land from both of these countries. That might be a part of their greater Israel agenda, but they don't have the resources to do that. So who would have to do that for Israel? Think about it. Who would have to do that for Israel? We would. Our military. Okay? Our military. Yes. Genuine question. Why spend money and give aid to Jordan, who takes in displaced Palestinians, rather than finally coming up with a 2-state solution? What do you mean? You're talking about the last century of deal making. It's too late to change that. Something that a lot, like, I use this example with the Saudi state, right? With the Saudi kingdom. MBS personally does not care about the plight of the Palestinians. He actually finds them in private to be a nuisance. He's openly revealed that position time and time again. He just wants to do sports washing. He wants the Saudi sovereign wealth fund to keep purchasing Western assets. He wants to openly normalize relations with Israel. But why does MBS create a red line when he consistently talks about like Israel doing full-blown ethnic cleansing? Why does Saudi Arabia, why does MBS openly state that they want a 67 boundary return to a 2-state solution? Okay? Why does he want that? Because even Saudi Arabia understands that the Saudi public's demands are directly at odds with MBS's own personal interest. Okay? It does not matter what MBS personally thinks of the Palestinians. What matters is what the broader population in every Gulf state and what they think. Okay? you would have to spend a lot of your security, a lot of your military on squashing popular uprisings in your own country, because your people would lose their minds if it looked like you were actively and openly caving to Israel and allowing Israel to murder as many Palestinians as possible. This is why, here it is, the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia appreciates the condemnation, disapproval, and total rejection announced by the brotherly countries towards what Benjamin Netanyahu stated regarding the displacement of the Palestinian people from their land, and the kingdom values the positions that emphasize the centrality of the Palestinian issue to the Arab and Muslim countries. Like MBS would love it if all the Palestinians magically overnight died, okay? And the Palestinian cause went away. He would love it. So why is the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia stating this? Why is it that all of their official statements on the matter are very anti-Israel, when we know MBS has time and time again repeated that he doesn't really care about Palestinians at all and sees them as a nuisance? Yeah, Saudi Crown Prince said he personally doesn't care about the Palestinian issue. The young Saudi population were. Saudi Arabia's Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman told U.S. Secretary of State Anthony Blinken that he does not personally care about what he referred to as the Palestinian issue, according to a report in The Atlantic. Published on Wednesday, the report gave a picture of 11 months of Washington negotiation efforts in the region after the outbreak of the war in Gaza, citing 24 participants at the highest level of government in America and across the Middle East. Moin Rabbani talked about this on Al Jazeera. Can we watch this?
Moin Rabbani is a resident fellow at the Center for Conflict and Humanitarian Studies and joins us from Montreal. Moin, thanks so much for being with us on Al Jazeera. Let me ask you first about the fact that Jordan's King Abdullah is heading to Washington, D.C. tomorrow, as I understand it. This was always going to be something that Trump was potentially going to use to potentially put pressure on Jordan's king to try and take in more Palestinians, correct? I mean, that's what we've heard from Trump over the course of the past few weeks, is that Jordan and also Egypt should be taking in more Palestinians. So we expect more of this at this meeting.
Yes, and I think the Arab states, who have been fundamentally inert for the past 15, 16 months, are now coming to the realization that the alternative to an end to Israeli occupation, the alternative to a Palestinian state in Palestine, is a Palestinian state in one of their own countries, and instability and insecurity within their own borders. And I think it's on this basis that you're now seeing this much more concerted Arab response and Arab rejection of policy proposals emanating from the U.S. and Israel. That's clearly why the Jordanian monarch is in Washington. That's also why Egyptian leaders are heading to Washington. It explains the unprecedented campaign in the Saudi media. And basically, I think what Trump and Netanyahu have done in the past 2 days is administer the coup de grace to the prospects of further expanding what they call the Abraham Accords. I mean, to say, yes, there should be a Palestinian state in Saudi Arabia, or Jordan is the Palestinian homeland, and all the rest of it is clearly not going to fly. I mean, let's not forget, these are the most pro-Western Arab regimes in the Middle East. They are very loyal allies of Washington, but not to the point of committing political suicide and signing their own death warrants.
That's the only thing. That is the only real thing. You're wrong. MBS and his country support Jordan and their values. Brain dead comment. Why would Jordan become unstable? Brain dead comment. It has its own fighting force. Be for real, brother. Jordan can defend itself. Hasan, be for real, brother. The Jordanian king has been through multiple wars and will now be accepting. There will be a 3-minute ad break for those who haven't subscribed. What the hell? I don't even run ads any longer. Chatter, goddamn. Even if I did, that would still be a 2-parter, which was rendered illegal. You're a year late. Is this dynamic similar in Turkey? Yes, it is. Yes. Recep Tayyip Erdogan loves the contracts that he has with Israel. His son directly benefits from it. He has a shipping company. Okay? But the Turkish population obviously has a very different attitude towards Israel. And this is precisely the reason why Recep Tayyip Erdogan has to act like he is very angry at Netanyahu all the time, calling him Adolf Hitler and stuff. While simultaneously, they've even talked about, he's even talked about doing a complete blockade, or not a blockade, but a ban on all shipping to Israel. Except they're still continuing their shipments to Israel. They're just changing the manuscripts and claiming that they're actually shipping stuff to Palestine instead of Israel, while still, like Recep Tayyip Erdogan is overriding his own trade embargo that he put forth. Do you understand? The manifest, not manuscript, sorry. Because on the one hand, he has to make it seem like he is standing strong against Israel for the sake of his own public not rising up against him. But on the other hand, he is a NATO nation. Okay? And by the way, he's been rewarded handsomely for playing ball with America's interests in the region and playing ball with Israel. Look at Syria. Syria is a great example of Recep Tayyip Erdogan getting many benefits for being Israel's lapdog, loyal servant.
Earlier on Al Jazeera, a Hamas official was saying that the Israelis, according to him, are intentionally sabotaging this ceasefire deal and that they're undermining the agreement. If you look at the developments these past few hours, and there have been a lot of developments with all that's transpired, what do you make of all this and what do you think might happen next?
Well, unless you're reading the New York Times or watching the BBC, it's transparently obvious what's going on, and that includes readers and viewers of the Israeli media. You have this combination of Israeli violations of the agreement ratified by Israel and Hamas, and that began implementation a few weeks ago. You have Israeli intentions not to negotiate the second phase of this agreement, which would lead to a durable ceasefire rather than just a suspension of hostilities. You have Netanyahu seeking to drag out the first phase of the ceasefire so that Israel can retrieve all of its captives from the Gaza Strip without, in exchange, calling time on its genocidal military campaign on the Gaza Strip to then be able to resume it. And overlaying all of this, you have the Trump proposal for the mass forcible displacement of every last Palestinian from the Gaza Strip to the Arab world. And Hamas is using what leverage it does have and is announcing that it is indefinitely suspending the further exchange of captives with Israel until Israel decides to actually implement what it signed, and more importantly, until Washington makes up its mind about the future of this agreement. Because at the end of the day, Netanyahu can say what he wants and do what he wants, but the crucial decisions about the future of this agreement are going to be made by Washington. And Washington will have to decide whether it will compel Israel to continue with the implementation of this agreement or allow Israel to derail it.
Moan, just quickly, we only have about a couple of minutes left here, but just very quickly, what, from your perspective, has to happen in order for this ceasefire deal to continue?
Well, Israel can't, once again, you negotiate an agreement, then you negotiate how you implement it, and then once it begins implementation, you negotiate a thoroughgoing revision and transformation of that agreement. That's not going to fly. There is an agreement reached. You either implement it or you don't, and you suffer the consequences. And the question now is, will Israel be allowed to derail this agreement by not fulfilling its obligations, or will it be forced to comply? It really is that simple.
All right. Well, Mohan, I mean, do you foresee that what you're talking about that needs to happen, do you foresee it actually happening?
You know, you're asking me a very difficult question, because with this crew and the White House now, and particularly with President Trump, I mean, trying to understand his political agenda is a little bit like trying to
We'll get to Trump and Elon at the White House in a second after this is over.
Conduct a political analysis of yogurt. It's entirely unclear. You know, on the one hand, he forced Israel to accept this agreement and now is making a proposal that makes it thoroughly irrelevant. Is he just throwing up trial balloons and seeing, you know, which spaghetti strand sticks to which wall?
Mohan.
Is he being... Yeah.
I'm sorry to interrupt, but we have run out of time, so we're going to have to leave the conversation.
Yeah. All right. Give me the link. Give me the link for the Elon talks.
And like, what do you mean a mine? Like, yeah, there's a limestone mine where we store all the retirement paperwork. And you look at a picture of this mine. We'll post some pictures afterwards. And this mine looks like something out of the 50s because it was started in 1955. So it looks like it's like a time warp. And then the speed, the limiting factor is the speed at which the mine shaft elevator can move determines how many people can retire from the federal government. And the elevator breaks down and then, sometimes, and then nobody can retire. Doesn't that sound crazy? There's like 1,000 people that work on this. So I think if we can take those people and say, like, you know what, instead of working in a mine shaft and carrying manila envelopes to, you know, boxes in a mine shaft, you could do practically anything else, and you would add to the goods and services of the United States in a more useful way. So anyway, so I think, you know, that's an example. Like at a high level, if you say, like, how do we increase prosperity, is we get people to shift from roles that are low to negative productivity to high productivity roles. And so you increase the total output of goods and services, which means that there's a higher standard of living available for everyone. That's the actual goal. Everyone's very quiet, by the way. Are people normally this quiet?
Your detractors, Mr. Musk.
What?
Including a lot of Democrats.
I have detractors?
You do, sir.
I don't believe it.
Say that you're orchestrating a hostile takeover of government and doing it in a non-transparent way. What's your response to that criticism? Well,
first of all, you couldn't ask for a stronger mandate from the public. The public voted, we have a majority of the public voting for President Trump. We won the House, we won the Senate. The people voted for major government reform. There should be no doubt about that. That was on the campaign. The president spoke about that at every rally. The people voted for major government reform, and that's what the people are going to get. They're going to get what they voted for. And a lot of times, you know, people that don't get what they voted for, but in this presidency, they are going to get what they voted for. And that's what democracy is all about.
Mr. Musk, the White House says that you will identify and excuse yourself from any conflicts of interest that you may have. Does that mean that you are, in effect, policing yourself? What are the checks and balances that are in place to ensure that there is accountability and transparency?
Well, we actually are trying to be as transparent as possible. In fact, our actions, we post our actions to the Doge handle on X and to the Doge website. So all of our actions are maximally transparent. In fact, I don't think there's
totally. Virtually everything that they've tackled in terms of like combating weird spending habits or whatever are just things that the government spends money on that sounds stupid or is against like the Republican agenda, right? Or even if it's not something against the Republican agenda, the broader Republican agenda, they present it as though it is, right? They'll say like, oh, we're giving condoms to Hamas. That's like a great example of this, right? When that's not the case. Now, that is not going to be, like, you're not going to be able to put a dent in American government spending that way when you're finding like $200,000 or $46,000 that was spent on one thing or $200,000 that was spent on another thing. The American government is major. It's massive. It's incredibly costly. Okay? And doing this in the stupidest ways possible without actually hiring regulators, ironically, that understand what these programs are, like with proper audits, with proper auditors, and trying to undermine it across the board is, of course, leading to all of these issues that you have seen so far with like mass layoffs or the threat of mass layoffs that don't make any sense whatsoever. Dude got checked by the judicial branch and called it a coup. Checks and balances don't exist with this guy. That's what I mean. And the last line of defense that barely exists now is the judicial branch saying, yeah, you can't just decide to lay off the entirety of the federal government labor force. Like, you can't do that. These are tens of thousands of people that rely on a paycheck from the government. That's so stupid.
Of interest, and we watch that also. He's a big businessman. He's a successful guy. That's why we want him doing this. We don't want an unsuccessful guy doing this. Now, one thing also that Elon hasn't really mentioned are the groups of people that are getting some of these payments. They're ridiculous. And we're talking about billions of dollars that we've already found. We found fraud and abuse. I would say those two words as opposed to the third word that I usually use.
No, the condom story wasn't just condoms, and it wasn't.
Abuse.
It was Mozambique,
it's abusive because
and it wasn't just condoms.
Things are
it was a broader anti-HIV. It was a broader HIV prevention initiative that exists in Africa.
But we're talking about tens of billions of dollars that we've already found, and now a judge who's an activist judge wants to try and stop us from doing this. Why? Why would they want to do that? I campaigned on this. I campaigned on the fact that I said government is
Mozambique,
corrupt.
Gaza.
And it is very corrupt.
Is it actually
It's
fraud though?
very,
No,
very,
it's not.
it's
That's the problem. You can't just declare something to be a fraud because you don't personally like it, okay? The simplest example is contraceptives. Let's say that there's enough people within the Republican government that consider contraceptives to be unchristian-like. And there are plenty of people who think contraceptives are unchristian-like. You can't just say, oh, it's fraudulent to spend this pre-allocated funds on contraceptive programs in Africa in an effort to combat sexually transmitted diseases. Just because you don't agree with it doesn't mean it's fucking fraud. It's ridiculous.
Even much worse than that, actually, much worse. And I guess you call that incompetence, maybe.
Yeah.
It could be corruption. It could be a deals made on both sides, you know, where the guy gets the money, he kicks. I think there's a lot of kickback here. I see a lot of kickback here.
There's a lot of kickbacks.
Tremendous kickback.
This whole Musk purge is built upon a rhetorical sleight of hand that everything is everything I ideologically disagree with because it's woke and gay is per se waste, abuse, and fraud. And no one in our media highlights this massive category error that is actually kind of important.
This is a big part of it. And I hope that the court system is going to allow us to do what we have to do. We got elected to among other things, find all of this fraud, abuse, all of this horrible stuff going on. And we've already found billions of dollars, not like a little bit, billions, many billions of dollars. And when you get down to it, it's going to be probably close to $1 trillion. It could be close to $1 trillion that we're going to find.
No, that part is completely ridiculous. You are not cutting $1 trillion worth of government spending, okay? I wish.
I'm not knocking anybody for that, but he has certain leanings, and he wants us to stop looking. How do you stop looking? I mean, we've already found it. We have a case in New York where a hotel has paid $59 million, $59 million because it's housing migrants.
Dude, additionally funny, Trump is saying this because he did this with the Trump hotels when he was president. He literally did this. He did this exact same thing with Trump properties while he was president. He would get Secret Service to stay in his own properties to pay exorbitant fees to his own fucking properties.
Cut the budget deficit in half from $2 trillion to $1 trillion. And it's really two things: competence and caring. And if you add competence and caring, you'll cut the budget deficit in half. And I fully expect to be scrutinized.
You will see it. America overspending issue is bad. You will thank future later. Elon, not perfect, but he's smart. Dog, I am not saying that the American government is not wasteful or even engaging in fraudulent activities. I'm simply stating that these guys are not actually tackling that, okay? If they were looking at genuine fraud, they would end up harming a lot of their, important corporate benefactors. So, of course, they're not going to do that. They're not going to go after, for example, the military, okay? You want to know how I know that they're not going to go after the military and fraudulent extra spending for no reason? Because Donald Trump has already said he's signing off on additional billions of dollars in weapons contracts to the state of Israel, for example. Okay? If they wanted to stop, I like that he's picking his nose on camera. It's hilarious. Like, if they wanted to go after fraud and waste, they would not take out the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau. Okay? How is that taking out fraud? That is an agency tasked with helping consumers and has helped consumers. They've recovered $21 billion of fraudulent and wasteful expenses that these fucking criminal corporations have actually forced upon the American public. For the price point of $1 billion, the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau has actually given back to the American public $21 billion. Okay? You really think they're tackling fraud? Or do you think they're making it easier to steal from the American public? To make it easier for corporations to keep grafting you?
When you're looking at something, you'll find you're looking for 1 out of 100. Here, you're almost reversing it. You look for one that's good. Yeah. And you can look at the title and you say, why are we doing this? Why are we doing that? And the public gets it. The public gets it. You've seen the polls. The public is saying, why are we paying all this money? This for years, this has gone on.
Yeah, Trump is moving to reverse medical debt and overdraft protections implemented by the CFPB. Wow, how wonderful for the American public.
Do you agree with that? Is that the plan?
I really don't know. I know this. We're finding tremendous fraud and tremendous abuse.
If only there were people if only there were more people and not just like random dumbass Twitch streamers like myself actively talking about this every time they had an opportunity to talk about this, instead of talking about USAID and how we must defend USAID. And if we don't defend USAID, then China is going to take over. Instead of saying shit like that, maybe they should talk about this. I don't know. The only other media outlets that I've ever heard this kind of commentary from is myself, Michael from Pennsylvania, Chapo Trap House, TrueAnon, and fucking Majority Report. What is going on? Where is the Democratic Party? This is 100% an abdication of duty, okay? It shouldn't be up to Drop Site News, Majority Report, myself, and some others that are actively saying this is a ridiculous thing that they're doing. It is actually not beneficial for the American public. This is a horrible thing to do, especially when you have someone that is responsive to populist sentiment, okay? It's crazy. It's crazy to me that Hakeem Jeffries is not talking about this every goddamn day, okay? It's crazy to me that the Democratic Party is not going on every news outlet and saying, look at what they're doing. Look at what they're doing. They claim to be on the side of the American public. Instead, they're just showing their bellies, dude.
Spending bill, the March 14th deadline to try to rein him in.
Chuck Schumer also said they're not going to put up a government spending fight as well, which I think is ridiculous. I think they are going to do that, I suspect. That would be insane.
Look, here's the bottom line. The Republicans are already shutting down good chunks of the government.
And no, this isn't hypocrisy baiting, chatter. What are you talking about? This is directly saying that the Republicans are currently actively doing harm to the American public. Okay? Do you understand? It's not about like, oh, look at the hypocrites. They said they care about the workers, but here's what they're doing. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying communicate that they're harming the workers. This is more than hypocrisy baiting. Hypocrisy baiting is when you say that Trump's border wall is stupid and you're racist for defending it, and then turning around and being like, we are the ones who actually want to build the border wall. Trump doesn't want to build the border wall any longer. That's dumbass hypocrisy baiting. That makes you look like an idiot. Okay? That makes you look like you got caught, that Trump was right all along, that immigrants do constitute a national security threat, and that you got caught, and now you're going, oopsie, I guess we want to build the border wall now. Everyone can see that you're the hypocrite in that situation. You're the dumbass in that situation. Saying that the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau is actually responsible for $21 billion of fraudulent and wasteful and criminal expenditures that the American public had to pay for, the American consumers had to pay for, okay? And then turning around and abolishing that agency being an overall burden, directly talking about medical debt on your credit card, directly talking about overdraft fees, things that every single American can understand, because at a certain point, they have experienced this, okay? They've experienced these problems. They should remind people why they no longer experience some of these problems. It is because of the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau. Same with Lena Khan and all of the initiatives from Lena Khan. Taking out Lena Khan is a massively consequential move. Anyway, let's continue listening to this dumbass now.
And we are moving fast, so we will make mistakes, but we'll also fix the mistakes very quickly. So,
do you see it as a worthy cause, USAID?
I think that there are some worthy things, but overall, if you say what was the bang for the buck, I would say it was not very good. And there was far too much of what USAID was doing was influencing elections in ways that I think were dubious and do not stand the light of day.
I can just ask a follow-up to the Pentagon contracts. If you have received billions of dollars in contracts from the Pentagon, and the president's directing you to look into the Department of Defense, is that a conflict of interest?
And are going to do at the president's request.
Does that present a conflict of interest for you?
No, because you'd have to look at the individual contract and say, first of all, I'm not the one, filing the contract. It's people at SpaceX or someone who will be putting for the contract. And I'd like to say, if you see any contract where where it was awarded to SpaceX and it wasn't by far the best value for money for the taxpayer, let me know, because every one of them was.
The president said the other day that you might look at treasuries. Could you explain that a little bit? What kind of fraud, and that question goes to both of you, what kind of fraud are you expecting to see or do you see right now in U.S. treasuries?
Yeah, I think you mean the Treasury Department as opposed to Treasury bills, or.
You also referenced treasuries on Air Force One the other night.
Go ahead.
Well, as I mentioned earlier, really the first order of business is to make sure we're actually collecting. Sorry for this. I thought my son might enjoy this, but he's sticking his fingers in my ears and stuff. It's a bit hard to hear sometimes. Hey, stop that. No, the stuff we're doing with the Treasury Department is so basic that you can't believe it doesn't exist already. So for example, it's like, what type of payment is this? You can't just leave the field blank. Currently, many payments, the field is left blank. And you have to describe what's the payment for, some basic rationalization. That also is left blank. So this is why, the Pentagon, when's the last time the Pentagon passed an audit? I mean, a decade ago, maybe? Ever? Really? And we want to just, in order to actually pass audits, you have to have financial information that allows you to trace the payments. And once in a while, the Treasury has to pause payments if it thinks the payment is going to a fraudulent organization.
What?
To get on that payment, the do not pay list, it means that this is someone no pay list. It means that this is someone that is just, it's like dead people, terrorists, known fraudsters, that kind of thing. We should not pay them. But currently we do, which is crazy. We should stop that.
Many transactions. And by the way, 100 team. And for the sake of the country, I hope that the person that's in charge and the other people that report to me that are in charge are allowed to do the right thing, namely make sure everything's honest, legitimate, and competent. But we're looking at just when you look at USAID, that's one. We're going to look at the military. We're going to look at education. They're much bigger areas, but the USAID is really corrupt. I'll tell you, it's corrupt.
They cooked the stream. It's desync now.
And I can't imagine a judge saying, well, it may be corrupt, but you don't have the right. You got elected to look over the country and to, as we say, make America great again, but you don't have the right to go and, as we say, make America great again, but you don't have the right to go and look and see whether or not things are right that they're paying or that things are honest that they're paying. And nobody can even believe this. Other people, law professors, right away. You're supposed to be running the country, but we're not allowed to look at who they're paying it to and what they're paying. We have massive amounts of fraud that we caught. I think we probably caught way over a lot of billions of dollars already in, 2 weeks?
Yes.
And it's going to go to numbers that you're not going to believe. And much, as I said, much is incompetence and much is dishonesty. We have to catch it. And the only way we're going to catch it is to look for it. And if a judge is going to say you're not allowed to look for it, that's pretty sad for our country. I don't understand how it could even work.
On the buyout program, can you personally guarantee that?
Which one?
The buyout program, the operative federal workers. Can you personally guarantee that the workers who opt in to resign now will be paid through September?
They'll get their money, but they're getting a good deal. They're getting a big buyout. And what we're trying to do is reduce government. We have too many people. We have office space. It's occupied by 4%. Nobody's showing up to work because they were told not to. And then Biden gave them a 5-year pass, some of them, 48,000 of them, gave them a 5-year pass, that for 5 years you don't have to.
I'm more conservative. Serious question, because I honestly don't know. Are liberals thinking what they are claiming to find in USAID is lies? No. Liberals are saying that USAID is a profoundly important aspect of American foreign policy that works to continue American dominance by doing soft power initiatives around the globe. Some of those initiatives are actually good for the overall for the overall public that receives these initiatives, like, reproductive health care in Africa is good. It's not a bad thing. Okay. Even though it is done at the behest of the United States of America doing soft power in these countries, making these countries reliant on the U.S. and making those security cooperation agreements that come later down the line an overall easier one to sell to the broader public. Okay. Having said that, however, there is a lot of just insanity in the way that they're targeting things. Like, they'll just be like, oh, well, they're giving $40,000 to a Guatemalan transplay, and then you look it up, and it's actually like a joint partnership agreement to fund the arts. Okay. Between a Guatemalan university and an American university. It's like, yeah, that's not fraudulent expenditure. I think a lot of these dummies also personally think that, like, anything that they're doing in terms of, pro-LGBTQ or whatever is not done at the behest of, like, later utilizing these existing relationships as a way to destabilize countries, or at least, like, to have some kind of civil society organization on the ground to develop a better understanding, to do espionage, if necessary. But instead, it's just because we're woke, and we're doing this because we're truly woke. It's a way to believe the propaganda that liberals have put forth. Okay? It's ironic, because that means you genuinely believe that the American government is doing things because they're kind. You have to be a real dumbass to think that the American government is doing things because they're kind. Okay? Yeah, the American government is woke and gay. That's why they were doing aid. Ridiculous. They're doing aid so they can eventually utilize the existing relationships that they've developed on the ground for whatever suits their purpose. Also, none of it is fraudulent. Okay? As Adam Johnson mentions here, everything I ideologically disagree with because it's woke and gay does not mean it's waste, abuse, and fraud. Do you understand? Like, oh, well, I don't like this personally, so I think it's stupid and bad and abuse and fraud is a ridiculous way to do this, okay? Unintelligent person alive. 3, if you're really implying that U.S. aid is not done out of pure goodness of the American heart, then name one thing U.S. did wrong in the last 50 years. I can't name one. It would be easier for me to name one thing that America has done that is... There's nothing I can name in general that America has done for in the name of good, okay? Even Ukraine is a great example of what I'm talking about. Ukraine is on the right side in terms of morality, okay? Ukraine has an understandable moral position to rid its national borders of a military invasion. America's interest in Ukraine, however, which Trump basically revealed openly, is not so good, okay? You can't go wrong back in Ukraine. That's it. You have to look at the situation and truly believe that America is always doing good things around the world for you to assume for you to assume that their intentions with Ukraine is good, even if they openly state that their intentions are not pure. Their intentions are impure. It's also a short-sighted policy because there is a funding after-school programs for undeserved communities, DEI, and fraud, but the role of that program is to decrease incarceration, saving the state money. For example, it can also be self-serving. Yes, a lot of those things, a lot of the initiatives like that, after-school programs and whatnot, seem costly, wasteful, and stupid. Like, they'll be like, oh, dude, they're doing violin, they're doing, like, musical education lessons in the south side of Chicago or whatever. And it's like, yeah, that is an incredibly important initiative. Because as studies have shown time and time again, after school programs actually significantly lower at-risk youth's likelihood to go and do crimes, okay? They're not doing it because they're woke and gay. They're doing it because it's obviously beneficial. It saves the government more money down the line as well if these kids are not doing crime and then doing crime obviously is chaotic. They're stealing cars and whatever. Or obviously you don't want like property loss in general for the broader public. But it's also better overall for the government now that you don't have to like put a bunch of children in the system at an early age. But that requires you to, one, do a little bit of reading in order to understand these initiatives and the long-term impact of said initiatives. That requires you to imagine an alternative instead of simply closing your eyes and going, nah, dude, I have these racist beliefs that these guys are intrinsically evil and inferior. I won't say that they're inferior because of their race. I'll say they're inferior because of their culture as a substitute for race. And that no amount of violent lessons is going to stop these kids from stealing Kias or whatever. Okay? When all evidence points to the exact opposite, that these initiatives are very helpful. Anyway, if only we could get Republicans to think that, like, the carceral state is woke and gay and incredibly costly. The AP says it was barred from covering a White House event because of its editorial policy regarding the Gulf of Mexico. Today, we were informed by the White House that if AP did not align its editorial standards with President Trump's executive order renaming the Gulf of Mexico to the Gulf of America, AP would be barred from accessing an event in the Oval Office. This afternoon, AP's reporter was blocked from attending an executive order signing. Ugh, so fucking petty. It's so unimaginably stupid. Anyway, here. There was a decent question here in terms of conflict of interest. But if there's a conflict of interest when it comes to you yourself, for instance, you've received billions of dollars in federal contracts, is there any sort of accountability, check and balance in place that would provide any transparency to the American people?
There's a conflict of interest when it comes to you yourself? For instance, you've received billions of dollars in federal contracts when it comes to the Pentagon, for instance, which the president I know has directed you to look into.
Yeah.
Are you policing yourself in that? Is there any sort of accountability check and balance in place that would provide any transparency for the American people?
Well, all of our actions are fully public. So if you see anything, you say like, wait a second, hey, that seems like maybe that's, there's a conflict there. It's not like people are going to be shy about saying that. They'll say it immediately.
Including you yourself.
Yes, but transparency is what builds trust, not simply somebody asserting trust. So not somebody saying they're trustworthy, but transparency, so you can see everything that's going on. And then you can see, am I doing something that benefits one of my companies or not? It's totally obvious.
And if we thought that, we would not let him do that.
No, you wouldn't. No, you are doing that. You literally brought up fraudulent and wasteful spending, talking about how the federal government offered millions of dollars to New York hotels in order to house migrants. That's not wasteful spending. That's the federal government actually trying to fix the crisis caused by Governor Greg Abbott and Ron DeSantis by, without informing the local authorities, shipping, kidnapping, and trafficking tens of thousands of migrants from the state of Texas into the state of New York to play political football with people's lives. In that process, the federal government has to step in and say, okay, for the overflow, we have to, in the interim period, we have to make sure that these people are housed. Okay? So what do? They pay hotels to house the migrants. Okay? That is not wasteful spending or fraudulent spending. That's just an understandable thing that the federal government did. You know what is actually fraud? A conflict of interest? When you are the president and you own a bunch of hotels and you actually overcharge the federal government to stay in those hotels during the duration of your presidency, and you make money that way with federal funds. That's actually a conflict of interest. That's actually wasteful spending directly. That is a direct instance of fraud. That's what Donald Trump did. But of course, no one will look at that and go, what the fuck are we talking about?
Segment or look in that area if we thought there was a lack of transparency or a conflict of interest. And we watched that also. He's a big businessman. He's a successful guy. That's why we want him doing this. We don't want an unsuccessful guy doing this.
Yeah. Also, you got this. Elon Musk's pushing into the financial services with a Visa deal while immediately after taking out the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau. It's crazy. Source, not doubting you, have just never heard of this till today. Which one do you want to source for? Donald Trump charging the federal government? Or the thing that he just brought forward? Here. Trump overcharged Secret Service by 300% for accommodations at his hotels. House Oversight Committee's report further called the ex-president's term the world's greatest get-rich-quick scheme. It is such a transparent instance of corruption, too. It's crazy. Also, Donald Trump did a cryptocurrency rug pull, dude. What are we talking about? Here's Ryan Grimm talking about the CFPB getting taken out and how devastating that is.
One of the coolest things that the CFPB, that's the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau, did that you may not have heard of. One, they said that if you have medical debt, that cannot be included on your credit score. And two, they stopped a practice of banks rigging your overdraft protection. The way it used to work is that, let's say you have $12 left in your checking account, and you go to the coffee shop, you get a $4 coffee, now you're down to $8. Then you pay for your parking, and that's $15. And now, boom, you're under zero, so you get an overdraft hit right there. What the banks figured out is that they could move the transactions around. So if you spent $15 and had 12 left, they would make that the first transaction that they hit. So boom, now you're $3 under. Then they hit the coffee. So you get 2 overdraft fees. And what they also figured out is that they could do that over a span of days. And so whenever your balance would get close to zero, they would find one of your transactions that was higher than that balance, even if you had other transactions ahead of it. And so the CFPB said, you can't do this anymore. So that rule and the medical debt rule were put forward by Rohit Chopra, the CFPB director, under Biden. And if you look at this statement here, this is from the White House announcing that among the reasons that it is shutting down or trying to shut down the CFPB, because it's completely illegal to shut it down.
Yeah, have fun with those overdraft hits again. You know what I mean? This is some shit that actually destroyed me as well in the past. Back when it used to exist. Back when I was a broke boy.
Are these two things. They reference, quote, they buried $50 billion in medical debt. That's a reference to that rule. And this thing where it says itself the authority to regulate Americans' checking accounts.
What's really frustrating about all of this, there's two things that really piss me off about this. Number one, this is the same party that forced the Biden administration's hand in claiming that the executive authority could not abolish student loan debt. Okay? Now they're saying the executive authority could abolish the Department of Education in its entirety. Think about that. Because when there's a will, there's a way. Nobody cares, okay? Nobody actually cares. It was just that the Biden administration had to play ball. They had to play by the rules, okay? That kind of attitude, that kind of opinion, that kind of subservience to institutional norms will always cause you to lose. And that is very frustrating for the American public. They just go, oh, ineptitude, every step of the way. Once again, over and over again, these Democrats cannot actually push for their agenda. The average American does not look at that and go, oh, well, their hands are tied. Okay, well, the Republican hands are tied too, but you see them bouldering through those binds every single day. Think about that. And this leads me to my second point, because a lot of people are like, why is Trump so popular right now? It's because a lot of Americans have grown frustrated with the way things are. And a lot of Americans hate the massive hurdles that are always happening, the gridlock that's always happening in Congress, the gridlock that's always happening in terms of like not following through on your agenda. Okay? So when Donald Trump actually boulders through this stuff, people look at him and go, well, at least he's doing something, without realizing that the things that he's doing are actually inherently harmful to the broader public and their interests. But it does not matter, because most Americans just look at that and go, well, at least he's doing shit. That's it. This is why I always try to tell all of you and all who will listen that the Democrats should behave like Republicans, not in terms of policy, but in terms of politics. That's it. That's it. Democrats should be playing politics in the same way that the Republicans do. Obstruct when you're not in power, and when you're actually in power, do everything you can to overcome whatever kind of legal or congressional hurdle is placed in front of you. Okay? That's it. That's it. But they don't do that. That's why it's laughable when you think about the Biden administration, which had every right to actually abolish student loan debt. They had all of the power, and the Supreme Court decided it was unconstitutional. Fuck the Supreme Court. What are you going to do about it? But Biden was, of course, the wrong guy for that because he can't go on television and do what Trump does all the time, which is to say the Supreme Court is an enemy of the American people. They want people to be saddled with unlimited debt for the rest of your lives. They want you to be saddled with unlimited debt. They pulled a bullshit case out of nowhere to claim that there was a financial institution being harmed. The financial institution itself said that there is no legal standing for this court case. Are you joking? Fuck the Supreme Court. Fuck that. What are you doing? The Supreme Court shut Biden down. They did pass it. Are you so sure that if the Supreme Court said no to Trump would ignore that? Should Biden? This take is a miss. Biden did attempt to forgive student loan debt. Brother, what are you saying? Do you hear yourself? The Supreme Court, especially under the Biden administration, was supremely unpopular. Okay? You have to play hardball. You can't just say, all right, well, they have awesome power at the end of the day. They should have changed the Supreme. They should have changed the Supreme, but just not listening to the Supreme Court is insanity. Yeah, well, when Donald Trump does that, you'll see. If it ever happens, he already has a completely captive supermajority Supreme Court, but if that were to ever happen, you'll see how this works. Okay? It's insane for him too. Yeah, except he does insane shit that is not overall beneficial for the American public every goddamn day. And we just go, oh, what can we do about it? But in the eyes of the broader public, they look at that and go, well, that's my president right there. He's actually doing something. You're demonstrating the same exact attitude that is fundamentally leading Democrats to lose every step of the way. If you are, ironically enough, even if you are an institution defender, if you have one party that opposes institutions every step of the way, that will look to find any kind of legal jargon to justify their actions that continue with their agenda of deregulation, destroying the federal government, destroying the regulatory agencies, offering tax cuts for the wealthy. If you have a party that does not care about the rules or will find like some antiquated legal standard to claim that they have the righteous, like enough of a legal power to behave in this way, then you're always going to sit aside as the institutions are destroyed. Okay? We can do things, but saying Biden should just say, fuck the Supreme Court, let them enforce it, then we have a king, and I don't want a king anything. Dog, we already have a king. And that is because Biden was not aggressive enough. That is my point. And your attitude is the reason why Democrats fucking lose every step of the way. You're still saying, think of the norms as the current White House has taken taken lighter fluid and a match to the entire institution. And as the entire institution is falling apart, as everything is on fire, you just go, well, at least the structure still stands. We must protect what remains. You're basically hallucinating an alternative reality, okay? You're hallucinating a reality where anybody actually cares about institutions and their infallibility. Aggressive, if you're saying we should do away with democracy, then I don't know what to tell you. I don't want a leftist monarch. First of all, I want a leftist monarch. You're a fucking moron if you don't think that you want a leftist monarch. It is democratic. Do you think that when the overwhelming majority of the public does not want abortion to go away, and then the Supreme Court decides, nah, it's going away, protecting that standard is democratic? No, it's not. It's inherently undemocratic. What the fuck are you talking about? You don't even need to be a left-wing monarch in that regard. You're wrong. If you think the Supreme Court of 9 unelected lifetime appointment justices making up fake nonsense to decide and lying to the public, by the way, every step of the way, because they did, all of the Trump appointees lied to the American public when they said they would not overturn Roe v. Wade. And then they ended up doing that. That was inherently undemocratic. And instead of addressing that and saying this decision is completely unacceptable, okay, the Democrats just basically said, oh, this is a great opportunity to fundraise. And people like yourself that are at the heart of the Democratic Party still maintain the position that, oh, they're trying their very best. You're libbed up at a time when liberalism has died, okay? It's over. It's over. It's done. It's so done. It's never been more done. And you're still trying to maintain this like aesthetic defense of liberalism and these institutions, and also simultaneously defend the Democratic Party. This is the reason why the Democratic Party's approval rating is lower than Donald Trump right now. Okay? Who is this for? Who is this argument for? It's for nobody. This clip will not age well? What do you mean? You cannot try to fight fair with people who are not fighting fair at all. This clip will not age well is so stupid because guess what? It's already aging. It's crazy. He means you saying left-wing monarchy is democratic. Oh, whatever. I don't give a shit about whether it's a monarchy or a theoretical democracy or whatever the fuck, okay? Those are different and virtually all invalid forms of government. You're hyper-focusing on the aesthetics while claiming that it's actually a left-wing monarch that is doing this when they're abiding by the democratic standards. What are you talking about? Making sure that 9 unelected Supreme Court justices abide by what they have told the American public in front of Senate judicial hearings is actually maintaining the democratic principles, not the opposite. Okay? Do you understand? You can call that, oh, a left-wing monarch all day, every day. I don't give a shit what you call it. That is actually maintaining the democratic wishes. Drew Cook, can't wait for that part of the explanation to not make it to the clip chimp. I know. It doesn't matter, okay? It does not matter. Oh my God, people are going to clip me out of context again. I speak for 8 hours a day, okay? If you want to truly address or truly understand what my perspective is, you can come in and actually fucking hear what I have to say. It doesn't matter. People have been doing this for the past 6 years, okay? Look at what is happening. Look at what is happening to America. Look at what is happening to the so-called liberal institution defenders. If your goal, as Donald Trump and Elon Musk are simultaneously lighting the federal government and all regulatory agencies on fire, if your job is to turn around and say, how can I make this about my least favorite Twitch streamer because my favorite content creator fucking hates him and I'm a loyal servant of him, then you're a pathetically unserious person. Stop. Nobody cares. Okay? Please. How is a leftist monarch good and what the point of saying it? That is what I missed. It doesn't matter. I don't care. I don't care about a leftist monarch or a democratic organization. My point is not that. My point is currently we don't have a real democratic process. And if you're defending the fucking Supreme Court, you're not defending democracy. That's my point. Stop maintaining like aesthetic sentiments about liberalism and institutions. You're not living in the real world. Look around. It's so funny to be like, oh, leftist monarchs, I'm terrified. What are you talking about? We literally have direct fascist control over the fucking government, and you guys are worried about a Stalin? What are you talking about? What the fuck? There is no leftism in this country, okay? The average American is not even class conscious a little bit, okay? Shut the fuck up. Stop looking to the most leftist person that you can point to say, I'm not like that. I'm so scared of that. See, I'm one of the good ones. Who is this for? There's dudes named Big Balls and Booger Eater ripping through the federal regulatory agencies and engaging in mass layoffs, and you're over here being like, well, the institutions. I'm scared. I'm scared of communism. The fuck? Be serious, dude. You know who was a left-wing monarch? FDR. Dumbasses. You know who's also doing FDR shit, but in the opposing direction, in the fascist direction? Donald Trump. Okay? That's it. If you want to understand why people think he's killing it right now, well, because Donald Trump is doing FDR shit, but in the opposite direction.
By dictating government price controls. That's how the banks say that the CFPB stopped them from moving transactions around to hit you with extra overdraft fees. Now, if you click on those links, they would actually take you to statements.
He was not. He threatened the Supreme Court. He threatened to stack the court, saying you ignore the Supreme Court. That is not FDR. You're wrong. I agree with you most of the time. I just don't agree with the idea that the solution is to do it Trump style. The only solution is to actually fight back. And people like yourself that are institution defenders are... What is happening right now? What the fuck? What the frick? That's weird. It's fine. My alert boxes are busted again. Okay.
By banks. So this is the Trump administration coming in, saying it's here for working Americans and going and doing bankers' bidding so that they can keep ripping you off.
Oh, Big Balls heard you and hacked you. Yeah. Elon admits he will tell some lies.
That an example of the fraud that you have cited.
Yeah, I mean, he's like, oh, my bad. Yeah, we dominated the media cycle for like 48 hours nonstop. But here's where we're at.
Was $50 million of condoms was sent to Gaza. But after fact-check this, it apparently Gaza in Mozambique, and the program was to protect them against HIV. So can you correct the statements? It wasn't sent to Hamas, actually. It was sent to Mozambique, which makes sense why condoms was sent there.
Yeah.
And how can we make sure that all the statements that you said were correct, so we can trust what you say?
Well, first of all, some of the things that I say will be incorrect and should be corrected. So nobody's going to bat 1,000. I mean, we will make mistakes, but we'll act quickly to correct any mistakes. I'm not sure we should be sending $50 million worth of condoms to anywhere, frankly. I'm not sure that's something Americans would be really excited about.
Musk, you said on X.
Why are the freaks so active recently? Is this admin cooking like the disease left like a fever or what? No, that person who is criticizing me is not like a regular old right-wing freak. He's just a liberal, okay? He's a liberal who thinks that aesthetically or not, there is still some reason to maintain like a defense of institutions at a time when the Republicans are shredding said institutional norms to suit their agenda. And they are looking at this, okay? They are looking at the situation and basically advocating for a reality that does not exist, and a reality that actually has caused the Democratic Party to lose over and over and over again. Got to hold up those institutions and stop fascism. It always worked. Look at Germany. Yeah. That's it. Yeah, it's just ridiculous.
With us today, and if you'd like to say a few words, and thank you very much.
Mr. President, thank you very much for having us, and so short after your inauguration, I think just as a testament to what you said is a special relationship between our two countries and the personal relationship of friendship and trust between the two of us. Mr. President, I truly believe that with all the challenges that we have in the Middle East, that I finally see somebody that can take us across the finish line to bring stability, peace, and prosperity to all of us in the region. And it is, I think, our collective responsibility in the Middle East to continue to work with you, to support you, to achieve those lofty goals. So I'm very delighted to be here. And as you said, sir, we've got some very interesting discussions ahead of us.
Very good. Very good. Thank you very much.
Mr. President, many people in the region, especially Jordan, are worried about the annexation of the West Bank. Will you give His Majesty the King guarantee that you won't allow Israel to annex the West Bank? And how are you going to
I think that's going to work out very well. That's not really what we're talking about today. I think that's something that's going to work out automatically, and it's in good shape. And we discuss it, and other people have discussed it with us and with me. That's going to work out. West Bank is going to work out very well.
Mr. President, why should the king take in the Palestinian people? He's made clear he doesn't want to.
Well, I don't know, but he may have just something to say because we discussed just briefly. I think maybe you want to say it now, or?
Well, Mr. President, I think we have to keep in mind that there is a plan from Egypt and the Arab countries. We're being invited by Mohammed bin Salman to discussions in Riyadh. I think the point is how do we make this work in a way that is good for everybody? Right. Obviously, we have to look at the best interests of the United States, of the people in the region, especially to my people of Jordan. And we're going to have some interesting discussions today. I think one of the things that we can do right away is take 2,000 children that are either cancer children or in a very ill state to Jordan as quickly as possible, and then wait for, I think, the Egyptians to present their plan on how we can work with the president to work on the Gaza challenges.
So
I want to tell you, excuse me, wait, just please. I didn't know that what you just said, 2,000 children with cancer or other problems, and that's really a beautiful gesture. That's really good, and we appreciate it. And we'll be working on the rest with Egypt. I think you're going to see some great progress. I think with Jordan, you're going to see some great progress. Three of us, and we'll have some others helping, and we're going to have some others at a very high level helping, and the whole thing will come. It's not a complex thing to do. And with the United States being in control of that.
The Egyptian Foreign Ministry has dropped a statement as well. Egyptian Foreign Ministry has shared a statement saying it will propose a comprehensive plan for Gaza's reconstruction to ensure Palestinians can remain on their land. It stresses that any resolution to the conflict must uphold regional peace and Israel's occupation and implement a two-state solution. It added that Egypt would work with U.S. President Trump to achieve a just settlement for Palestinians. Egypt is not playing ball to the same degree as King Abdullah is. In his statement, King Abdullah is rewriting history. He never said this to Trump in front of the cameras. He kept talking about a summit with MBS in Egypt and said, I reiterated Jordan's steadfast position against the displacement of Palestinians in the Gaza and West Bank. Yeah, he didn't. And what he did instead was say, oh, yeah, we'll take 2 million children. I mean, not 2 million children, 2,000 children to basically get Trump to shut the fuck up. Okay, that's it. Sorry, I said 2 million accidentally. Yeah, it's just basically to say like, yeah, we'll do something. It's the same thing that like Claudia Sheinbaum did, or the same thing that Justin Trudeau did when they were like, oh, we're gonna move more people to the border. Okay. This is the unified Arab position. Rebuilding Gaza without displacing the Palestinians and addressing the dire humanitarian situation should be priority for all. Anyway.
piece of land, a fairly large piece of land. You're going to have stability in the Middle East for the first time. And the Palestinians, or the people that live now in Gaza, will be living beautifully in another location. They're going to be living safely. They're not going to be killed, murdered, and having to leave every 10 years, because I've been watching this for so many years. It's nothing but trouble. Everyone's being killed. They're being robbed. It's like living in hell. And they're going to end up having a great home, great families that don't have to get mugged and killed and beaten up and harassed by Hamas and everybody else. And I know we'll be able to work something. And what you just said about the 2000 is fantastic. It's so beautiful. It's music to my ears. But we're going to be able to work something, and I know we'll be able to work something also with I believe, not 100%, but 99%. We're going to work out something with Egypt.
But Mr. President, during your election campaign, Mr. President, how is the U.S. going to own Gaza? Your White House has made clear taxpayer dollars won't be used for this. So what money are you going to use to buy Gaza?
We're not going to buy anything. We're going to have it, and we're going to keep it, and we're going to make sure that there's going to be peace, and there's not going to be any problem, and nobody's going to question it. And we're going to run it very properly, and eventually we'll have economic development at a very large scale, maybe the largest scale on that site. And we'll have lots of good things built there, including hotels and office buildings and housing and other things. And we'll make that site into what it should be.
Yeah, it's just the Palestinians won't be able to live on it, even though they're there right now. And we have no way of pushing them out other than hoping that Israel will be able to forcibly remove them from that land and force all of the Palestinians that don't want to leave, killing them, and then forcing those that don't want to leave by gunpoint to the Sinai Peninsula or into Jordan. Great stuff overall. Now, it's interesting because this is not a new concept. Okay? This is not a new concept at all. This is actually virtually identical to Hitler's Lebensraum strategy and the Madagascar deportation, the Madagascar plan that he wanted to initially implement, taking all the Jews and sending them to Madagascar. It is identical, a one-to-one copy. And many people in Israel are totally on board with the idea. I wonder why. Here is one of the conceptualizations that they've put forward. Okay, that Nathan Robinson also correctly called out. This is the exact same plan that the Nazis had to send the Jews to Madagascar. An intriguing suggestion has been proposed with the problem of relocating Gaza Arab Palestinians. South of the Arabian Peninsula is an island called Socotra. It is the sufficient size and has almost no inhabitants. The location is far from the Jews that the Palestinians despise so much and closer to the Arab brethren, with a water buffer zone to keep them at bay, literally, as the other Arabs prefer. It is also a beautiful paradise with even more beachfront property than Gaza. $25,000 likes. Fox now justifying ethnic cleansing in the most blatant ways possible.
This population in Palestine is hostile, it's uneducated.
Literally wrong. The Palestinian population is more educated than the Israeli population on average. Just incorrect. The Palestinian population has a higher educational retainment per capita, a higher rate of college educated people than the Israeli population has. It's just a lie, a racist lie.
It's even more radicalized than they were at the beginning of this. I mean, now they have no homes at all. They're even more hateful of the Israelis. And their birth rate is explosive. The average Palestinian woman has 5.5 babies. The average Israeli woman has only 2.5 babies. So demographically, they're a threat, not to mention the national security.
This is an insane thing to state. Like, this is just pure Nazi shit. I don't know how else to cover this. It's just pure Nazi sentiment. He said that their population is explosive. They're just having too many children. It's a demographic issue. Yeah, how do you deal with that? You just, forcibly sterilize them, I guess.
Woman has only 2.5 babies. So demographically, they're a threat, not to mention the national security threat. There is no way you can have these two peoples living side by side.
I don't think Kamala would have said these things. Hey, who was it that said Trump and Kamala would be the same for Palestine? Yeah, dude. You do realize that Kamala Harris lost because she wouldn't separate herself from Joe Biden on any issue, even the least popular one, which was Israel-Palestine. And that is the reason why Trump won. You recognize that, right? I like that this is an opportunity for you to say, who would say that Kamala and Trump are not the same as one another? First and foremost, the Biden administration, which Kamala Harris also aligned with, okay, she was the vice president after all and refused to separate herself from the Biden administration, also actively tried to quietly push forward the exact same Trump agenda of ethnic displacement. They did do that. They actually actively tried to get regional partners in Jordan and Egypt to take on hundreds of thousands of Palestinians. Okay? They tried to do that. Just because they were masquerading in like better propaganda, making it seem as though they were trying their very best to do something that's very different than Donald Trump, doesn't change that reality. Having said that, I didn't say Kamala Harris and Donald Trump would be the same on Israel anyway. I have long maintained the position that American foreign policy is uniparty and the Republicans only make it more right-wing. And then the Democrats come in and don't actually reverse those decisions because American foreign policy at the end of the day is still uniparty. Perhaps the greatest evidence of this was Joe Biden coming in after Donald Trump and not overturning any of the Abraham Accords, moving the embassy to Jerusalem, the permanent annexation of Syrian territory and Golan Heights for Israel. And then who could forget the past 16 months of genocide that came directly because Biden did not offer Palestinians an exit ramp or any sort of recognition whatsoever in the 3 years that he was president. And on the 4th, obviously, October 7 happened. The only difference in this process is the aesthetics. The Democrats act as though they have some semblance of, some veneer of caring about the international rule-based order. That's it. That's it. The optics are different. They try to do their very best to present a falsehood. The rhetoric is different. But I guess that's enough for many of you. Like when Donald Trump, Fauci type crash out 20 minutes ago, crash outs, what are you talking about? When Donald Trump talks about how Gaza is leveled, who was overseeing the leveling of Gaza? Is the question one must ask themselves. Who? You think the Democrats would be proposing to move the Palestinians out of Gaza? I'm not thinking that. I'm saying that the Joe Biden administration also tried to do that. The only difference is Donald Trump says the quiet part out loud. Okay? What are you talking about? The Associated Press reported on it. Also, even without the Associated Press reporting on that dealing from the Biden administration. How did the bombs get there? Who bombed Gaza? Why is Gaza completely leveled? I'm so confused. Like, are we actually trying to do harm reduction arguments between what the most effective ways of doing genocide is? Is it better to just like do mass forcible ethnic displacement? But we would not be in a position where everyone is fearing that Trump is literally going to ethnic cleanse Palestine. Okay. Chatter. I'm going to try to explain something to you. Under the Biden leadership, the ethnic cleansing campaign had already started. Okay? And the Biden administration kept giving more and more weapons and never actually stopping the Israeli government in their ethnic cleansing campaign. They also purposefully looked the other way when there were numerous State Department controlled agencies that reported what the NGOs and humanitarian organizations were reporting from the ground in terms of Israel violating international rights, engaging in a litany of war crimes, actively doing a genocide. They looked the other way. They buried the information that was presented to them so they could continue Israel's genocidal campaign. Okay? The notion that there is a significant difference here is idiotic. You are literally saying which type of ethnic cleansing is better. That's what you're being forced to choose. Okay? Is it better when we destroy all of the buildings and kill people and have them die under the rubble, or is it better that we kill them when they refuse to leave? You're confused. Gaza got leveled and starved these past 2 weeks, not the past year. Exactly. I guess for you, the major difference is you don't want to hear about it. Or rather, the Democrats at least were able to make you feel better about the genocide, because they kept lying and saying there are red lines. They kept lying and saying that they're working tirelessly around the clock for a ceasefire. Okay? It does not make sense. The worst part about it, from your standards also, if you are interested only in team sports and nothing else, is that it would have been beneficial for Kamala Harris to actively communicate a different perspective on Gaza, to actively separate herself from the Biden administration. It would have been electorally beneficial for her, but due to her loyalty and due to her interest in maintaining the current administration's foreign policy goals, she did not do that. And she didn't do that, and she lost. So even if you want to talk about this from a purely partisan perspective, she could have done things. Even if it was a lie, she could have still at least had the decency to lie to the American public. They didn't even want to lie. Trump at least lied, by the way. I mean, it was obvious that he was lying. I reported on it at the time. I told you that there was no way that Donald Trump, who got $100 million from Miriam Adelson, was going to actually deviate away from the pro-Israel position, but at least he fucking went to Dearborn and was like, oh, falafels, it's great. I love you guys. I'm going to end it. I'm going to end all of it. Democrats literally didn't even lie to the American public when it was electorally beneficial for them. That's crazy. They actively turned around and said, no, we don't want you in the party. We don't want you to vote for us. We're going to win without you. They didn't even want to fucking play politics. It's crazy. Anyway. So the notion that like, oh man, well, you got what you deserved, pro-Palestinians or whatever, is an idiotic thing to say, especially because I also said Donald Trump would take it one step further than the Democratic Party for sure in terms of West Bank annexation, okay? And that it was, I never said that Donald Trump was pro-Palestinian and said the exact opposite. But the very fact that the Democratic Party lost a decent chunk of the Muslim voters to a guy that did the Muslim ban, that used Palestinian as a slur, as a pejorative, is insane to me. How can you look at the situation and not get mad at the Democratic Party? How can you look at the situation and go, we have to never run campaigns like this ever again? You explain it like it's your fault Kamala couldn't voice her support for genocide loud enough for certain liberals. Yeah. Why even argue? Who doesn't get that there is a genocide in Gaza since Biden is lost? Yeah, it's not my fault, but it doesn't matter. People have horse blinders on and they're desperately looking to attack anyone and everyone they can. And the new meta from a lot of like extremely online liberals is to say, oh, Hasan is the reason why Kamala Harris lost. It makes no sense, but it's a comfortable narrative for a lot of people so that they don't have to look at the Democratic Party and say, oh man, they are the reason they lost this all on their own.
And the people from Gaza who wouldn't be able to be there for years, because you're talking about just to get it and prepare it and to take care of all of the problems that currently it has, as you know, tunnels, and people are in those tunnels, and you have some good people and some bad people, and you may have hostages right now. You know, you have the hostages possibly there. They don't know where they are. And, you know, I have a Saturday deadline, and I don't think they're going to make the deadline personally. I think they want to play tough guy, but we'll see how tough they are. But it's...
What is this? No, the only dick riding idiot is you bending over for Trump thinking he's different. What? Also, you literally had Democrats actively advocating for genocide on the Palestinians? What is happening here? Why are you guys fucking fighting one another? Oh, I love that. When all else fails, when everything is falling apart, I love when liberals look to blame leftists and the leftists look to blame other leftists. Yeah, that's the reason. Chatters are just fighting each other. Great stuff, guys. Oof.
It's going to be a wonderful thing. It's going to be wonderful for the Middle East. I think it'll turn the Middle East. I think you're going to have peace in the Middle East. You're going to eventually have peace in the Middle East.
Couldn't this deadline risk undermining the talks that you're having with the king today, and risk the kind of wider peace that you're trying to?
Because that's not. We're not talking about a big situation. We're talking about something that can go very quickly. We're talking about it's going to go quickly. It's not going to take a long time. Okay. That's not going to take a long time. You know bullies? You know what a bully is, right? You know the bully, I've always, and I found it throughout my life, a bully is the weakest person. And they're bullies. Hamas is bullies.
Dude, That's so funny. Claiming that the bully is the weakest person, which is true, and then not recognizing that you yourself are the bully is crazy.
The weakest people are bullies. You know that, right? All right, go ahead.
Mr. President, you were saying that Palestinians will live somewhere else safe. Where exactly do you want them to live?
Well, it's not where I want them to live. It's going to be where we ultimately choose as a group. And I believe we'll have a parcel of land in Jordan. I believe we'll have a parcel of land in Egypt. We may have someplace else. But I think when we finish our talks, we'll have a place where they're going to live very happily and very safely. And, you know, don't forget, they only want to be on the Gaza Strip because they don't know anything else. They never had an alternative. And they don't want to be on the Gaza Strip, but they have no choice. They have to be. And they're being killed there at levels that nobody's ever seen. No place in the world is like as dangerous as the Gaza Strip. They don't want to be there. They have no alternative. When they have an alternative, not one person will want to stay where they are. Nobody wants to stay there. They're living in hell. It's a death trap.
Mr. President, how do you know that the Palestinians don't want to leave their land? Some people say this is ethnic cleansing. You won't be able to force them to leave their land. They stay
We're moving
there.
them to a beautiful location where they have new homes, where they can live safely, where they'll have doctors and medical and all of those things. And I think it's going to be great. Yeah, any questions?
King Abdullah, what do you think about the U.S. taking over the Gaza Strip? Do you want to see the U.S. own the Gaza Strip?
Well, I think, as I said earlier, the president is looking at Egypt coming to present their plan. As I said, we will be in Saudi Arabia to discuss how we can work with the president and with the United States. So I think let's wait until the Egyptians can come and present it to the president and not get ahead of ourselves.
And is there a parcel of land in Jordan that you're willing to have Palestinians?
Well, I think what we said, I have to look at the best interests of my country. I think the president is very happy that we do this thing with 2,000 children as quickly as possible. And again, I believe that the president is looking forward to getting a group of us Arabs here to discuss the overall plan.
And last question, the 2,000 children, are those from the Gaza Strip?
Absolutely, from the Gaza
Are
Strip.
you willing to change your mind, Mr.
That's
President?
from the Gaza Strip, the 2,000.
Are you willing to change your mind if you hear the Egyptian and the Arab plan end of the month? If they present you something different, are you open to
I
other
think
plans?
we sort of have gone down the line. We know pretty much what is going to be presented. And I think it's going to be something that's going to be magnificent for the Palestinians. They're going to be in love with it. I did very well with real estate. I can tell you about real estate. They're going to be in love with it.
But Mr. President, doesn't concern you that moving 2 million people from there?
It's a very small number of people.
Stop giving a shit. Thank you for the 50 gifted subs. Sorry, I didn't notice it.
Relative to other things that have taken place over the decades and centuries. It's a very small number of people. And they're living a terrible life. Look at the way they're living now. Nobody's...
Yeah, they're really going to love being ethnically cleansed from their ancestral lands, or what remains of the area that they were initially displaced to. They're going to love that. They're going to personally prefer that. They're going to love that so much. Oh. $2 million people he's talking about. Forcible ethnic displacement. I can't, dude. It is so insane. By the way, you want to know something that's also kind of interesting about this process? This is yet another area where the Democrats are not in unison, collectively saying this is genocide. Part of that is because they would look incredibly hypocritical if they actually chirped about it, considering that they also oversaw the ethnic cleansing of Palestine under their watchful gaze. But that's why I think it's ridiculous when liberals come in here to try and defend the Democratic Party when they're not even fucking saying anything about Donald Trump. Like, they're not even saying, they're not even doing this. They're not doing the thing that you want them, or that you're claiming that they're doing.
Nobody's living like that in the entire world. They're living under buildings that are mostly fallen down and will continue to fall down.
Bro, these are such horrible takes. Lamau. Yeah. Horrible takes. An accurate assessment of the reality that is in front of your eyes is a horrible take because you would rather not recognize what is happening and instead imagine an alternative reality. It's always great because like these guys have nothing. Okay, it's like this take, maybe a statement about how I'm a terrorism supporter or something like that, which is not even a counterpoint to what I'm saying, and then that's it. They just leave. Like I'm looking for serious discourse. If there's something that you consider I have said that is wrong, present it.
And they're living under. People are being killed every day. The conditions are horrible. There are no conditions anywhere in the world that are worse than the Gaza Strip right now.
But don't you have concern that you can destabilize Jordan and
you said all
Egypt?
hell will break out if all the hostages are not released on Saturday. What did you mean by that? And are you encouraging Netanyahu to walk away from this deal? Have you talked about this with him?
So I've looked at at the condition of people coming out of the hostage situation, and it's horrible. I looked at the before and after yesterday. 3 young men. One is dead now, as you know, the older gentleman who died, which everybody said he was alive and well. He's dead. But the 3 young men, and I looked at them from a short while ago, and I looked at them now. They're emaciated. They look like Holocaust survivors. They looked, I mean, they'll get better, but they're in rough shape. They were treated really badly, and we've heard things from them since. And I think the reason that Hamas is playing so cute is because they saw the reaction to these 3 people that came out, and the other ones. Look, the one young lady had her hand blown off practically, and they were not in great shape either. But she's missing her fingers and a big part of her hand. You know what she did? She was stopping a bullet that was aimed at her. She went like that, and it blew off her hand. Now, I think I think they want time because I think the people that they have living are in such bad shape because they're sending the most healthy people out because they don't want to send the least healthy people out. And there was an uproar when they saw the people from yesterday. So these people are, so I don't want to do 2 and then we do another 2 in another week and then we do 4 in 3 weeks. No. They either have them out by Saturday at 12 o'clock or...
What? Looks like you read my message and was like, my head's going to explode. What is the difference between liberal and leftist? I thought it was one and the same. What am I? Liberals inherently want to defend capitalism. Their worldview revolves around the protection of private property. Leftists can be broadly categorized as a collection of people that whose political ideology starts at anti-capitalism. That's the biggest difference. In the United States of America, I would consider even social democrats who are also capitalists to be a part of the broader left coalition because of the current political, the current material conditions in the United States of America and the broader political goals. Any kind of socialization initiative or any kind of expansion of the welfare state would still be somewhat leftist. Any kind of pro-labor initiative would still be broadly defined as a leftist position. At least those are my standards for it. And other people will disagree with me and say, no, social democrats are not a part of the left movement. This is, of course, mostly for American politics, which is, unfortunately, one of the most right-wing nations on the planet, at least economically.
All bets are off.
Mr. President, would you still consider withholding aid to those countries if they don't accept your plans to accept?
Well, I don't want to say that because we've had such a good relationship and we're doing so well just in the short time that we've been talking. I mean, the king just made a statement. I didn't ask him to do that, about literally saving 2,000 young children from the Gaza Strip. We didn't know about that. You didn't know about that. Nobody did, except for the king and his son. I assume you told your son, right? And I just thought it was great. No, I think we'll do something. I don't have to threaten with money. We contribute a lot of money to Jordan and to Egypt, by the way, a lot, to both. But I don't have to threaten that. I think we're above that. I do believe we're above that. So.
Would you consider other countries, not Jordan and Egypt? There was talks about Indonesia, Albania, other places.
Yeah, sure, we would. And we have other countries that want to get involved. We have a lot of people that want to get involved. There's a great sense of wanting to help the Palestinians. There's a lot of good countries out there, people that rule those countries with big hearts, and this gentleman is at the top of the list.
And if they don't want to leave, how are you going to force them, Mr. President?
Oh, they're going to be great. They're going to be very happy.
Can you Your Majesty, should we expect that the Jordanian response would be part of a coordinated Arab response?
The response will be from a multitude of countries, Arab, international. I know the Europeans want to step in. And again, we'll probably have to look to the help of the United States to make sure that COGAT, which is the clearing agency on the Israeli side.
There's really nothing eloquent to say anymore in the face of the most vulgar, unabashed fascism we've seen so far. Even for me, it's tough to find context or historical parallels these days. I mean, the context is obvious. It's Hitler. It feels like there's nothing left to do but scream whatever air we have left in our lungs. I and many others said from the start the deal wouldn't last, but it doesn't stop this from hitting like a truck. Yeah. It's just we're walking through this different stages of early Hitler to late Hitler. I must be racist. I thought the king would have a wild accent. No, he's basically British. Okay.
Makes it as efficient as possible because 2,000 kids, the best way to get to them is by helicopters and get them straight to our institutions. I also believe that quite a few countries would also probably like to take some of those kids and have them treated in their hospitals. So we hope to launch this ASAP.
Yes, and that's right. This should have been done by the Biden administration, but, you know, they didn't do anything. They didn't know what the hell they were doing. So this should have been done by the Biden administration. This should have never happened because October 7th would have never happened. If I were president, zero chance of happening. You wouldn't have had that whole mess where the Middle East got blown up, and you wouldn't have had Ukraine and Russia fighting. That would have never happened. And by the way, we're making good progress there, I think. I really think we're making some very good progress.
Mr. President, you've said before that the U.S. would buy Gaza, and today you just said we're not going to buy Gaza.
We're not going to have to buy. We're going to have Gaza. We don't have to buy. There's nothing to buy. We will have Gaza.
What does that mean?
No reason to buy. There is nothing to buy. It's Gaza. It's a war-torn area. We're going to take it. We're going to hold it. We're going to cherish it. We're going to get it going eventually where a lot of jobs are going to be created for the people in the Middle East. It's going to be for the people in the Middle East, but I think it can be a diamond. It can be an absolute tremendous asset for the Middle East. And you're going to have peace. It's going to bring peace in the Middle East. Gaza, the way it is right now, every 10 years you're going to have the same thing happening. I've watched it so long, all the death and destruction of Gaza. The civilization's been wiped out in Gaza. No, it's going to be a tremendous thing. It's fronting on the sea. It's going to be a great economic development job. It's going to put people to work, a lot of people to work, and those people are all going to be from the Middle East.
And just to follow up with one on that for King Abdullah, can you clarify again, sir, how do you feel about the U.S. taking Gaza, as the president said?
Well, again, this is something that we, as Arabs, will be coming to the United States with something that we're going to talk about later to discuss all these options.
And Mr. President, take it under what authority? It is sovereign territory.
Under the U.S. authority.
And Mr. President, would you seek to personally develop property in Gaza after this happens?
No, I've had a great career in real estate.
Mr. President,
you know, when you've done what I've done in the last number of years, including the 4 years that we should have been doing something else, frankly, because people see that now for sure. But when you've done what I've done, you can just do more good for people when you're president. When you're president, we can do things. This is all things that should have been done, but actually things that shouldn't have had to be done. Gaza, absolutely, it would have been so great if the Biden administration would have started this. But actually, in all fairness to them, it was. They should have never let it happen. It did happen. And because of the fact that they let this happen, this catastrophe of October 7th, something like this becomes practical and very real, meaning the development and all of the things that I've talked about with respect to the Gaza Strip. If you didn't have the October 7th catastrophe, and it was a horrible catastrophe, then probably you wouldn't be talking about that. But the only thing I can say is this is going to bring stability and peace to the Middle East. And ultimately, when it's developed, which will be in quite a while from now, because we want to let things calm down. But when it's developed, it's going to bring tremendous numbers of jobs to the Middle East, including the people of your country.
Mr. President, what if it does not bring peace to the Middle East? There are many Palestinians, even though you say that everything is going to be beautiful, everything is going to be lovely, they're not going to want to go back. There are going to be people who want to go back and feel like that it is their right to do that. You haven't said, will there be any type of repercussions or anything that happens?
We don't think that's going to happen. We think we think people are going to be very happy, thrilled. A lot of those people that you're talking
Oh, that's great. No. As long as you keep saying over and over again that people are going to be very happy, then that's great. Okay, got it. Yeah, 2 million Palestinians forcibly removed. What happens when people don't want to leave? What do you do then? Oh, they'll just be happy. They'll leave. Then they ask, how will this process occur without U.S. military presence? He says, oh, Israel will take care of it. Oh.
Talking about are going to end up maybe living there and maybe working there, but it'll be in a different form. We have had tremendous support for this project, and we think the biggest asset of the project is going to bring peace ultimately to the Middle East. All right.
Mr. President, one last question.
Go ahead, behind you, and you've asked enough.
Mr. President, one of your promises on the campaign trail is to bring peace to the Middle East. It was a promise to your voters, Arab voters here. The Arab voters in the United States oppose this. What do you say to that?
Well, you know, if you look at Michigan, where we have a large Arab population, as you know, I was just telling the King that we won. As you know, I won the Arab population. Now, when I started off, I wasn't leading, and when I finished, a few months later, we started campaigning in Michigan. And when I finished, we won it by a tremendous amount, by 30 points. And my relationship with the Arab population has been fantastic. And
I mean, it's just every part of this is delusional. You know what I mean?
With the state,
it's just everything he's saying is completely delusional. It's just as delusional to say, oh, the Arab population loves me, as is to say that like the Palestinians will love being forcibly removed at gunpoint from what remains of their ancestral lands, okay?
ceasefire in Gaza hanging by a thread. The King of Jordan came to the White House today for urgent talks with Donald Trump. as the president reiterated his ultimatum to Hamas that they have until noon on Saturday to return the hostages or else.
They either have them out by Saturday at 12 o'clock or all bets are off.
Was he talking about American retaliation? The president didn't say, but the threat was clearly there and clearly echoed by Israel's prime minister today.
If Hamas does not return our hostages by Saturday noon, the ceasefire will end, and the army will return to intense fighting until Hamas is finally defeated.
The joint ultimatums came after Hamas last night said it would delay the release of hostages from Gaza this weekend, claiming Israel had broken promises in their ceasefire deal.
Yeah, Israel did break the promises in the ceasefire deal. This is trackable stuff. Stuff that Israeli authorities have also agreed to. The Israeli military has said Hamas has not violated the ceasefire conditions, and Israeli negotiators that wanted to maintain anonymity, of course, have openly confirmed that Israel was the violator of the ceasefire agreements, specifically violating some of the agreements, such as how many aid trucks were to be let into the Gaza Strip, how many mobile homes were to be brought into the Gaza Strip. Israel brought in 0. They were supposed to send in 50 trucks with oil. They've only sent 15 every day. They were supposed to send in 200,000 mobile homes. They've sent in 0. They were supposed to, wait, hold on. I don't want to get the numbers completely wrong here. Where is it? Oh, God, I have the fucking Macklemore video right here. It was 200,000 tents they were supposed to send in. They've only sent in, what, 20,000? I know the number of mobile homes they sent in is 0, but I don't remember what the actual number was for. Yeah, entry of 50 fuel trucks per day. Fewer than 25 trucks were allowed, representing less than 50% of the agreed quantity. Commercial sector was not allowed to import fuel. The agreed quantity of tents allowed entry was 53,000 out of the 200,000 tents specified. 0 caravans were allowed in, even though 60,000 were needed. No construction materials to rebuild the hospitals were sent in. The entry of heavy machinery for debris removal, street opening, and the retrieval of martyrs' bodies was blocked. 4 machines were allowed in. The enclave needed 500 heavy machines of all types. It's laughable. It's ridiculous. And it's something that the Israeli government has openly admitted to as well.
Humanitarian aid wasn't flowing, and Palestinians were being prevented from returning to the north of the Strip. But President Trump wasn't buying it.
And you know, I have a Saturday.
We are making a mistake. Every time we bring things back to him, he gains relevancy. Relevancy is power. Those who are hungry fear irrelevance. Share this message. Yeah, we are collectively going to ignore the genocide-dare president of the United States of America as he's actively talking about the steps that he's going to take to do a permanent ethnic cleansing campaign. Thank you.
Deadline, and I don't think they're going to make the deadline personally. I think they want to play tough guy, but we'll see how tough they are.
Trump says he wants to bring peace to the Middle East, but his plan to take over Gaza and his threats to Hamas have instead brought chaos to the peace process. But he insists things are on track, and today is hoping to strong-arm the King of Jordan to take some of the nearly 2 million Palestinians he plans to remove from Gaza as part of his real estate makeover.
Where I want them to live, it's going to be where we ultimately choose as a group. And I believe we'll have a parcel of land in Jordan. I believe we'll have a parcel of land in Egypt. We may have someplace else, but I think when we finish our talks, we'll have a place where they're going to live very happily and very safely.
But the King of Jordan wouldn't commit to Trump's plan, though he hoped to appease the president with one concession.
One of the things that we can do right away is take 2,000 children that are either cancer children or in a very ill state to Jordan as quickly as possible, and then wait for, I think, the Egyptians to present their plan on how we can work with the president to work on the Gaza challenges.
Amid the back and forth, politicians on the Hill didn't appear to understand what Trump's threat meant, that all hell would break out if Hamas didn't comply with his demands.
What does all hell will break out mean, though?
That's a good question. That's a question for President Trump.
Is he talking about American boots on the ground, though?
That's a question for President Trump.
Would you support that?
No, I would not.
This Republican senator was a very rare politician who dared be critical of the president's latest threats.
President Trump's ultimatum on Gaza yesterday to Hamas. Is that helpful? Do you support that? And what does he mean by all hell breaking out?
I don't know. I think that's a question that is clearly best directed to President Trump.
And his view to take over Gaza. Obviously, the King of Jordan is here today, and to persuade them to take 2 million Palestinians.
Dude, the British are not aware of the ways in which concern gets thrown around. Okay, it's like, wow, we found a Republican senator who is stated that she is very concerned. Yeah. That's cool.
Is that a proposition that you think can work?
My guess is that it is not going to be welcomed. How? How is it possible for them to do? And so it may be very easy to say somebody else will just take these people. Easier said than done. So I think the response today is going to be very important.
The response from Jordan today seems to be, we hear you, President Trump, but we're not ready to commit to your real estate deal just yet.
It's a war-torn area. We're going to take it. We're going to hold it. We're going to cherish it.
But President Trump seems determined to make his Gaza plan happen regardless.
Siobhan Kennedy reporting from Washington. Well, Jordan has already absorbed waves of Palestinian refugees. Almost 2.5 million people are registered as such with the United Nations. But if Jordan and Egypt were to suddenly take in millions of displaced Gazans, it would put decades of relative stability at significant risk, as our international editor, Lindsay Hilsum, now reports.
On the streets of the Jordanian capital today, lawyers...
First-time chatter had to follow to ask this question. How does Trump and Netanyahu's Gaza plan get any traction? Don't Palestinians have some sort of form of government to negotiate or disagree? No. They have been deliberately undermined and written out of this process, which is ironically how October 7 happened to begin with, and that they're not even seen as human beings in the eyes of Donald Trump or Benjamin Netanyahu. They're not even seen as people. They quite literally refer to them as subhuman. How else would you be able to actively state? How else would you be able to actively state that you are going to do a mass ethnic displacement campaign of 2 million people, and you don't even hear what they have to say about it? Think about that. You can only make this. You can only advocate for something like this if you just don't think that they're human beings.
Lawyers were protesting that the forced displacement of Palestinians from Gaza would be against international law. And they were trying to give President Trump a history lesson.
The dream of displacing the Palestinian people goes back 100 years. It has never and will never be fulfilled because of their heroism.
The scene is near Jericho, one of the camps for Arab refugees. The story is one of destitution.
The US president may be unfamiliar with or unbothered by what happened in 1948, when the founding of the State of Israel forced more than 500,000 Palestinians into Jordan. He may not remember the war in 1967, when another 300,000 or so fled to the Hashemite kingdom, so Palestinians became a majority in the country, nor the instability that the exodus caused in Jordan.
That was mortar. That was a mortar right in the front garden.
In 1970, in what became known as Black September, Jordanian forces ended up fighting the Palestinian Liberation Organization, which was trying to topple King Hussein, the current Jordanian king's father.
Well, I think Jordan and Egypt...
This is also part of the reason why the Jordanian king is terrified of a mass influx of Palestinian refugees coming into the country, especially considering how many of Jordan are technically Palestinian to begin with. But the reason for the existence of the nation state of Jordan is, or the monarch to exist, is basically this.
Well, I know they've spoken about it with you, and they say they're not going to accept. I say they will.
Will they? Knowing that accepting so many refugees might lead to the downfall of their own leadership?
This takes us back to the 50s and 60s, even 70s, when Palestinian movements were trying to fight to get back to their homes. So it would destabilize these countries, their neighbors, the region, politically, economically, in security terms. It's not even worth.
Hello, Hasan. Obviously, the plan to relocate all those people is ridiculous, but considering the current political climate, do you think it's maybe the only option to stop the killing? There is no relocation of 2 million Palestinians without killing a big chunk of them. I don't understand the liberal mind that is so subservient to ethnic cleansing. Hello, Hasan. Obviously, the plan to relocate all of those indigenous Native Americans further out west is ridiculous, but considering the current political climate, don't you think it's maybe the only option to stop the ethnic cleansing campaign? Hello, Hasan. Obviously, the plan to relocate all of those Jews in Germany and all of the additional territories that Germany is taking over for Lebensraum purposes is somewhat ridiculous. But don't you think, considering the current political climate, that it's maybe the only option to stop the killing? That's it. That's like, this isn't even like a, oh, you're calling everything Nazi or you're calling everything a genocide style situation. Like, this is directly it. History is unfolding in front of our eyes. And there are people who actively are assuming the role of the genocidaires, finding reasons as to why it's logical.
Worth bearing think about the consequences of such a move.
Yesterday, the US Secretary of State, Marco Rubio, was meeting his Egyptian counterpart, Badr Abdelati, who is also likely to have resisted the idea of accepting Palestinian refugees. Since the ceasefire, it's become clear that Hamas is still active in Gaza. The movement has its roots in the Muslim Brotherhood, the Egyptian government's most potent domestic enemy. They would surely fear Hamas fighters infiltrating Egypt, quite apart from the fury of their own population about the forced displacement of Palestinians.
Across the Arab world, should Gaza be ethnically cleansed, should many more tens of thousands of Palestinians be killed, the anger on the streets and just how much of the world will hold Egypt and Jordan complicit in an ethnic cleansing of Gaza. This is something that they very much fear.
President Trump is, of course, right. Gaza is largely uninhabitable. It will take decades and billions of dollars to rebuild. It is unsustainable to expect people to live indefinitely in rubble. Israel and regional powers need to find a solution. But the history of the Middle East is a tale of outside interference and internal strife, where a violent, tragic past is only too often a guide to the future.
Lindsay Hilson reporting. Well, Fleur Hassan is an Israeli Foreign Ministry Special Envoy and previously served as Deputy Mayor of Jerusalem. She joins me now from that city. Thanks for coming back on the programme. Let's start with the ceasefire deal, if I may. I mean, from what the President has been saying in Washington, from what your Prime Minister has been saying, it looks as if the deal might be doomed by this Saturday at noon.
Yes, it's very concerning because, of course, as you saw last Saturday when the 3 hostages came out looking like Holocaust survivors, you know, at this point, everybody's a humanitarian case. Anybody who's alive is not in good condition. And in fact, there's a lot of, within Israel, there's a lot of debate as to whether we should have had the first phase and the second phase to begin with. Why are we drip releasing? Why are Hamas drip releasing these hostages? And why did we agree to this? It was almost extortion.
Right. But this was a deal that was agreed to by all sides. You know, this is a deal that's, you know, that's been complied to so far until now. I mean, Hamas says that Israel is breaking the deal by not allowing enough fuel trucks in. Instead of 50 fuel trucks a day, they've only allowed in 15. Instead of 200,000 tents, they've only allowed 20,000 tents. And one gets the impression that Israel, by doing that, Hamas would say, doesn't actually want the Gaza Strip to be rebuilt in any shape or form.
First of all, it's a lie that Israel is not.
Why would Hamas stick with the deal? This can become a major blunder for Trump because they're desperate. What do you mean? Like, they have stuck with the deal. Hamas is stuck with the deal. Israel confirmed that Hamas is stuck with the deal. This person is simply talking shit.
Not complying with the ceasefire, and now we know that because the UN, who can be very critical of Israel, have said today that it's not true. That in fact,
no, they didn't. What? What is she talking about? Israel itself, negotiators on the Israeli side, have openly admitted that they are not abiding by the current ceasefire agreements. This is before we even talk about the bombing campaigns and the shooting that Israel is engaged in inside of Gaza, which is a direct violation of the cessation of hostilities to begin with. Genuine question, why is stopping Hamas from releasing, what is stopping Hamas from releasing all the hostages? Is it leverage? It doesn't seem like Israel even cares anymore, so what's the upside? Yeah, that's literally it. That's always been the case. What are you talking about? What? Yes, of course it's leverage, chatter. A crumb of leverage.
all the humanitarian aid that's supposed to go in is going in. And so they're fabricating a crisis like they've done before. Let's be honest. October 6th, we also had a ceasefire with Hamas in 2023. Last year, over a year ago, when we had 100 hostages come out, we also had a deal with Hamas that they broke. So they are the ones who keep...
Oh, they're the ones who keep breaking it, not Israel, even though Israel is the one who very actively violates the agreements, including in this one as well.
Breaking these ceasefire deals and inventing excuses.
I just wondered if I could ask you...
Yeah, ask him what Hamas has violated so far. That's what I would like to know. What has Hamas violated in terms of the ceasefire agreement? They literally played ball. First, they released the hostages and there was commotion. Then they released the hostages in an orderly manner on a stage, right? But Israel hated that because the hostages were throwing up peace signs, okay? So they fucking hated that. And they told Hamas never to do that again. So they went back to releasing hostages in the public crowds, okay? And then Israel was like, look at how they're mistreating our hostages when they're releasing them. So they went back to the fucking podium again. There's no correct way to do this in the eyes of Israel, because the problem is the hostages that have been released overall, look to be in much better conditions in spite of the fact that they were under a blockade implemented by Israel, under bombings implemented by Israel, than the Palestinian hostages that have been released from Israeli detention, who were very clearly tortured by the thousands.
About the bigger picture, and this is what President Trump raised again in the Oval Office, talking to King Abdullah of Jordan. This idea that 1 million Gazans would be moved, one assumes forcibly, because none of them probably want to go, to Jordan, and 1 million to Egypt. I mean, is that, do you think that's a good idea?
Well, why do you assume they wouldn't want to go?
Because it's their home. Gaza's their home.
No, they would love to go.
But if it's unlivable right now, and there's been a lot of unofficial research, first of all, let's look at numbers. 10 years before October 7th, 250,000 Gazans, the ones who could get out, because Hamas would not let them leave. The ones who could get out had a bit of money to get themselves smuggled out, left. Since October 7th, the rich ones who could get out, 100,000 are in Egypt right now. So why don't we do something which nobody actually wants to do, which is ask the Gazans? Maybe they don't want to be cannon fodder for Hamas.
But do you think it's a good idea, just, whether they want to leave or not, do you think it's a good idea for 2 million Gazans to be moved to Egypt and Jordan?
I think it's a good idea to ask the Gazans what they want. Okay. Do they want to be ruled by terrorists, or do they want a chance at peace and prosperity somewhere else?
And if they say we want to stay in Gaza, would Israel listen to them? Should America listen to them?
Well, I think that we have to ask them first. From what I understand, many, at least half, would actually leave for a better life. Wouldn't you want a better life for your family than living in rubble and tents now for the next 5 to 10 years?
And I mean, we know from Jordanian officials and Egyptian officials that they don't necessarily welcome the idea of having 1 million Palestinian refugees on their home soil because it's destabilized their countries in the past. Do you think that that might repeat itself?
Well, it's interesting how you call them refugees, and then at the same time, everybody's talking about having them leave their land. So is it their land, or are they refugees?
Well, no, they would be refugees if they went to Jordan. They would be refugees if they arrived in Jordan.
They've been called refugees. They've been called refugees by UNRWA since 1949.
Yeah, so they're fake. They're not real refugees. Because that would require recognizing that Israel has made them permanent refugees.
So there's always that debate, isn't there?
But
that's not a debate.
I'm trying to have with you is whether you think that
you're defending the nation state that did that. There's no debate there. I guess you could debate everything. You know what I mean? It's akin to genocide denial.
By having 1 million Palestinians from Gaza living in those two countries would be so destabilizing for those countries, but also ultimately that it might endanger the peace deals that you, Israel, have with Cairo and Amman.
It's a good point, but what I would say is it depends who moves. If just regular families who are not involved in terrorism are moving, then why should there be a threat to anyone? The problem is, are the Muslim Brotherhood going to move from Gaza to Egypt? I can understand the Egyptians, I can understand the Jordanians, but if it's regular families who want a new life, Jordan has 80%, if not 85% Palestinians already. In fact, the leader of the opposition of Jordan has said the Palestinians should come to us because this is their land under their own national law.
Right. So the Palestinians from Gaza that we've spoken to, in recent weeks and months, when presented with this idea, they've said, no, although the place is now a pile of rubble, this is our home. This is where we want to stay. So if they are forced to move, wouldn't that be ethnic cleansing?
Well, again, I don't know who you've spoken to.
That's just definitionally what this is. There is no debate on this, okay? That is not that like legality matters here, okay? Because even the international courts are going to be held up every step of the way. There is no real justice. America dominates all of that. That is precisely what this is. And your advocacy for this makes you a Nazi. I don't understand how you can claim anything other than that. That's it. You're actively advocating for the ethnic displacement of a entire group of people that live in their indigenous homeland.
I've received many, many messages, many, many videos, many families who want to leave, just as we've seen the...
Yeah, they're all hitting her up. The person who works with the Israeli foreign minister.
Trend over the last 10 years of people leaving when given the opportunity. And maybe there could be more opportunities in different...
The irony, of course, is that, I'm sure there's plenty of people who would want to leave right now, especially considering what Israel has done to them. Okay? And yet, there is still a massive number of Palestinians that will want to stay behind. What are you going to do with the massive number of Palestinians out of the 2 million that don't want to leave. How are you going to force them to leave?
Different countries, and not just Jordan and Egypt, which I think also President Trump spoke about it. Israel has never said it's going to forcibly remove anyone. We just want to give people a choice.
Fleur HasanAbi, thank you very much.
She's not trying to give people a choice. All right, let's get to some homegrown domestic fraudulence. The Trump administration, known for deal making, has cut another deal with the great deal maker himself, the honorary Turk, New York City Mayor Eric Adams. As you guys know, the mayor of New York City, Eric Adams, was investigated by the federal agencies for corruption and for cutting deals with Turkish envoys in an effort to give, I guess, like very limited benefits to the Turkish government in a, I guess, pay for play scheme where you got to visit Istanbul quite a bit with Turkish Airlines tickets, and also stay at the Four Seasons in Istanbul. And for that, he offered the Turkish embassy a way to avoid the fire department and make sure the Turkish embassy in New York, the new building they were building, was not up to fire code, but could still operate, building clearances, things like that. And aside from that, I think it was they begged him, the Turkish government begged him to not recognize the Armenian genocide. Things like that, It's just pure corruption. It is boring, but it's very obviously pure corruption. And here he is, getting the Department of Justice, Trump's Department of Justice, to throw away the case. How is he getting the Trump Department of Justice to throw away the case? Mind you, not on the grounds that there's no evidence or whatever of corruption. It was pretty open. But because he's playing ball with the Trump administration for as long as he remains the mayor of New York.
In New York, where federal prosecutors have been ordered to drop the government's corruption case against Mayor Eric Adams. He had been facing 5 charges, among them bribery and fraud. A Justice Department memo says now that the case was interfering, however, with Adams' ability to help with President Trump's immigration crackdown. CBS News legal contributor Caroline Polisi is here for more on this. Caroline, thank you very much for joining us.
I mean, he quite literally said that New York City local law enforcement would collaborate with ICE if ICE ever wanted to do raids inside of New York City, despite New York City being a sanctuary city. And lo and behold, a couple hours later, the Trump administration's Department of Justice said they're dropping the case on him.
The Justice Department was at pains to point out that they're not dropping this based on the merits or a review of the evidence. They're not saying he's innocent. So what are they saying here?
Right. The memo really is shocking in really it's brazen, it's dripping with politics, right? As you noted, they are explicitly saying they're not looking at the merits of this case, and the reasons that they're giving for this order to drop the case are, one, that it's distracting Mayor Adams from really getting in line with President Trump's immigration policies. New York has traditionally been a sanctuary city, but Mayor Adams has recently really been getting behind the federal push with ICE agents, cooperating even with ICE agents in the immigration space. They've also really, in this memo, pointed to President Trump's, this idea of the weaponization of the Justice Department. And Adams was very vocal, feeling he was persecuted in this prosecution because he publicly spoke out against the Biden administration's immigration policies. there's been a bit of a bromance, if you will, between Adams and Trump. Remember, he had a last-minute invite to the inauguration, so this has likely been in the works. But I will note, the memo is saying that it should be dismissed without prejudice, and that their acting head of the Southern District of New York can relook at the charges after the mayoral race in November.
So what? Wow.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow is right.
So basically he's under, it's a trial. It's a trial run. So basically they're saying, we're going to see how you do with getting in line with the Trump policies. And then maybe we'll see after the election what we're going to do.
So they can shelve it for now.
Yeah.
So what happens now?
This is such like I don't know how to deal with this. I mean, this is just such a transparent instance of corruption. Like, it's quite literally overt corruption. It is like Erdogan shit. It's it. I don't know what else to say. He's just like, yeah, we're dropping your we're dropping your investigation. We're dropping your court case because you're going to play ball with us. You're going to play ball with us, and you're going to let ICE storm. You're going to let ICE into New York City, and you're going to collaborate. You're going to make the local law enforcement cooperate with ICE. Now, what's really interesting about this is I have, once again, argued that the Democratic Party should have done something similar, but instead of dropping active court cases to make politicians play ball, my argument was, actually investigate corrupt politicians, okay? Actually investigate corrupt politicians and force them to play ball at the behest of the overall good for the public. Why haven't you been banned? Why would I be banned? What an interesting question to ask here. Maybe because I have not violated anything, like any terms of service. You not liking my political commentary doesn't mean I'm, violating terms of service. I like that for a lot of people. Also, that dude's name is Pureblood. That's weird. Here's the footnote that needs to be mentioned. DOJ is not dropping Eric Adams' charges in exchange for his help on immigration enforcement. Footnote has people asking a lot of questions that is already answered by the footnote. Here it is. Your office correctly noted on February 3rd, 2025 memorandum, as Mr. Bove clearly stated, defense counsel dismissal at our meeting. The government is not offering to exchange dismissal of a criminal case for Adams' assistance on immigration enforcement. According to an October 2024 Wall Street Journal article, Bout has already started to participate in arms deals again. Okay, that's a separate part of this. Mr. Bove clearly stated to defense counsel during our meeting, the government is not offering to exchange dismissal of a criminal case for Adams' assistance on immigration enforcement. That is precisely what they're doing. That is precisely what they're doing. But hey, fear not. Let's see what the great resistors have to say about this process. Let's see what the leader of the Democratic Party, Nancy Pelosi's personal replacement, had to say. House Democrat leader Hakeem Jeffries was asked about the DOJ ordering prosecutors to drop charges against New York City Mayor Eric Adams. Let's hear what he had to say.
Any reaction to the dropping of the charges against Eric Adams?
No reaction at this point in time. The people of New York City will make a determination as to who is best positioned to lead the city of New York forward.
Bro, you got a layup. What are you talking about? You just got a layup, dude. You got a layup to say, look at the Trump administration. After spending years and years talking about how the DOJ was weaponized for a political purpose, very actively forcing the hand of a corrupt mayor of New York. You get to show that you're not a partisan because you're not defending Eric Adams. Oh my God. I don't... You get to show that this goes above party loyalty because Eric Adams is a Democrat. You get to show that there is a transparent instance of corruption and a weaponization of the Justice Department. Nope. None of that. It's great. Representative Jeffries brought family to the Tel Aviv on an American-Israel Education Foundation trip, but left them at home for the New Orleans Black Caucus event. Nice little personal journey. It's great. Dude, we are in a dire situation, man. They told me that I had to refer to the West Bank as Judea and Samaria, and I said, no, I won't. MJ Rosenberg, the D.C. veteran who spent more than 4 years at AIPAC, tells Prem Tucker about leaving. Can you tell us about what AIPAC's main strategy was when you were there? They had a war room where one guy had a whole staff devoted to tracking down negative statements by journalists and celebrities of any kind. The same guy was in charge of infiltrating Arab American organizations and reporting back their strategies. Where'd you get that hoodie from? They sent it to me. It's a Dolce & Gabbana Razer collab. Like Razer, the gaming company, collaborated with Dolce & Gabbana. Not a hashtag ad. It's just some that they sent me.
Next with the criminal case against Adams, if anything.
So as it stands now, the acting Deputy Attorney General, Emile Beauvais, who's standing in that position before Todd Blanche officially becomes the Attorney General, he has directed Southern District prosecutors to move to dismiss the case under these conditions that it be without prejudice. Now, look, there's an acting head of the Southern District of New York. Yes. She really does have to fall in line, right? Because it's part of the Justice Department.
It seems to be a lot of falling in line, Caroline. Have you ever seen anything like this before?
Is it setting a poor precedent?
It's a poor precedent. I've never seen anything like this since the Nixon administration, the DOJ, which is part of the executive branch. But the DOJ has a culture and a history of being completely shielded, independent from politics, right? The American public has come to expect that prosecutors prosecute cases without fear or favor, and that politics doesn't play a role in this. The former head of the Southern District, Damian Williams, very vocal about prosecuting without fear or favor. He indicted Diddy, he indicted Mayor Adams. This is, I can't overstate how unprecedented this is and how much of a precedent it sets. And sends a message. If you're on board, if you're a crony, you will get special treatment.
Wow.
Yeah, I mean, that is what it is.
The latest on the...
Also, Trump's White House's actions are facing court challenges. It's like the last bastion of defense here. The limited amount of resistance being put up by, Reagan-era judges.
Court challenges to President Trump and Elon Musk's effort to reshape the federal government. The administration is pushing back after a federal judge found that it was violating a court order. Our senior political correspondent, Rachel Scott, is tracking it all for us. Good morning, Rachel.
Michael, good morning to you. And this is really turning into a showdown between the Trump administration and also the courts. Nearly every single effort put forward by President Trump and Elon Musk to shrink the size of the federal government is facing legal challenges. Just hours after a federal judge accused his administration of violating a court order, President Trump blasting the courts that have temporarily halted his agenda.
But judges should be ruling. They shouldn't be dictating what you're supposed to be doing.
For the first time in his second term, a federal judge finding his administration violated an order to fully lift its freeze on federal funding, calling the pause likely unconstitutional, and adding that it continues to cause irreparable harm to a vast portion of this country. But the Trump administration pressing forward with their plans to shrink the size of the federal government. Frustrated workers protesting outside the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau in Washington after Elon Musk and his team essentially shut the agency down. Employees receiving an email that they should not come into the office, instructing them, please do not perform work tasks.
You show up to work on Monday morning, excited to get started on the week. I had an agenda of things that I was ready to do to fight for American consumers. And to be told that I'm not supposed to do that is heartbreaking.
The Bureau was created after the 2008 financial crisis to protect American families from unfair and deceptive practices on everything from mortgage.
It's like some of the few good things that the fucking government does, dude. I hate this. It's one of the few good things, like objective good things that the federal government is tasked with.
Mortgages to credit cards. The president eager to move ahead with his mass buyout offer to some 2 million federal workers to either resign now with pay until September or run the risk of being fired. A federal judge putting it on hold yet again, prompting confusion and uncertainty for many. April Goggins works for the Department of Health and Human Services.
No, I'm not resigning. I'm gonna hold the line. I'm not resigning. Why? First of all, you're not gonna bully me out of a job.
The administration says they have heard from at least 65,000 workers who are willing to resign.
I got elected on making government better, more efficient, and smaller. And that's what we're doing. And I think it was a very generous buyout, actually.
So after Elon Musk and Vice President J.D. Vance openly questioned the authority of the courts, several Republicans over on Capitol Hill, including Senate Majority Leader John Thune, drawing a very clear contrast. He says the courts have an important role to play in moderating power, Michael.
Yeah, we'd all have to agree with that, Rachel. And Rachel, Musk and OpenAI CEO Sam Altman, they're feuding again.
Yeah, they're at it again, this time after Elon Musk put in a $97.4 billion offer to buy OpenAI, a leading artificial intelligence company. Well, Sam Altman is the CEO of that company. He responded very bluntly by saying, no, thank you. The president did launch an initiative with several companies, including OpenAI. So this would raise a conflict of interest for Musk, who is the world's richest man. The billionaire already owns SpaceX, the social media company X,
Another
as well as
conflict of interest
Tesla,
for Musk.
and of course, he's now working in the administration. Guys.
Okay, Rachel, thanks very much. It's been our chief legal analyst, Dan Abrams. We've got these showdowns brewing between the president and the courts now on several fronts.
Right. And let's keep in mind there's a difference between not complying at this particular moment and defying. What's the difference? Not complying happens in cases, right? One party goes to court and says, hey, they're not complying with your order, judge. Defying means we're ignoring it. We're not going to do it. And so far, we have not seen overt defiance. We've seen the parties coming in and saying, wait a sec, they have not complied with your order, judge. The Department of Justice still treating it seriously, still appealing the rulings, doing all the things that one would typically do in a legal proceeding.
And you mentioned defiance. A social media post, Vice President J.D. Vance, he wrote, quote, judges aren't allowed to control the executive's legitimate power. Does that sound defiant to you?
That's a lot scarier, right? What J.D. Vance is saying is much scarier than what's actually happening in court. Because J.D. Vance is suggesting in that and in other posts that, you know what, if the executive branch doesn't agree with a ruling that the courts make, the executive branch in the end can have the final say. Think about what that would mean. If that's the case, that means the courts don't have a role. That if the executive branch...
I mean, that's literally what their argument is. Their argument is that the federal agencies have no power and that the executive authority actually can undermine the funding of federal agencies. They can't redirect funds as openly and as actively, but they can certainly decide, even if Congress has appointed or tasked agencies to do certain things, even if Congress has actually allocated resources, one of the main arguments that they're trying to make is that regardless of the congressional allocation of funds, that the executive authority still can very much decide not to spend funds in a certain way. Like they can stop It is a new level of federal overreach. Okay? Their argument ultimately is that the executive branch should be able to stop even congressional funding, which is ridiculous. But it also is it's the logical conclusion of the unitary executive theory, okay? This is something that has been ongoing, and it's at the heart of the governance agenda of the Republican Party since the 90s, openly. They wanted to do unitary power and offer more power to the executive branch, and they're precisely moving in that direction.
The president decides he wants to do something, and the courts say you're not allowed to do it. Well, the president's just going to do what he wants. That's frightening, and that's...
I mean, here it is. Look. This is from NBC News. A senior FEMA official instructed subordinates to freeze funding for a wide array of grant programs Monday, just hours after a federal judge ordered the Trump administration for the second time to stop such pauses. It's turning into a showdown. Before people say, Hasan, what about the leftist monarch position or whatever the fuck? I'm telling you, I don't care, okay? I'm openly telling you, there is no hypocrisy baiting. There's no hypocrisy baiting for the Republicans, okay? They do not care. And we shouldn't either. We should use the existing institutions to our advantage in the interim to obstruct the Trump agenda every step of the way. And if we ever get control over the reins of power once again, we should also not listen to any sort of hurdles, any sort of obstructionist measures implemented by the Republican parties broadly. Okay? They don't care about hypocrisy. It's very obvious. That's it.
That's why it's so important what Rachel just pointed out about Republican senators coming forward and saying that's not the case.
So what would happen if a president did defy a court order?
It gets tricky. It's supposed to be handled in the political arena. Look, if it's a particular person, if it's Elon Musk, a court could issue sanctions, right? They could say, for every day you don't do this, this is how much you're going to have to pay, etc. If it's the president of the United States, in the end, it kind of has to be dealt with in the political arena, which is why it's so important to watch those Republican
Except
senators.
when it goes to the Supreme Court. Eventually, they're going to decide on one of these cases, and then we're going to have the real confrontation.
Correct, meaning you still have the same question in the end, which is, are they going to listen to the Supreme Court, which J.D. Vance seems to be suggesting maybe we don't.
All right.
Wow.
All right, Dan, our thanks to you as always. We'll see what happens.
Oh, man, I look terrible today.
No, come on. I'll go.
All right. Let's do some different stuff. This was a banger from friend of the show over at Wisecrack. Capitalism is over. What's next is worse. Got 500,000 views in 4 days. We're going to be taking a look at this video. There's a couple other videos like how rich countries keep poor countries in poverty and why. Yes, I did see the Democratic congressman's freezing mid-speech. He had like a medical emergency. And then we'll go back to some other news as well. And we got Adam Friedland, of course, last but not least. And we had the scoop from Doge's Edward Big Balls Korstein launched a privacy-focused image sharing website in 2021 that allowed users to create custom URLs. The URLs that redirected the Korstein site referred to the sale of child sexual abuse material, racial slurs, and rape. An analysis of URL traffic to Tesla.sexy between April 2021 and September 2021 shows that numerous noxious URLs redirected the Korstein site, including childrensex.party, children-porn.store, KKK is cool club, N-word rentals, N-word sex download, owns a slave shop, raping women club, ketamine rape date, rape business, and rapes women. Internet archives of the URL show that they redirected traffic to Tesla.sexy, but any content they may have linked to has disappeared. Coruscant's image sharing site promised its users that their anonymity would be protected. All your images are encrypted. We do not log IP addresses, device agents, or anything else. Anne? Anne? Selam. Okay. But yeah, let's do Wisecrack.
Is over. So what comes next? Techno-feudalism. Now, if that sounds sinister, well, yeah, it should. Techno-feudalism describes an economy that is slowly regressing to medieval times, where we're becoming serfs tilling the digital land owned by our Silicon Valley feudal lords. And the end game of this project is replacing democratic governments with privatized and non-democratic digital spaces. One tech billionaire is already ahead of the curve in making this vision a reality.
This is what victory feels like.
I mean, come on, you had to see that one coming. Who was surprised with that? It's always him. It's always you, Elon. The world's richest man has been hard at work manifesting this dark new post-capitalist order. He announced his support for a German far-right party in an upcoming election and agreed with their leader that pro-Palestinian activists are basically Nazis. He accused the leader of the British Labour Party of covering up large-scale sex crimes and then argued that the US should liberate the UK. British friends, shout it out in the comments if you want me to come liberate you. I'll be on my way. And he's been acting like Trump's assistant regional manager, living in a $2,000 a night Mar-a-Lago bungalow and running a made-up government agency. Oh, and he's also using the social media platform that he owns to do hate speech. Now, it's easy to attribute this bizarre behavior to general billionaire megalomania. But that risks missing the point. All of his actions connect to the larger project of using...
Dude, this guy is so annoying. I don't like Musk either, but I wouldn't say we're slowly... This guy literally comes in every day to just be so goddamn annoying. Everyone's a Nazi. Bro, he's Sig Heiled. He's actively collaborating with the AfD, which is the neo-Nazi movement in Germany. He's actively collaborating with the Reform Party, which is the fascist movement in England. He's also openly stated that in an AfD seminar that you shouldn't... Efendim. Evet. Evet. Aman dikkat et. Evet. Bir dakika. Dur bir dakika. Bir saniye. It's ridiculous to say everyone's a Nazi, Pog. Like, this dude is basically openly stating that he is. I just don't understand what more you want, you know?
Digital space to subvert governments and command increasing control over our lives. Okay, so what is techno-feudalism, and how are folks like Musk using their influence to push not just the United States, but the entire world in this direction? Now, to understand, I first need to talk about feudalism, which is a pre-industrial system in which you were either born landed gentry, meaning that you owned land, or a serf, meaning that you worked the land. And because land was something you inherited, there was no way to climb the ladder from serfdom into gentry, no bootstraps in that world. There was no market price on the land. But with economic changes in the 19th century, land became a more valuable commodity on the emerging market. So landlords kicked the serfs out and invited them to come back.
I like that also the chatter came in here and immediately undermined the premise. Like, this guy's going to spend 17 minutes making an argument, but chatter was like, stupid, right off the jump. How about you listen to the argument that he makes, okay? Calling AfD Nazi is like calling Biden a communist. That is insane. There are active Holocaust deniers in charge of the party. The AfD is so much of a prominent neo-Nazi force in Germany that other nationalist parties like Le Pen's party have actively said, we don't want anything to do with these guys. What an insane thing. I don't know what you want. Like, they have active Nazis. It's not like they hide it. They have to obviously maintain plausible deniability because it's literally illegal in Germany to openly be a Nazi. It is illegal in Germany to be a Nazi. So for that reason, they can't ride the swastikas yet. Why are there so many people taking the far center talking points? I just don't know where these people are coming from or how they have these opinions. Like, who else am I falsely smearing? Who else am I falsely smearing as a Nazi? Adolf Hitler? Is that the next? Are you going to be like, imagine calling Hitler a Nazi? Dude, come on. I just, this is Reddit, bro. Every single sub. No, I don't think Reddit is saying AFD is not Nazi. That's crazy. Yeah, what's next, bro? What are you going to say? Kanye West is a Nazi?
Back and exchange their labor for money, creating whatever goods were desirable on the beautiful market. Now, this marked the creation of enclosures, in which peasants were kicked off the land their family had worked for generations, fenced out of their previous homes. You know, they now worked for wages and had to pay rent. In other words, it was capitalism time. Now, while we're not moving back onto parcels of land owned by feudal lords, much of our lives is spent on apps and in other digital spaces that we do not own. If you do own a digital space, however, just consider signing up for our Patreon. There's a link in the description. We would love to take your money. Now, this often involves digital forms of enclosures, and we're creating value for the owners of these enclosures every time we read the news, catch up with friends, or order dinner. Techno-feudalism describes this cloud-based way of life where we've become
AFD isn't Nazi and wasn't established until 2003. Get an original opinion. Wait, what? Oh my God, this guy's back with the fucking... Okay, take a week off, chatter. He keeps saying... he keeps trying to debate ad breaks. I'm not running ads. You can still subscribe if you want to support the show. By you can subscribe for $6 or you can subscribe for free using your Twitch Prime. I'm not running ads though. Subscriptions will still offer you some benefits, some meaningful benefits, such as the opportunity to be able to send me links that I will watch. It's not always a guarantee that I will click on them. Okay. But I am no longer running ads. No two-liners in the chat regardless. Even if I was running ads, we wouldn't allow two-parter debates. Subscription money goes to Jeff Bezos, a techno-feudalist lord, so no. Okay, but it's also going to me as well. What the fuck do you mean? It's like saying I'm no longer using the internet because... You know, every website you go to is hosted on AWS, and therefore Jeff Bezos, the tech overlord, is making money off of it. All right, well, no using the websites any longer.
Serfs who live on the terrain of Silicon Valley billionaires. And
Silly.
Much like the serfs before us, we don't really have a choice, as so much of modern existence requires use of these digital spaces. Like, really think about it. If you were gonna throw your phone away, get off the internet, not use apps, like, what would you do? A lot of stuff would be really hard. If you've done that, don't let us know because you're not here because you wouldn't be watching this. According to McManahan, Strachan, and Forno, techno-feudalism suggests our preferences are no longer our own. They're manufactured by machine networks. It's underpinned by the theory that the cloud has created a feedback loop that removes our agency. We train the algorithm to find what we like, and then the algorithm trains us to like what it offers. I don't know what this says, but I'm getting this Instagram ad recently that's like, how to be a good dad even if you have ADHD. And it's like, Jesus Christ, you're targeting me with a thing that's like, your specific neurodivergency is making you a bad dad, but you need to do this to be a good dad. It's crazy. So not only are we dependent on cloud-based networks, but the more we engage with them, the more we need them, and the more they sort of own us. Now, you might think that President Musk's recent political activity indicates a desire to use traditional systems of government to gain power, but it's actually the opposite. He's using the government to undermine the very power of government. You know, Trump's even promised him his own government agency, Doge, or Department of Government Efficiency, with the precise goal of eliminating wasteful government spending. And this plays into the recent trend in which governments are giving up more and more of their power to private tech contractors. This increasingly looks like previously public services, everything from transportation, the post office, libraries, education, becoming enclosed by private corporations. And this isn't an exclusively right-wing move, as the guy who really married big tech to government was none other than Barack Obama, because he hoped that we could change America to be a Silicon Valley hellhole. Lucy Green writes that there was a revolving door between the Obama administration and tech giants. A host of ex-Obama staffers went on to work for Lyft and other...
Yes, and also, not only that, but also... What is this? Wow, you're seriously going to run an ad for a channel right now in the middle of another creator's video and then just leave? You're really going to tell your audience that if you subscribe or Prime for free, you can get special emails and a cool banner? Yes. That is what I did, isn't it? Not only is it Barack Obama that accelerated this process, it was, I think, what the Department of Government Efficiency, Doge, is utilizing is also an Obama era protocol that gives them some semblance of legality, as far as I understand. Like, it's operating. Doge is technically operating under what is it? The United States Digital Service. The Doge structure, a reorganization and renaming of the United States Digital Service. The United States Digital Service is hereby publicly renamed to be Doge Services. The United States Digital Service was, or is also called as the United States Doge Service, is a Obama era. The USDS was launched on August 11, 2014 by President Barack Obama. It provided consultation services to federal agencies on IT, information technology. Its mandate was to improve and simplify digital service to improve federal websites. Now, of course, that doesn't mean that they're utilizing it to the same way, but this is yet another instance where, remember how I always tell you about, like, Republicans love looking at, like, nascent, pre-existing rules or agencies or whatever. Anyone can edit Wikipedia, by the way. You already know that, though. All right, I'm done with you, dude. All right, take a fucking week off, dumbass. Like, this isn't... I'm relying on Wikipedia to summarize a thing that I know happened already. You think someone digitally altered this fucking Wikipedia page? Like, this is a real thing. What are you talking about? Here, this is the White House also saying that they're reorganizing an existing service. Like, what is wrong with you? That guy got a little taste of being an annoying little shitter in the chat and hasn't stopped chirping every day. Every single day since I responded to him defending RFK Jr.'s, like, anti-vaxxer nonsense. Anyway, this is yet another instance of, like, Republicans basically creating some semblance of legality for its actions, even if they're very obviously abusing a pre-existing structure. Or another thing that they love doing is, like, pointing to, I don't know, some kind of law from 1847 to be like, guess what? Back then, it was illegal for women to wear pants on Sundays, which is why now all female congresspersons are in direct violation of this law. So we're just going to refuse to listen to female congresspersons or whatever. You know what I mean?
Silicon Valley giants, with some helping craft legislation that basically favors digital landlords while taking rights from the new serfs. In other words, it gives like companies a lot of power and makes it where if you're a Lyft driver, you don't have real labor rights. It's established an incestuous relationship between government power and tech influence. Green writes that Silicon Valley is now better positioned than most industries to wield political influence, and in ways we have not seen before. It is at once government vendor, collaborator, sponsor, advisor, communicator, rival, and enemy on any given day. More and more government contracts are going to Silicon Valley, especially in military and communications technology. Consider how NASA, rather than investing in its own R&D, now buys Musk's rockets and satellites. You know, this turns the agency from something that is at least in theory about the public good into a mechanism for enriching Musk. According to Green, tech companies are exacerbating all the pressures on the government, which is both eroding revenues and undermining their strength. And Yanis Varoufakis notes that as with the original enclosures, some form of fence would be necessary to keep the masses out of such an important resource. In the 18th century, it was land that many were denied access to. In the 21st century, it is access to our own identity. This is because just to participate in this new cloud-based kingdom, we're constantly trading our identity and personal data for admission. You know, this data is collected whether you're driving your Tesla or you're posting on the app formerly known as Twitter. And then you're fed ads that imply that if you have ADHD, you can't be a good dad. This means that Musk is completing a project that was initiated and endorsed by Obama and a whole bunch of liberal politicians. So don't say woke crack or anything, guys. I'm saying bad stuff about Obama and those guys, but then you'll just be mad at that. You guys are hard to please. But Musk is going beyond simply trying to make America Silicon Valley again. He's trying to take this project global. You know, it's not dissimilar from the pre-industrial land grabs and expansions that would expand the territories of feudal lords to give them more power and control. France's president recently said this about Musk. 10 years ago, who would have imagined that the owner of one of the world's largest social networks would be supporting a new international reactionary movement and intervening directly in elections, including in Germany? He was joined by Norway's prime minister, who said, "I find it worrying that a man with enormous access to social media and huge economic resources involves himself so directly in the internal affairs of other countries." Sort of like the unmarried friend who gives you like marriage advice, or the person without a kid that tells you how to parent. It's like, just chill. Just chill. It's not your role. Musk has been a major power player in the Russian-Ukraine war via his Starlink satellites, which Ukraine relies on, and which literally give him the power to undermine their war efforts. In recent months, the most alarming part of Musk's European tour of terror has been his support for the far-right Alternative for Germany party. He recently warned the German people,
"Only AfD can save Germany. End of story. And people really need to get behind the AfD, and otherwise things are going to get very much worse in Germany."
Okay, let's take a quick look at this article. It's titled, "Musk Says Only AfD Can Save Germany," and talk with German populist leader. And if you just read this headline alone and knew nothing else, you might be like, oh, the AfD, that's probably a political party. Populism, that's just someone who claims to appeal to ordinary people. Surely nothing crazy is going on here. But if you were looking at a headline from a different source covering this same story, you could read something like, "Elon Musk to host X event promoting neo-Nazi AfD party ahead of German elections," and think, oh, that's a bad one. And how is it possible that the same story is completely different depending on which source you're getting your news from? You know, many media organizations, well, they prioritize
ethical
clicks
reacts
over clear, accurate information. They're reducing complex issues to simple sound bites. That article that I just shared, well, I found that on Ground News, which is where I read my news every day. They're the sponsor of today's video. Their app and website pull stories from across the globe into one place, and it gives you the full picture on every story. This story has been reported by over 300 sources, and we can check out where each one leans politically using their bias distribution chart. You can also check the factuality rating, which scores the reliability of reporting, and even lets you see who owns each source. These factors shape how stories are framed, letting you compare how bias impacts coverage, like we saw in the articles mentioned earlier. Now, one of the things I love about Ground News is their blind spot feed, which highlights stories that are disproportionately reported by either side of the political spectrum. I don't know about you all, I can get a little trapped in my bubble, following certain people on social media, talking to friends who have similar views as I do, and this feature really helps me step outside that bubble and both discover stories I wouldn't see otherwise, and
Your chatters are on my dick. You literally said that that was an AI clip of Elon when it was not an AI clip of Elon. That's why chatters are on your dick, because you're stupid. Why are you taking this guy seriously? He's over exaggerating. We're not gonna be fucking serfs. Fuck him. You're the first to be the serf. You already got the peasant brain locked down.
And also see how stories I know about are covered differently. Now, if you want to check it out for yourself, you can head over to ground.news/wisecrack and give it a try. If you use this link, you're going to get 40% off the Vantage plan and get unlimited access to all the features that are going to help you get all the information you need to navigate the news in this increasingly newsworthy time. Now, I think Ground News is doing important work. I do hope that you'll check them out. But for now, let's get back to the show. The party's leader, Alice Weidel, used their conversation to equate Hitler and the Nazis with contemporary communists and socialists, even though Hitler actually put communists into camps.
So he was nothing else than an anti-Semitic socialist. Yeah. And we are exactly the opposite. We are a libertarian conservative party. We are wrongly framed the entire time.
This isn't just more of Elon being oddly Nazi adjacent. It's an active continuation of the techno-feudalist project. And this was noted by the Green Party candidate from Germany, who said, with his billions upon billions of dollars and unbridled media power, Elon Musk's support for the AfD is not some ignorant whim. He's emboldening those who want to weaken Europe and its rule of law, the very regulations that limit unchecked power. Now, some of you Musk fanboys might argue that all he's doing is encouraging a more libertarian spirit and a sense of free speech absolutism. But according to political philosopher Gwilym David Blunt, Musk and co. aren't libertarian. They're authoritarian. They're primarily interested in shielding themselves from regulation. They're overlords, wanting to be free of constraint, like feudal overlords of the past, as divine right of kings. They view themselves arbitrarily as geniuses, and we are buying into it one click at a time, affirming their power. And it makes sense that Musk would work to destabilize Europe with its historical social safety nets and more aggressive regulation of tech companies, including the recent Digital Markets Act, which bars companies from monetizing data collected on mobile apps to help advertisers better target individuals. But you might still be wondering, how does any of this end capitalism? Well, let's think back to the transition from feudalism to industrialism, when the enclosure of land turned everything into market relations. The early open access and publicly funded internet was, over the course of the 90s, sold off for commercial interest, and eventually enclosed by tech companies that consolidated services to extract maximum data and profit from users. But now the shift to techno-feudalism has more to do with power and control than it does market viability. Now, according to Varoufakis, techno-feudalism is qualitatively distinct from capitalism, and thus, as a word, it illuminates crucial aspects of the real world in ways that rentier capitalism, or platform capitalism, or hyper-capitalism cannot. In other words, techno-feudalism breaks from the pure market logic that has driven most tech development until recently. And just like how some of Musk's seemingly erratic political behavior makes more sense in light of the techno-feudalist project, so does his own use of and general encouragement of hate speech. Now, Varoufakis writes, because techno-feudalism's algorithms are known to reinforce patriarchy, stereotypes, and pre-existing oppressions, those who are most vulnerable, girls, the mentally ill, the marginalized, and yes, the poor, suffer the outcome most. In other words, if recklessly using R words and N words and F words on social media reinforces the strength of these platforms, then hey, why not encourage it? And in case you're gonna be like, he doesn't, he did the R one. I'm not gonna say it, but he did it. We recently saw this with Mark Zuckerberg pulling diversity programs out of Meta, along with their content moderation program, which now allows for hate speech. And Zuckerberg has explicitly connected these moves with a renewed call for masculinity and aggression in corporate culture.
It's one thing to say we want to be kind of like welcoming and make a good environment for everyone. And I think it's another to basically say that masculinity is bad.
And it shouldn't shock us that folks like Zuckerberg, Bezos, Musk, Mark Andreessen are all getting in line to serve in Trump's anti-woke army. Now, Varoufakis writes that bigotry is techno-feudalism's emotional compensation for the frustrations and anxieties we experience in relation to identity and focus. He notes that even the most diligent content moderation can't stem all this hate because algorithms optimize for cloud rents, which flow more copiously from hatred and discontent. It's good for business to do hateful stuff, so they're gonna keep making it possible to do hateful stuff. Now, Varoufakis also points out that another effect of the techno-feudalist revolution is that we no longer own our own minds. During our working hours, we become cloud proles, putting ourselves into various digital systems. My main one is YouTube, What digital system do you put yourself into? And then when we get home, we become cloud serfs, fueling our own distraction and exploitation. When I'm at home, I still largely fuel YouTube, sometimes other streaming apps, Reddit, Twitter, Instagram. Why don't I read books? I don't know. Now, he writes that while privatization and private equity asset strip all physical wealth around us, cloud capital goes about the business of asset stripping our brains. Whew, take that one in, guys. Cloud capital goes about the business of asset stripping our brains. Where we once both lived and worked on the feudal lord's physical land, the new serfdom takes place in the cloud controlled by the tech overlords, where our minds and very identities are extracted for value. Now, it might feel like we're totally screwed. At this point, that's how I feel. But, according to Varoufakis, the poison might also contain the cure. He writes that collective action is made harder when people have fewer opportunities to come together. But herein lies the great power the cloud capital presents to its potential rebels, a capacity to build coalitions, organize, and take action via the cloud. I guess that's what the comments are for. Get after it. So the very space that we're forced to work as both unpaid laborers and reproducers of the system is also a space where we can band together to rage against the machine. As Bernie Sanders pointed out in a recent interview with Hasan Piker, the techno-feudal takeover of politics disempowers working people as a whole and hollows out what remains of democracy.
You got control of the media by the few, control of the political system by the few, control of the economy by the few. And if that's not oligarchy, I don't know what oligarchy is.
So as Trump takes office, flanked on all sides by those with a clear techno-feudal agenda, the challenge is creatively using those feudal spaces to organize resistance against our new lords. Okay, please let me know what you think below. If you haven't checked it out yet, there is a link to our Patreon community in the description. It's a great way to support the channel, get early videos with no ads, extra perks, access to our Discord server, things of that nature. If you don't have that and you consider subscribing, liking, leaving a comment, it all really helps us. In the meantime, I don't know, try to be a little less surfy this week, and I'll do the same. I'll see you next time.
So we're all deleting Twitter and Instagram? Good luck. It's like saying during the time of enclosures that you would no longer utilize the land. Oh, I just won't live off the land no more. Especially because, like, there's still alternative platforms out there that you are utilizing. It's inescapable. The real goal here should be to make it more reasonable. Anyway, let's watch Overzealots, how rich countries keep poor countries in poverty and why. Oh, damn. Starts off strong with yellow parenti. God damn.
The third world has been going on for 400 years, brings us to another revelation, namely that the third world is not poor. You don't go to poor countries to make money. There are very few poor countries in this world. Most countries are rich. The Philippines are rich. Brazil is rich. Mexico is rich. Chile is rich. Only the people are poor. But there's billions to be made there, to be carved out and to be taken. There's been billions for 400 years. The capitalist European and North American powers have carved out and taken the timber, the flax, the hemp, the cocoa, the rum, the tin, the copper, the iron, the rubber, the bauxite, the slaves, and the cheap labor. They have taken out of these countries. These countries are not underdeveloped, they're overexploited.
Almost 40 years later, and this still holds true. When we hear the word colonialism, some may associate it with an outdated system of exploitation and coercion, one that took place a long time ago, and although it was wrong, we grew past it and learned from our mistakes. But unfortunately, I'm here to tell you that, although you may believe that this depravity is ancient history, it's not. It's just advanced with the times. Instead of subjugation by way of guns, whips, chains, and soldiers, the imperial forces of today use something that seems a little cleaner, a little more professional. They use debt.
Debt.
Instead of colonialism, we've moved to a system of neocolonialism. Some of the many antagonists responsible for condemning the developing world to a cycle of debt and exploitation are none other than our international financial institutions, specifically the IMF and the World Bank. So how did we get here?
He literally stole from multiple pharma companies. Bernie Sanders stole what? This is America we need to bravely defend. Dude, I am noticing that the discourse is getting progressively dumber. It's getting to a point where it's like you are hallucinating. And you don't even know what you're hallucinating. I think what you tried to say was that you misunderstood fake news. And you tried to say Bernie got money from pharmaceutical corporations. Because you don't understand how donations work or political contributions work. But you're too stupid to even understand the fake information. So now you're saying like, oh, Bernie Sanders stole from pharma. Are you in favor? Like, what does that even mean? What does that tell me about your worldview? We are in such a dire situation that I am begging the fucking morons in my chat to at least do fake news correctly. Yeah, Bernie Sanders goes against the Constitution. You're right. Fuck the Constitution. Did your research from what? Don't do research from government. Do your own, bro. There is perhaps no better indication that I'm about to hear some of the dumbest shit I've ever heard in my entire life than a guy who says, I did my own research, bro. Do your own research, bro. I've never had somebody go, do your own research, bro, and then follow that up with like anything that is remotely comprehensible.
The IMF and the World Bank were established after the Great Depression and the Second World War to maintain global financial and economic stability. Although the war helped stimulate the global economy due to wartime production and expenditures, there was a concern that the world would revert back to the economic policies that exacerbated the Great Depression. Since slipping back into economic turmoil was such a genuine worry at the time, 44 nations sent a total of 730 delegates to Bretton Woods, New Hampshire, for a conference dealing with world monetary and financial policy. This gathering is known simply as the Bretton Woods Conference. Out of this conference came the International Monetary Fund, or the IMF, and the World Bank. The purpose of the IMF was to promote international monetary cooperation and ensure financial stability by stabilizing exchange rates, promoting economic policies, offering financial support or loans to member countries, facilitating trade, and so on. It's important to keep in mind that at the time, the US dollar was backed by gold and other countries' currencies were fixed to the US dollar, so having an organization, like the IMF, mandated with monitoring exchange rates and lending monies to countries who may be facing balance of payment issues made sense. However, since this system ended in the early 70s with the abandonment of the gold standard, you would think that the role of the IMF would shrink or disappear completely, but no. From 1970 to 1975, the volume of lending more than doubled in real terms, and the IMF's influence persists to this day. The IMF, like the World Bank, is not actually a bank, but it nonetheless lends money. We'll get into why this is detrimental in a bit. The way the IMF is set up is as follows. Member countries pay a quota, which is essentially a subscription. The wealthier a country is, the more money they contribute to the
Where's that chatter that said the mods never pinned the video that we're watching? Where the fuck is that chatter? Not this one.
IMF. The more money they contribute to the IMF, the more of the vote share they have. This weighted system leads to disparities in the vote share and allows for rich Western countries to exercise political influence and power over poorer nations. They can champion policies that benefit rich Western interests at the expense of developing countries who have little to no say in the matter. To illustrate the absurdity of this system, a country like Ethiopia, with a population of 70 million, has half the vote share of Luxembourg, which has a population of only 500,000. And for years, the whole of sub-Saharan Africa had only 4.6% of the votes in the fund. This weighted voting system, predicated on wealth over population size, gives the US alone, and any 4 other G7 members acting together without the US, the ability to block policy decisions and exercise their power over developing nations. It doesn't help that the head of the IMF is always a European and the head of the World Bank is always an American. I hope you can see where this is going. Let's take a quick look at the World Bank. Like the IMF, it was created during the Bretton Woods Conference. While the two institutions are often seen as siblings, the World Bank focuses more on funding development projects and reconstruction around the world. Both institutions lend money, but they do so in a predatory way. Through the use of debt, they keep poor nations trapped in cyclical poverty, and they enable wealthy countries to exert political influence over them. This system undermines the sovereignty and prosperity of these developing nations, all while the institutions responsible for this mess claim to be motivated by the goal of spreading wealth and development. Here's how it works. During the Cold War, when the struggle for
Chatters, the video that is pinned is the correct video. How rich countries keep poor countries in poverty and why. Why are you guys still complaining about the video not being pinned or where the video is? So many of you just don't know how to read and don't care and just are in here, I think, to just cry and complain. No, it's not the previous video. I just clicked on it. It's the correct video. It's the video that we're watching.
Political influence and global hegemony between the West and its allies and the Soviets and their allies transpired, Western banks and institutions encouraged developing countries to take out massive loans. This process was often predatory and extremely irresponsible. These developing nations would be told that they needed IMF and World Bank loans to modernize, and debt was framed as a necessary tool for development. The IMF and the World Bank often ended up loaning money to corrupt leaders and dictators who appropriated the funds for personal use and left their country in debt. Whenever they successfully convinced a developing nation to take out a loan with them, conditionalities were part and parcel of the deal. Meaning, if a developing country took out a loan with the IMF or the World Bank, that country needed to adopt specific policy prescriptions. Those policy prescriptions were designed not to aid the developing country and turn it into an economically sufficient nation, but to prioritize its ability to repay its debt with interest and open up its economy to the West. I should note that if a country was severely...
Yes, the debt offered has serious restrictions on where the money can be utilized, and the money that can be utilized is oftentimes with foreign capital. This is a way to extract natural resources and open up the floodgates of foreign capital into these countries. In many circumstances, it's also designed in a way where you won't be able to pay back the debt. So once that moment comes, you can then, by force, implement austerity measures and privatize key aspects and key sectors of the economy that might have been previously controlled by the government. After that privatization, you bring in foreign capital to purchase these things for pennies on the dollar. This is how it works.
Impoverished, the IMF would impose either.
Like what China is doing with the One Belt, One Road. Ironically enough, China so far has not done this with the One Belt, One Road. Don't take my word for it. Take the word of Foreign Policy Magazine and many other thinkers who are not exactly pro-China and are actually biased against China, but still recognize that this is not what the Chinese debt trap looks like. There are numerous articles. I think one of them that I can recall is called the Chinese debt trap myth. China not only does not implement austerity or force Chinese capital, China also simultaneously offers better loan conditions, no restrictions whatsoever, and has, on numerous occasions, actually voluntarily engaged in loan forgiveness. Yeah. Imagine the U.S. aid funded. Imagine being the U.S. aid funded, CIA-backed Voice of America having to type out an article that is literally at odds with what some random chatter has decided China is doing in an effort to be like, oh, well, this is an ownage. Spreading lies once again. Spreading lies once again. So you're like the Atlantic.
In the past 2 decades.
The fucking Bloomberg, like the Atlantic, Bloomberg, Voice of America. I'm not just coming up with this on my own, dumbass. Why don't you go and address the CIA's very own Voice of America? These are not exactly communist nor pro-Chinese outlets. You're no different than a Trump supporter. It's literally what Trump supporters do when they're faced with information. They just like, instead of questioning what they previously knew or their lack of knowledge, they turn around and just immediately attack the source. The source that I'm utilizing is quite literally an openly anti-Chinese source. He's an Epstein sex cultist. They're always on the same beat. I've argued with them on their own links, and they just refuse to listen and call you brainwashed. It doesn't make any sense. Like, there's plenty to criticize China on. It's just that this is objectively not a real boundary to criticize them on. So much so that, like, Western media that is not exactly pro-China at all, including the Voice of America that gets paid to be anti-Chinese, has actively written about how our understanding, our former understanding of like the Chinese debt trap and how similar it is to the IMF processes is just completely wrong.
They're a low interest rate or no interest at all, but don't let this fool you. The intentions here were not altruistic. Interest or not, the goal was to entrap indebted countries and use them to pursue the interests of the West. To quote John Perkins, author of Confessions of an Economic Hitman, whose job for years was to try and get developing countries to take out these predatory loans, I would work to bankrupt the countries that received those loans, after they had paid Maine and other US contractors, of course, so that they would be forever beholden to their creditors, and so they would present easy targets when we needed favors, including military bases, UN votes, or access to oil and other natural resources. Now let's get back to those loan conditionalities. The IMF and the World Bank forced borrowing countries to adhere to a set of economic reforms and policy prescriptions known as structural adjustment programs, or SAPs. SAPs fit snugly within the neoliberal era, and they forced borrowing countries to implement privatization of state-owned enterprises, trade liberalization through the removal of tariffs, subsidies, and so forth, deregulation, currency devaluation, and austerity in the form of cuts to public services, healthcare, education, etc. The goal was to get these indebted nations to repay their debts with interest at the expense of their impoverished populations. We'll get into specific examples in a bit. The IMF and the World Bank came to adopt what is referred to as the Washington Consensus of neoliberal growth strategies. If you don't know what neoliberalism means, I like to use David Harvey's definition, which goes like this. Neoliberalism is a theory of political economic practices that proposes that human well-being can best be advanced by liberating individual entrepreneurial freedoms and skills within an institutional framework characterized by strong private property rights, free markets, and free trade. The role of the state is to create and preserve an institutional
which means that under neoliberalism, the state can actually engage in market reforms or market regulation as long as it is done at the behest of improving market competition, or rather, improves private enterprise and their standing.
Framework appropriate to such practices. The state has to guarantee, by force if need be, the proper functioning of markets. If markets do not exist in areas such as land, water, education, healthcare, social security, or environmental pollution, then they must be created by state action if necessary. But beyond these tasks, the state should not venture. Deregulation, privatization, and withdrawal of the state from many areas of social provision have been all too common. Put very simply and charitably, neoliberalism is the idea that free markets, privatization, and minimal government intervention after the state intervenes to create and prop up markets, of course, causes economic growth and prosperity. However, a critic of the theory such as myself would argue that neoliberalism increases inequality, guts the public services that help so many people, and prioritizes the rich and powerful at the expense of everyone else, as we will see later in this video. Not to mention, Western interests often impose neoliberal policies on developing countries under the pretense of fostering prosperity, but wealthy Western nations did not achieve their own economic success by following such policies. In fact, they often did the exact opposite. To quickly summarize before we go any further, what I've told you so far is a story of international financial institutions operating at the behest of rich Western interests that prey on underdeveloped nations by convincing and sometimes forcing them to take out massive loans that come with neoliberal strings attached that ultimately transform these indebted developing countries into neocolonial outposts whose sole purpose in the eyes of the Western world is to service their debt, be perpetually beholden to their creditors, and serve as cheap labor and exporting hubs for the imperial core. If any of what I just said sounds hyperbolic, let's look at the example of Somalia and how these international financial institutions decimated it to the point of complete economic collapse. Somalia is just one of the many countries that fell victim to the predation of the IMF and the World Bank. Throughout the Cold War, Somalia had been the recipient of Western loans and aid, and by the time the early 80s came around, it found itself with debt that it couldn't pay off. The IMF and the World Bank then subjected Somalia to neoliberal structural adjustment programs so they could more effectively service their debt. Prior to the IMF and World Bank's intervention, Somalia was in a much better position. To quote Mikhail Chossudovsky's The Globalization of Poverty, Somalia was a pastoral economy, meaning an
Dude, Overzealots is one of my new favorite YouTube pages. Straight up. Banger after banger. Go give them a follow. It's great.
economy where livestock farming is central. Based on exchange between nomadic herdsmen and small agriculturalists, nomadic pastoralists accounted for 50% of the population. Despite recurrent droughts, Somalia remained virtually self-sufficient in food until the 70s. The IMF World Bank intervention in the early 1980s contributed to exacerbating the crisis of Somali agriculture. The economic reforms undermined the fragile exchange relationship between the nomadic economy and the sedentary economy. A very tight austerity program was imposed on the government, largely to release the funds required to service Somalia's debt. Put simply, the IMF and the World Bank intervened in Somalia to restructure its governance in a way that would prioritize its ability to pay off its debt and further enrich Western nations. The policies imposed upon Somalia were the typical neoliberal ones I mentioned earlier: cuts to public spending, currency devaluation, trade liberalization, and privatization. Here's how those policies looked in action. By forcing Somalia to open up its economy to foreign imports as part of the IMF World Bank trade liberalization stipulation, foreign grain in the form of either food aid or cheap grain imports flooded Somalia. You would think this sounds like a nice thing, a bunch of free or really cheap food given to a country. How could that possibly be harmful? Well, it ended up displacing local farmers and local grain markets. The cheap grain imports and food aid undercut local grain producers and ultimately destroyed Somalia's ability to produce grain for itself. Why would people purchase grain locally when they could take advantage of the cheap grain imports flooding their country? This is noteworthy because, as I mentioned earlier, Somalia was virtually food self-sufficient prior to the IMF and World Bank meddling. Side note, remember how I mentioned that rich Western countries didn't use neoliberal policies to build their own wealth? Well, the cheap grain imports and food aid that flooded Somalia, ultimately destroying its ability to produce its own grain, came from Western governments that subsidized their own agricultural sectors to create a surplus. Meanwhile, the IMF forced the Somali government to cut spending and subsidies in its agricultural sector. The Somali government was pressured to reduce spending on veterinary care, infrastructure, and food subsidies, leaving herders and farmers without the support they needed to keep their livestock healthy. Livestock was very important to Somalia. Remember how I said it was a pastoral economy? In fact, up until the early 80s, livestock contributed to 80% of Somali export earnings. Once these public spending cuts were enacted, the government...
Yeah, neoliberalism... neoliberalism is to say that neoliberalism never impacted like Western nations and they were only enforced often through the debt trap on developing nations is not entirely correct. Because neoliberalism was a self-inflicted wound under the Thatcher regime in the UK and under the Reagan regime in the United States of America. So, inevitably, the profit seekers would, of course, go back and dominate their own home states as well.
Government also had to cut spending on healthcare and education. The money they saved in these areas went to servicing their debts, but these spending cuts negatively impacted the Somali population, who no longer had access to government programs that had been so beneficial. As a consequence of the trade liberalization policy, Somalia was made completely dependent on the West, therefore making it easier for Western nations.
Yeah, first tested out before in Chile by the United States of America and by the UK with Pinochet. Ironically enough, it was, again, that wasn't exactly a fair and free and just transition to neoliberalism. That was done by force. But after all, like I said, it does not matter what kind of force exists when you're doing an implementation of neoliberalism, as long as there are market reforms. Government intervention is a necessity at times. You can have a dictator implement neoliberalism, and that's still good. That is still overall beneficial. This is the attitude.
To exert political influence over Somalia. The US and other rich countries, by subsidizing their own agricultural sectors to create a surplus of grain, dumping that surplus into developing countries to artificially lower their prices and eventually destroy their grain markets, would force these developing nations into a position where they had to keep importing more grain from the rich Western countries, expanding Western agribusiness and funneling more wealth away from poorer nations in the developing world. In 1981, the IMF forced Somalia to reduce the value of its currency, the Somali shilling. This, combined with public spending cuts, made everything more expensive, especially fuel, fertilizer, and farming supplies. As a result, farmers struggled. They could no longer import the now unaffordable goods they needed to keep their livestock healthy. The average Somali had less purchasing power to buy food and essentials, and roads and infrastructure started falling apart because the materials needed for upkeep became unaffordable. Currency devaluation was a very common SAP policy. Although it made life harder for the people of Somalia or any other country subjected to it, currency devaluation made exports more appealing on the world stage. It also made Somali labor cheaper for foreign corporations and their powerful currencies. Remember how I just went on a massive diatribe about how Western imports of surplus grain strategically decimated Somalia's ability to produce food for itself? Well, that was only part of the plan. The other part was to turn Somalia and many other countries like it into exporting hubs for raw materials. Since Somalia's currency was devalued so low in comparison to the US dollar and other powerful currencies, they couldn't import much because it was too expensive for them. They couldn't produce grain for themselves either because of the imports that ruined their grain markets, so they had to focus on exporting raw materials to earn revenue. Somalia was forced to focus on exporting so-called high-value-added fruits, vegetables, oilseeds, cotton, and other raw materials instead of producing food for their local population. Since the Somali shilling was devalued, it became very cheap for Western countries with their powerful currencies to purchase these Somali raw materials. By 1989, debt servicing obligations represented almost 200% of export earnings, meaning even with the revenue Somalia was earning from exporting their raw materials, it still wasn't enough to service their debts, let alone enrich the country. This pattern played out in many countries subjected to structural adjustment programs. Poorer nations were forced.
Didn't we do this to China too? How come they turn out so different? China was in a fortuitous position with the Sino-Soviet split, so America actually had an opportunity to maybe not dominate China in a similar capacity because they were also seemingly playing ball in terms of like becoming a manufacturing hub. And a communist revolution, no, it doesn't matter if someone is no, that actually helped them rebuild and utilize the foreign capital in a way that actually benefited the broad subsects of society. But ultimately, that's why I say it's the Genghis Gambit, where they basically were able to okay, this is a good take. Yes, they basically were able to leverage their. What is happening with my freaking alerts today? God damn it. They were able to leverage their size and labor force and climb up the value added chain without being completely dominated. The other aspect of it, or the political aspect of it, also was due to the Sino-Soviet split. So they weren't as aggressive. They were not as aggressive with China, where they were like, this is a manufacturing hub. They're playing ball. It's fine. It's actually very beneficial for our capitalist corporations to manufacture over there. And they're not seemingly, they will never develop and be able to, become a market competitor, a nation that is competitive to the United States of America. And B, that if we maintain a decent relationship with China without like dominating them too hard, perhaps they won't restore an allegiance to the USSR. The Sino-Soviet split was the reason the Soviet Union, or more broadly an economic system independent of capitalism, fell. China forsake global socialism and camaraderie with the USSR for American capital, and for that reason, Deng can never be forgiven. Well, Sino-Soviet split also, in my opinion, saved China from being completely dominated. Deng saved China from the socialism box you get put into by America. He did a lot of bad, but his cozying up to the USA was important. He showed how their huge population could be used by the West and their willingness to liberalize, which is now being undone by Xi, and is why a lot of Chinese don't like Deng that much. Deng didn't do the Sino-Soviet split. It was Mao law. Yeah, that chatter is just anti-China in general. But yes, the Sino-Soviet split is ultimately the reason why America's relationship with China dramatically changed, in my opinion. This is a pro-China stream, so chatter can leave. No. You can be, you can have dissenting opinions. It's fine.
Forced to export raw materials to wealthier countries, which then used those raw materials for production. However, because structural adjustments stripped these poorer nations of their ability to develop domestic industries, they were unable to manufacture goods for themselves. As a result, they had to buy back finished products from the rich countries, often at significantly higher prices than what they had originally earned from exporting the raw materials. This exploitative dynamic is known as unequal exchange. In addition to everything I've mentioned so far, privatization campaigns were introduced. State-owned sectors, including agricultural and banking services, were privatized. They were sold off to private investors, which often benefited foreign corporations and Somali elites, while the rest of the Somali population was left to suffer. These privatizations made it so that foreign private interests could benefit from the revenues generated by sectors that were previously owned by the Somali government. So at this point, you might be asking, why did the IMF and World Bank impose these SAPs onto these countries when they clearly didn't work, when they clearly didn't help the people of Somalia or Sudan or Haiti or the multitude of other countries that were sacrificed in the name of neocolonialism? And the answer to that question is, they did work. The SAP...
Dumb question. Why accept these deals in the first place? Sometimes it's corrupt leadership, cozying up to the West. Other times it's desperation. It saved China, but at what cost? There is no international bulwark against capitalism, and upcoming genuine socialist movements don't have any support from the largest so-called socialist states. Save China for the sake of the socialist project? Yeah, no, I've mentioned this before, but China, even when it's like beneficial to its own geopolitical interests, in its own fucking backyard, does not actually, you are stupid, man, does not actually try to beef up any sort of like Maoist movements or any sort of socialist movements on ideological boundaries. It's just the way it is. China cares about China more than anything else. They do not care about a global socialist project, even if it's beneficial for China. Anyway, when is it not corruption? Don't they see the results in other countries, or they just need immediate money at the time? Well, if it's corruption, then there is no popular support or anger. There's usually popular anger towards IMF debt, but it doesn't really amount to anything.
These benefited exactly who they were intended to benefit, like foreign corporations and investors who gained access to cheap labor and exports due to the privatization campaigns and the opening up of the Somali economy, and Western governments, the IMF and the World Bank, who gained political influence over the country and benefited from loan repayments. Although these SAPs were implemented under the promise of development or whatever the fuck, they came at the expense of the Somali people. Somalia, once food self-sufficient, experienced a devastating famine that killed hundreds of thousands of people. Instead of fostering growth, the debt that was...
So what exactly are they doing with the Belt and Road Initiative? Why would they forgive loans? What, you think they're doing it for socialism? No, they're doing it to develop a secondary market, so that if America decides to go into an all-out trade war, for example, China, one, simultaneously will be able to call in good favors from many of these other nations, and two, will be able, in terms of, United Nations if it still remains. But then also, they'll be able to have a second market that they can sell to. They also get ease of access to natural resources. It's literally not dissimilar to the IMF World Bank structure. It's just done in a more ethical manner. Because in most circumstances, it is mutually beneficial. You get ease of access to natural resources, or almost complete control over natural resources. You end up developing these markets so you can sell to them. That's it. It's kind of weird for leftists from the imperial core who have benefited from the colonial and neo-colonial fruits to now just do nothing and expect their former victim to come save them now for some reason. I mean, it's understandable that leftists in the imperial core would still hope that China would do more to, I don't know, actively target the growing fascist movement around the planet. I've also always maintained the position that without the USSR, the social democratic reforms in Europe would be non-existent. If China is seen as a competitive threat ideologically to capitalism, then just like Democrats and liberals that concede and capitulate to fascism right now in an effort to maintain their governing coalitions, you would see the very same thing happening in a lot of these countries in the opposite direction. Russia is a truly anti-fascist country? Sure. Okay, chatter. Yeah, definitely. They're definitely also very socialist still.
Supposed to aid Somalia only further enriched the developed world and the international financial institutions that issued the loans, while Somalia's people suffered. These debts and foreign influence in the country eventually helped lead to a full-on economic collapse in Somalia. I focused on Somalia for this video, but this process was replicated all throughout the developing world. Debt.
Expecting China to save you was like right when he was expecting Trump to save them. You're a fool if you're waiting for a savior. Oh my God. I'm not. I'm just simply telling you what is going on. I don't know why this is so frustrating for a lot of people. When I say China is not presenting itself as an ideological bulwark against capitalism that is currently perishing and turning into fascism, I'm explaining why China's not doing that. Some people get mad and say that the expectation that China should be doing that is ridiculous. I don't think it's that ridiculous. I think there is an argument to be made about self-preservation even for Chinese interests if they were to actively undermine growing fascist movements around the globe, because fascism does not simply go away. At least historically, they only perish when they have to be combated militarily. Wait till 2035. We're still in the early phase of socialism. 2035 is the goal for possibly starting up an international socialist movement again. Yeah, well, we'll see. I'll be dead by then, so.
Was used to hook these poor countries in, and the structural adjustment program served to exploit them for all they had. SAPs also pose a significant threat to the healthcare systems of the affected countries, and women and children seem to bear the brunt of the suffering. To quote an article about structural adjustment programs published in the journal Public Health Reviews, policies adopted in adherence with structural adjustment programs frequently bear consequences for the functioning of health systems, with implications for child and maternal outcomes. Governments may be under explicit or implicit pressure to cut social spending in order to meet fiscal targets, thereby reducing the fiscal space in which healthcare systems can operate. In conclusion, the exploitation and...
It's not 2050, it's 2035? Yeah, well, let's see how the next 4 years under Donald Trump looks like. Okay? And then we'll see. We'll reconsider when we get to the end of the next 4 years, end of the second Trump term. I mean, you are pissing off a lot of crazies. No, I don't mean just like me. I'm talking about the supercharged growth of fascist movements. Also, I'm looking at what China has done in the past. Like, they're not, let's just say they're not allergic to aligning themselves with some pretty bad people if it suits their immediate benefit. Look at Myanmar. That's a great example. They will both collaborate with the junta and also simultaneously anti-government forces, depending on what suits their purpose. Same goes for, I mean, even with respect to their allegiance with Russia, that's a more understandable one. Russia is a nation state, a powerful one, okay, and an energy provider. But, you know, we'll see. Or their trade relations with Israel. That's another one.
Plunder that devastated the developing world during the days of colonialism has not been eradicated. It's just been reorganized. I'll close this video out with an excerpt from one of my favorite authors, the late David Graeber. For almost 2 years, I had lived in the highlands of Madagascar. Shortly before I arrived, there had been an outbreak of malaria. It was a particularly violent outbreak because malaria...
This guy's awesome. He's saying Russia is very much against fascism. Chinese government goes against humanity. We can't have people like Bernie, who are very far socialists, infiltrate one of the big powers, especially people like Fauci, life in prison. Okay, dude. I'm just going to ban you for your own sake. Okay? Poor guy. Just losing his mind.
Had been wiped out in highland Madagascar many years before, so that after a couple of generations, most people had lost their immunity. The problem was, it took money to maintain the mosquito eradication program, since there had to be periodic tests to make sure mosquitoes weren't starting to breed again, and spraying campaigns if it was discovered that they were. Not a lot of money, but owing to IMF-imposed austerity programs, the government had to cut the monitoring program. 10,000 people died. I met young mothers grieving for lost children. One might think that it would be hard to make a case that the loss of 10,000 human lives is really justified in order to ensure that Citibank wouldn't have to cut its losses on one irresponsible loan that wasn't particularly important to its balance sheet anyway. If history shows anything, it's that there's no better way to justify relations founded on violence, to make such relations seem moral, than by reframing them in the language of debt. Above all, because it immediately makes it seem that it's the victim who's doing something wrong.
Will there be a Trump three-peat? Who knows? But for the time being, let's get to the fallen state. Jesse Lee Peterson had friend of the show, Adam Friedland, on to discuss many issues. You don't often see two brilliant political minds come together in the marketplace of ideas. And this is certainly not one of those moments either. However, I assume that this will be fairly funny.
Welcome to the Father State. I am Jesse Lee Peterson. Thank you all so much for being with me. Don't forget to support our work. Continue to support it by going to what's Adam's name?
Friedland. Friedland.
Oh, I have with me Adam Friedland. He is a stand-up comedian and the host of the Adam Friedland show.
Friedland. Yeah, Friedland. Yeah.
Friedland
show. Yeah.
Welcome to the show. To my show.
You murdered that intro, Jesse. You did. That was a little bit of a power play, right?
Adam Friedland.
You came in. You were like, I don't even know. I don't even know this guy's name.
No, I've done so many shows today.
How many shows have you done today?
I did 3 hours of radio this morning from 6 to 9. And then you're the third hour of the Fallen State taping today.
Oh, my God. You're exhausted. And the fires are happening around the building.
The fires burn everything.
You're going to podcast through the apocalypse.
Yes. Amazing, huh?
All right.
But I have with me Adam Friedland, stand-up comedian and the host of the Adam Friedland show. So what?
Who set this up?
My producer.
And what he thought me? He was like, Jesse's gonna love talking to just the most obnoxious guy in history. He's gonna love talking to this guy.
And I'm already enjoying it.
Are you?
Yeah.
We're having a nice time. We had a nice talk before this started.
Absolutely.
I was told before you came into the room that I had to sign the consent form because you don't trust me.
Right. You know how the Jews are, right?
What are you doing, Jews?
Whoa. Okay. I was like, I wonder if he'll say, I was about to say, I wonder if he'll say something anti-Semitic. And before I could even say it, well, he popped off right there.
You're starting with this.
That is technically the first question he's directed towards Adam.
You know, we gave you the form to sign weeks ago, and you're like, oh, okay.
I have podcasted for 9 years. I've done hundreds of podcasts.
Right.
Different ones. Never done this.
Right.
You have a professional outfit. A real professional outfit.
You know why you didn't do it? Because you didn't sign them.
You're saying that a Jew doesn't want to sign a legal... You're the one with a legal form for your podcast. You're Moses over here. You're coming down from Mount Sinai with your consent forms.
That's right. Amazing.
I'm the guy I'm the live and let live Christian who's like, what the heck are these, what this paperwork all about? I'm giving you a Sermon on the Mount.
What a mess. So let me ask, you were a lawyer before you became a comedian, right?
No, I got into law school, yeah.
And how come all the Jews are lawyers and doctors? Why don't they be like...
What do you mean, all the Jews? Because their parents yelled at them to get good grades. What do you mean?
But their parents didn't yell at them, hey, one day you could become a trash picker-upper or...
What parent is telling their kid to be a trash picker-upper?
They make good money being a trash picker-upper.
Do you think there's a single parent that's like, you should be a garbage guy?
Oh, yeah.
To a child? No, you say you get a good job or something?
Yeah.
I don't know. Yeah. It's not a crazy thing to be like, you should get a stable work. Well, I don't think it's a Jewish thing either.
Oh yeah.
I think our parents are just annoying enough to like be like, all right, fine, just stop it, just shut. No, I'm just kidding.
All of my Jewish friends are either lawyers, doctors,
Dershowitz.
They own
Dr.
the hospitals.
They hospital owner.
Right.
People own a hospital?
The Jewish people do, not normal people.
So you think that it should be socialized medicine? You're like a Bernie guy.
No way. I am not.
I think that people.
No, Adam. He just doesn't want Jews to own the hospitals. He wants normal people to own the hospitals, as in non-Jews.
Anyone should go to the doctor.
You think that they should?
I think you should go to the doctor. It shouldn't be. Yeah. If you have cancer, you should go to the doctor. Like, you shouldn't lose all your money if you have cancer. Sure.
But
call me a
also,
live and let call me a live and let live Christian. You're the one that wants all these Jewish hospital owners to stay in business.
That's right. So tell me,
I
how
didn't
did
know.
you
I was talking to
transfer? How
Rabbi
did you go from being a lawyer?
Mordecai Peterson.
In a functioning society, this man would be in a home taken care of by a nurse and out of polite company. Maybe we should go back to doing lobotomies. No, I think that like this sort of program would absolutely exist in a functioning society as well. Make no mistake, we are not in a functioning society, but a program where, you know, a guy like Jesse Lee Peterson, who is obviously not all there, gets to have. Oh, you were talking about Adam. No, he would get to do all this.
What?
How did you go from being a lawyer to a comedian?
You still think he's playing a character? No, he's not. He's not. I've met him. He's not playing a character. He's absolutely being, I wouldn't say like manipulated, I guess. Like he's definitely not capable of making decisions on his own. I've been on a show before. I think that a lot of the things that he speaks about are his genuinely held opinions. And I think that there is a lot of more competent people around him that basically put him into this position. Yeah.
I wasn't a lawyer. I got into law school, but I didn't go.
Oh, why not?
I was too lazy. Probably wouldn't have been that good at lawyer. I think I thought lawyer was like from movies. I thought it was like you had to give a good speech and stuff. Like you had to be like, and my client. I thought it was all like inspirational speeches. I thought like, I remember as a kid, I thought Johnny Cochran. I remember during OJ, I was like, that guy's giving good speeches. Yeah. He's like rhyming things and stuff. But I realized most of being a lawyer is like you have to like just do spreadsheets and boring stuff.
Amazing.
And yeah, so I told my parents I wanted to be a clown, and they were like, "You're a moron. You're one of the dumbest guys ever." Like, what? Can you imagine coming out of the closet as a clown to your parents? In retrospect, it was one of the most insane things I ever put them through.
And were they disappointed? Were they disappointed in you?
I mean, would you be if your son was like, "Mommy, I'm a clown," like, or "Daddy, like God put me here to be a clown"? No, you wouldn't be. But no one's like, "Oh, you should go be a nightclub comedian" to your kid. You should have like a nice job, a stable job, and like you know, I think like a parent doesn't want their kids to struggle financially.
They do not.
Probably.
Why not?
Because I think it's very difficult when you're.
Adam is confusing Jesse here by talking about things that are not within his realm of interest, like socialism, or what Jesse Lee Peterson considers is socialism, which is allowing black people to, you know, have the same rights as white people. And if you think I'm joking, I am not. Jesse Lee Peterson openly is a black white supremacist.
You're struggling financially.
But it builds character. It makes you a better person. It causes you to become more independent when you have to make it on your own.
Well, making it on your own is not, I mean, that's making it. I'm saying when you're like stressed out about money constantly, it's hard, right? Isn't it?
It's hard for you, but it's good for you.
I don't think it's not, it doesn't feel good, right?
Right, but that doesn't mean it's not good for you. If it's not about how you feel.
I had no money and I struggled, and then I had money, and I don't want to ever again struggle. I think it's terrible.
What's important to you?
Me?
Yeah.
I don't know, like what's important to me? That's a big question. Reverend, I feel like I'm doing confession right now.
You can call me Jesse.
No, I want to respect you as an ecclesiastical.
But my name is Jesse, not Reverend. A reverend just tell you what type of work you do, but that's not
The
who
Dr.
you are.
Reverend, emeritus professor
Dr.
Jesse.
Reverend Bishop Pope
Bishop,
Jesse.
the good bishop. No,
What's important
I
to
don't know.
you?
I guess family. Yeah, the people I know.
I really appreciate Jesse Lee Peterson because he demonstrates that like anyone can be a right-wing commentator. Okay? He is the living embodiment of the principle that like you literally do not have to, you need to be reminded to breathe manually. And you can still be a relatively successful right-wing political commentator. This man has 607,000 subscribers. And if you think like the entirety of his audience actually watch him to like make fun of him or something, you would be wrong. Okay? I'm not even joking. Like he has like actual fans who sit there, watch him. You're such an asshole. Wait, what? No, I'm not. This is just the truth. No, people unironically listen to him and yeah, and think he's brilliant.
Wow, I've never been so sincere in public like this. I'm normally a comedian who peddles in smut. I guess that's the right answer too. Yeah, I guess family and the people you care about. Yeah.
And
like
why
your
is
friends.
family so important to you?
Those are your guys.
Meaning what?
They're your guys. You don't choose them, but they're your guys. They're your guys for life.
But most families don't get along with one another.
That's fine.
But they're still important.
They're still your guys.
Okay.
Yeah.
I mean,
yeah.
Do you have your
That
own
doesn't mean they're
are
not
you,
your guys.
Are you married
What?
with children?
I mean, I have a girlfriend.
But you're not married.
No. I want to have kids. Yeah, I want a family of my own.
And why?
I don't know. I think it's like the point of, it's something I think I'd be a good parent. My mother passed away 4 years ago, and it made a big impression. That experience made a big impression on me.
Oh, yeah,
for sure.
And
seeing my family come together, seeing members of our family that drove us, that were pains in the ass for years, we still wanted our guys there. Even if there were people that were like our friends,
right,
that wanted to like be there for us, it didn't feel as right as like just a relative. Wow, Jesse, we're really getting into it right now. I learned to appreciate family in a way that I'd never seen before.
This is not uncomfortable.
Before. And it kind of
this man, okay, a lot of you are like, oh, this seems like elder abuse. Guess what, dude? Joe Biden was president for 4 years, okay? If you can do elder abuse on the highest office in the entirety of the Western world, then you should be able to do elder abuse for a fucking YouTube channel, okay? It's content. He seems to like it. Let him live his life. All right? That's it. A lot of you are over here being like, oh, I can't believe it. Like, this is a lobotomy patient. Like, why is he on television? Okay, what are you, a Republican? Do you want to do anti-DEI initiatives now? What's going on? This is an advocacy for accessibility, okay? You can be a lobotomy patient and have a functioning YouTube channel. That is awesome. That's why I said, like, unironically, in a well-functioning society, this is what you would do to all of the elders that still choose to be on camera like this. Okay? Stop being ableist.
Made me realize what matters at the end of the day.
And so that caused you to want to start your own family?
No, I wanted to before that, but I saw the meaning of family in action at the time.
Right.
And it gave me a kind of an answer as to like what at the end of the day what matters while you're here. Wow, Jesse, you're amazing.
What? And who were you closest to, your mother or your father, growing up?
Closest to, she was like my twin. I loved her, but my dad. I mean, it was in a different way. I was close to them. Yeah, I'm super close to my dad.
You are?
Yeah.
But you, buddy, growing up, you were closer to your mother?
It's a different relationship. It's like your mom and her son, and then the dad, like, you know, like I'd watch like sports with my dad, and like we'd watch like you know, like Jean-Claude Van Damme, like action movies where the guy's like neck gets snapped. And like, you know, we watch like a lot of that kind of stuff. That was like, you know, and he would be like, tell me when I'm being a dummy. And then my mom was very nurturing. So it's not like closer. It's just like different.
Right. I understand.
You know, it's
and so
a
when
love
your
from
mother,
a father and love from a mother.
When your mother would irritate you, would you tell your dad to help you deal with her? How did you do?
No.
You would not tell your father to help you deal with your mother?
No.
How did you deal with her when she would irritate you?
She didn't really ever. She was the best.
So your mother was.
Yeah, she was a great lady.
Really? And
She
so
never
she
really
never irritated you at all growing up?
No.
Really?
Not at all. No. I had like she wasn't like a stereotypical Jewish mother. She wasn't like you're killing me, like you wish I was dead. Kind of Trump acts like a lot of my friends' Jewish mothers, where he's like, no one respects me. You guys, no one appreciates me. Very unfair. But like a lot of my friends' moms used to act like that.
Right.
But my mom was just lovely. Yeah. She irritated. I can't even fathom her
That's
irritating
amazing.
me.
Amazing.
I would be a little schmuck to her.
Oops. Sorry.
Whatever.
And so
And
with
her, little like, you know, I was like a know-it-all, like
I had
whatever.
the wrong thing.
And so would
And
your
her-
father irritate you at times?
Yeah, and like a male, like you know, like you know, I know better than you. You know better than me. But it's like you know, it's like a testosterone thing more. You know,
And so
it made me
would,
tougher.
How would you deal with that when your father would irritate you?
I got tough. He you know, like he made me strong. Wow, Jesse, I've never talked about any of this stuff. Is this what the show is about?
And why haven't you talked about it before?
You're not answering that question right now.
What?
Is this what the show is about? It's I think these are great questions.
Yeah, I like having real conversation with people.
It's like an investigation into who the guy is. I appreciate
learn a lot about myself and others when we have a real.
I'm used to like a podcast where I'm like doing like dumb crap. This is like a human. You're like engaging on a human level. After you dropped all that, like black people would be driving like this and Jewish people would be driving like that. You were like you're just talking to another fellow.
Amazing.
Amazing. Go ahead. Sorry, not to cut you off.
No, I'm glad you enjoyed it. I want to ask, so when your father would irritate you, how?
I got Quest iced coffee, protein iced coffee, and it's actually a lot better than I thought it would be. It's 90 calories. Not an ad, by the way. 90 calories, 10 grams of protein. Amazing.
How would you deal with that?
I'd argue back.
Good. And so, would you tell your mother to help you deal with your father?
No, that's snitching. I'm not going to fuck with their marriage. She should support him.
Amazing. Right. Absolutely.
It would make my dad feel crap if mom is like conspiring with me. I'm not going to. I don't know. That's not my business.
Right on, man. And so, how did you become angry?
Honestly, I would navigate things by being funny a lot of the times.
Right.
Like I make a joke, you know, but that was like to, you know, that was a little rascal and try and get out of trouble. You
Right
know?
on. So
That's why I got funny.
How did you become angry?
Why am I angry?
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to find out. How did you become angry?
I don't know. I wouldn't conceive of myself as angry.
Do you have
you know,
do you have anger?
I'm trying to think of it. I don't know. Like when a girl like says like, you say like, is everything okay? And they're like, I'm fine. Right. And then you're like, are you sure?
Right.
And then like 4 days later, they're like, this is the thing I was mad about. And I'm like, why didn't you fucking tell me 4 days ago?
Yeah.
But that's not anger. It's just like girls, you try to understand them, but they're like a different species.
Right.
But like your whole life, we're just going to try as hard as we can to understand them.
And so do you get angry at times?
But we never fully will. But I don't get angry about that.
Right,
I think sometimes I'm like,
the
just
anger one.
So you lived in Israel.
Goggins style man, personally. I'm a Andrew Tate style guy.
Amazing. And so, so you lived in Israel for.
Is Adam being sincere or am I being super autistic? Adam is never sincere.
For a year, I read.
After high school, I did a year in Israel, yeah.
And how was that, living in Israel? I've gone to Israel, by the way, and I loved Israel. I couldn't believe Did
you like it?
I loved it.
It was all right. I mean, it was fun. It was like...
I totally loved it. To the point...
Where'd you go?
To the point that we sent a second group of people over to Israel. Because it was so nice.
From your church?
I'm sorry?
From your church?
Yep.
Do you have a building, like a church, like that you every Sunday you do a service and stuff?
Yes, absolutely.
How many people are in your community?
I don't know, a whole bunch of them.
Like how many people show up on Sunday?
It all depends. Because we have people
what are your
not
like
only,
what are your hot months?
We have people not only that come from that lives right around. We have people come every Sunday from around the world. So it all depends.
Because you're a celeb. You're like a celeb reverend.
I don't think of that way. But let me ask.
But you access an audience around the world.
What was it like living in Israel for a year?
I don't know. I did like a gap year. I worked on an ambulance when I was there. I took classes. I got like college credit. And yeah, I don't know. I lived there and then as like a gap year before college.
And was the war happening at the time when you were living there between?
No. No.
Yeah. What?
No, that was like, it was after the disengagement from Gaza when Ariel Sharon pulled out of Gaza and then built the fence around there.
Right. So the war wasn't going on at the time. What do you think about the war?
Hasan, can you give us context of what we're watching? Yes. Here you have center-left podcaster Adam Friedland of the Adam Friedland Show, entertaining an interlocutor in the marketplace of ideas, Jesse Lee Peterson, one of the most brilliant minds that the right have to offer. That is your context, okay? This is intellectual titans trying to best one another in the marketplace of ideas. And the reality is, it is like an unstoppable force meeting an immovable object. Okay? Amazing.
Between Israel and the Palestinian or Palestine.
Does anyone think war is good?
You're right, it's not. But what should happen? How should it, at this point?
What should happen? I think war is probably bad, right?
War is awful. I agree.
Yeah.
So,
no one's like, hell yeah, war. I mean, it's not it's a bad thing that people do.
So what should they do to end that right now?
I'm not gonna get the door.
I mean, like, they live there, they pay taxes and stuff. They should probably figure it out. It's kind of obnoxious the way people like yell at each other about it.
Yeah.
You know, and I fall victim to it. What does that do for like Israelis or Palestinians, right?
That's right, man. I totally
it kind of all
agree.
becomes about us, right? And we just live here, right?
So,
people are kind of like projecting themselves onto like a tragic conflict, right?
Yeah.
And it's like, oh, this is my thing, like either Zionist or pro-Palestine, but it's like, what are you fucking doing for them? Sorry to say the F word.
No, that's fine.
Even in like a Jewish family, like my dad and I kind of don't see eye to eye all the time, but what am I going to do? Like ruin Thanksgiving? Like we're like, I just want to chill with them. You know, it doesn't, and also it doesn't do anything for them folks over there.
Absolutely,
you know?
man.
Yeah.
What a mess.
Yeah, my thing these days is to know less.
So,
right?
What a mess.
What was it like? You reminded me of something that happened recently in our country.
That's the second take he has in the repertoire. He's got amazing. And then if he doesn't want to constantly repeat amazing, he goes, what a mess. It's a new emote that he unlocked.
And around there was the Palestinian people going around to the university here in this country, and they were carrying the Palestinian flag, and they were chanting, death to Israel, death to America. That I couldn't believe that. You there in New York, you were right in the midst of who was that?
I mean, people in Vietnam.
A lot of Democrats need to really reconsider their position if they find themselves in agreement with this man. The fact that there are so many, obviously, like a lot of Republicans agree with him across the board. He's a Republican. But like, if you are a Democrat and in any way, shape, or form, or a liberal in any way, shape, or form, and you find yourself in agreement with the good doctor, the Reverend Jesse Lee Peterson, on this issue, you really got to reconsider.
We're saying that too about death to America, right?
What was it
like? College kids protest typically, like wars.
But not
that's a thing that's happened a million times, right?
But they shouldn't be on.
I'm not saying it's good or
and
bad, but I'm saying it's not a new thing, right?
Right. What was it like hearing them say on our land, they in our country chanting death to America?
I mean, America's the sickest country. I mean, we make like we have like dunking, NBA, hip hop. Like we make Goodfellas. We've done some of the best stuff here in America.
Right.
But who cares? It's just some kid saying some crap. What are you going to be like? Oh, I'm so afraid. It's a kid, some fucking 90-pound kid. That's not like really an issue. I think it is a little bit. That's a little bit like.
America's the best because it invented dunking. So stupid.
Cowardly to be like, I'm terrified of like an 18-year-old kid. I mean, like there are other things I have to worry about in life. I'm not saying it's good or bad, but it's just like what? Like a kid at college is going to protest a war. It's not a new thing. Right, Jesse?
But sometimes
you were protesting Nam. But you were lighting that damn flag on fire back in the day.
But
I'm teasing you. Yeah, I know.
But it concerned me because they have so much anger toward America and Israel.
What the hell are they gonna do? Like an 18-year-old girl that's studying they/them studies at Columbia. What is she gonna do?
But what you might not,
she's actually gonna kill America? You think America is going to? She's saying death to America. You think that an 18-year-old girl studying genders or whatever is gonna kill like everyone? You think she can do death to America?
No.
It's kind of a little bit pussy to be like, I'm afraid of that.
Right, but what you might not understand.
Don't you think?
But listen,
but saying you're afraid of that is a little bit like hysterical.
But what you may not understand is that
a lot of people say death to America.
Adam, she might not do it, but the people who have convinced her to go out and protest and carry on, they can do it. Because
America
the real enemy
gave
would be
$25
the people
billion
who have them out there doing the protest. They don't even know why they're out there. But the people who convince them to do it are the ones that I'm concerned about.
Who are the people? Soros and stuff?
The Allah people.
Allah. What is that? I think it's a little bit just like come on, bro. We gave money to the war, so they're protesting it. I mean, like, that's plausible, right? They gave $25 billion, so they're saying they're protesting at their college. We shouldn't give $25 billion, I guess.
I don't mind.
What is a kid yapping at a school? Like, what is it? Come on.
Again, it wasn't that.
You got to be Christian about this, brother.
Listen.
Like, it's just a kid.
Adam.
It's a kid.
Adam. It wasn't the kids that I was concerned about. It was the people who are brainwashed and paying the kids to go out there and do it. Those are the ones I'm concerned about.
How is it? You think Alu Akbar sent a 90-pound girl to Columbia to do a protest?
His representative did.
This is literally what arguing with fascist coworkers feels like. I mean, yeah, Jesse Lee Peterson embodies coworker politics to a T. Straight up. Like, he perfectly represents coworker politics. Yeah, he is the coworker and boss.
Who's Alu Akbar? What are you talking about? It's a kid at a college.
You know how when they put on the belt with the bombs on them, and just before
a suicide bomber, yeah,
and just before they get ready to go off, they say Allahu Akbar.
So you think this kid at school got a call from Alu?
It sucks that Jesse Lee Peterson is so stupid that he can't be racist appropriately. Like his intellectual capacity is getting in the way of him being adequately racist. You know what I mean? Like, he can't even say like, no, these like Muslims, the Allah Baba people.
Akbar?
No, but the people who put her out there
Jesse,
got
you
the
don't
call.
even think it. You're laughing right now.
Listen.
You don't even think it, bro.
Do you hear me? I'm telling you, it wasn't the kids because they
It's
didn't even
just
know why
not-
they were out there.
There's enough problems in the world for us to be like, oh. Can I tell you this? To be Jewish in America for 37 years, I'm 37, it's the best it's ever been in 1600 years.
And why do you say that?
Because I'm not getting like fucking, like Jewish people have been killed and stuff like throughout history.
Right.
In America, it's been sick. I get to be a white guy. Do you know how sick it is to be a white guy?
Yeah.
It's awesome.
It's hard on white people that they're blamed for everything and they're not responsible for anything.
Oh, it's been awesome being a white guy, bro. It's been phenomenal. I don't want to lose it.
So listen, because
maybe these 18-year-old girls are going to take white away from me. Then we got a problem.
Amazing. Well,
if they take that, then I'm, that's what I'm afraid of.
What have you learned about yourself that you didn't know since being a comedian and doing your show?
From the show?
Yeah. What have you learned about yourself that you did not know?
I just kind of in the way I think what you said earlier is I feel the same way. It's like more instead of like making it about politics is kind of like it's just kind of lame at this point. What people are gonna like yap away about it? It's more interesting to just get to know a guy, right? And so if I have a guest, like I just want to know what kind of guy it is. And then you humanize someone and you have a real conversation with a person.
Right.
You don't exploit a person and like you're not like because it's people like people are so angry these days.
Yeah, absolutely.
And I think it's because they're lonely. Really, that's more concerning to me than a kid. At least the kid that's going out with saying "Death to America" is going outside. Don't you think? At least they're going outside.
In some
because
cases,
a lot of these people are just isolated and alone. That's more of a problem in my mind.
At least they're
If
going
you're
outside.
going out and protesting and saying "Death to America," you're participating in a community, right?
They were saying death to Israel and America. And my concern is that we allow
First Amendment, baby.
allow these people
First
to come
Amendment,
in.
baby. Free speech, baby.
Not for these people.
Why?
Because we allow them to come into our country. It's like me
I believe
inviting
in the
someone into my
Constitution, my
home.
friend.
It's like me inviting a family member to my home and they'll shout a death to you.
Listen, dude. Free speech is
Damn, he's like, I got him. He really nailed it, dude. Mic drop. Adam was destroyed in the moment. Adam destroyed in the marketplace of ideas. Okay.
Listen, if you go out and protest, I don't care what you say, but you're participating in a public forum. You're participating in in society. What's scarier to me is that there are people that are isolated and alone and not doing that. It's scary to me that kids aren't getting laid as much.
Not
Because at
getting
least
what?
if you're going out, they're not getting laid as much as having sex.
Oh, they get laid right after the end of the rally because they're so emotional?
No, they don't. No. These kids aren't having sex as much.
Yeah.
That's scary to me.
Amazing.
Because if you go out and have sex, you're like at least saying, oh, I'm part of a society, and if I meet someone and they want to have sex with me, I can have sex with them.
You know, in talking
They're
about
really like weird and lonely these days. That's the weird thing, and the
yeah, they
concerning
definitely
thing to
have a
me.
lot of emotional problems, that's for sure. They have a lot of anger, they're bitter, they're lost. They don't know what they want to do in life.
Maybe the world seems crappy to them.
Maybe.
I mean, when I was a kid, I grew up in the 90s, right? And the world was awesome because everyone was like, this is the best year ever. And next year is going to be the best year ever, right? And it was all, my friends' parents drove Hummers. My friends' moms were getting boob jobs. It was a fantastic time.
Amazing.
You like that one? You like that? And then there came a point growing up.
Let me ask you
where
this.
people. What?
Let me ask you this because of time.
What's up?
Are you a liberal Jew or a conservative Jew?
No.
What?
I'm not a liberal. For sure not.
Are you a conservative?
No.
Do you participate in politics at all?
I don't know. I mean,
he didn't even say conservative Jew. He said conserva Jew. Amazing.
What do you mean participate? Like voting?
Yeah.
I have voted. Yeah, sure. In the past. Yeah.
You're not sure if you vote or not?
I have voted, yeah, for sure.
And did you
But,
vote
I live in New York, right? So like, what's the point of voting? Because like Kamala is going to win by a bunch, so it's kind of your vote doesn't really matter unless you're in a swing state, right?
Did you
It's
vote
kind of
for
not a.
Did you vote for the Great White Hope?
For who?
The Great White Hope.
Classic. These are.
Who's that?
It's crazy that I also debated this brilliant mind almost a decade ago, and the line of questioning has not changed, also partially because the Great White Hope, Donald Trump, is president once again. So he gets to hit the exact same lines, dude.
Trump's?
Yeah, who else?
Donald? No, I didn't vote for him. It must have felt great though to vote for Donald.
You did not
It
vote
must
for
have felt awesome.
Are you serious? You did not vote for the Great White Hope?
Yeah, I'm serious.
And why not?
Yeah, but like, I don't know. I didn't want to.
And why not?
I don't know. I didn't believe in the what either party was espousing. I mean, I don't think it's like I mean, you're a conservative fellow?
Yes.
And you voted for Trump's, right?
The Great White Hope.
Dude, it must have felt great. Did it feel good?
And you know my dream team?
Do you remember like waiting in line voting for Trump? You must have been so excited. May I tell you who my
dream team are?
Who?
Donald
LeBron,
Trump,
MJ, Kobe, Steph Curry,
Netanyahu, and Putin.
And Putin. For what?
The dream team.
What? To what? Like go out and get pussy on a Friday night together? Sorry, I shouldn't say stuff like this. You're a man of God.
But listen, why did you vote for the Great White Hope?
What's the point? What's the point of it?
Did you vote for Did you vote for what's her name? Camilla
Parker Bowles? No, I didn't.
You didn't vote at all in this.
What's the point? It's the Democrats win in New York State. It's just like it's stupid because of the Electoral College. It's like your vote doesn't really. You don't have to vote. I voted like it's kind of not a. I mean, it's stupid that like in a swing state like it matters, and then in like New York it doesn't really matter, right?
But had you voted for the president, you'd be voting for Donald Trump, not New York.
In New York State for the Electoral College. Yeah.
Amazing.
So yeah, but I didn't want to vote for Trump. I think he's funny, but like what is it like yeah. I mean, what's the advantage for that? I don't know. I think people should go to the doctor, right?
To make America great again.
All right, fine. But like I just like if he was like everyone can get health insurance, I might have voted for him, sure.
Oh, so you believe in socialism?
In what sense?
Do you support socialism, period?
Do you think that Kamala was socialism? Are you one of those guys?
He doesn't think. But he does, yes. He does believe.
You didn't answer the question yet. Do you support socialism?
In what sense?
Period.
I think so. Yeah. I think that you should view history in terms of who has things and who doesn't. Sure. Yeah.
Why is that?
It makes sense to me.
Why is that?
Yeah, like who's like, who has the resources and who doesn't. It makes sense.
But most people that don't have it, they don't have it because they don't want it, because they know that there are people out there like you that support socialism and that you're going to give it to them.
Who supports socialism? No one actually does.
Yeah.
There's no political party that actually does.
There are people who rely on people to give them stuff, and they support socialism.
Wait, who does though? Who in the government does?
I'm sorry?
But who in the government is doing that?
The Rhino Republicans, the Democrats.
They're doing socialism?
They're supporting it.
Yeah, like Mitt Romney, an active advocate of socialism. Who amongst us can forget? Who can forget Mitt Romney and Liz Cheney actively trying to create the dictatorship of the proletariat?
Which ones?
You know which one. Which one?
Seriously, I don't know. There are socialists.
Once again, I am wishing for a future where the Democratic Party was exactly the way that Republicans presented them as. It would be so amazing if American politics actually reflected, if American politics was even marginally as close to the way that like Republicans represent the Democratic Party in American politics as, it would be so sick.
Those Republicans?
Yeah, the rhinos are. But let me
let me
ask you this.
No, I'm not trolling you. Who are these guys though?
I'll tell you later. Let me ask you this.
You're all wait. You can't. Come on.
Let me ask you this question.
You don't actually think anyone
I just told you the rhinos.
Who is it though?
The rhinos.
You're awesome. You're like, my friend's dad is exactly like you, and he's the best, dude. He's got a boat. He says things like "my boat, my rules." He says stuff like that. He's the best guy.
Right on.
But I have no idea what he's talking about. That they're stuff like this. There are socialists in the Republican Party.
So let me ask you this: what's wrong with the blacks?
Oh,
what do you mean? What's wrong with blacks?
Another one of Jesse's hits. Okay, this is for those of you who have not encountered this man before. I'm letting you know you're about to hear some of the most unhinged, unfiltered, unrestricted white supremacist thought.
What's wrong with the blacks?
Warning.
Well, I don't know. What are you talking about? Well, I don't know. They've given us incredible culture.
Like what?
America. Yeah, they're like America's got the best culture because we have cool black people.
What type of incredible culture they've given you?
I mean, everything.
Like what?
Jazz,
music,
rock and roll. Yeah.
Oh, And what else?
Sports?
What?
Sports?
And what else?
Entertainment?
Okay, so they can dance.
Art?
Irish Tantrum 73. Thank you for the 5. Get the subs.
And they can sing.
Yeah, America lets them do that, but they don't give them anything else.
And why do we need to give them anything?
What do you mean?
What else should
What
we
are you
give them?
trying to get me to do right now? I'm not going to tell you this. Jesse, what are you doing? Listen, I'm not a fucking... I'm not a... What do you think? I'm a political scientist, sociologist here. Ask me what's wrong with the blacks? You tell me what's wrong with the blacks. You're the guy that you go on TV, right? Or on the internet. You're like, I'm...
Does this guy unironically not realize he's a black man? He says he's an Oreo. Like, he openly says he's an Oreo. He literally, one of his racist ass fans sent him a cotton picking bag, which he posed with once, famously, saying that things were better when he was a sharecropper. It's not even a joke. He posed with a like a bag used for picking cotton. That is a real thing that he says all the time.
I'm black, and I think that black people stink, right? Or suck.
No, I say I'm black and I'm slow.
You're slow?
Yeah.
And then there are white guys that watch it and they're like, hell yeah.
Yeah.
Do black guys go to your church? It has the majority of your church is white guys, right?
No, all races.
All races.
Yeah.
But you think
I gotta ask you about, hey, I gotta ask you about the mama show you have.
There have to be some guys that...
Yeah, a friend gave me this cotton picking sack. Proud of my hashtag roots, hashtag childhood, hashtag proud of my picking, hashtag Jesse Unchained, hashtag free at last. Yep. Amazing.
That hear you say that, and it feels so good for them, but not in a wrong way.
What do you mean?
You're criticizing, like I criticize Jews all the time, right? Like I think that it's wrong that we're like at war with what is the like this? It's a nightmare, this whole thing, right? I'm critical of it, right? But I have a right to be because I'm Jewish, right?
Right.
So if you are critical of black people, it's in the same way because you.
No joke here. Does he actually have some sort of learning disability? I'm talking about Adam. Yes.
You're a black man in America, right? But you don't think that they're...
The name of this segment is What's Wrong with the Blacks? The name of the next segment is Can Jesse Laugh at a Jewish Joke?
Like white fellas hearing that, and that they're like, hell yes, but not in the same way as you saying it.
What
you don't think that they're like a little bit like, they're not like, it's like when Chris Rock has that joke. There are two types of black people. There's black people and then the N-word, right? Like a black guy laughs at that because he has like a cultural understanding of it. But then there have to be white guys that are like, hell yeah, dude. That's what I've been saying, dude. But it's not the same type of processing of it.
But what way?
Right?
I don't understand that.
Why?
I don't.
Because you know about your shit. I know about my shit.
But I don't know what you mean by that, though.
Oh, that I think that people.
So let's say if Chris Rock said that, and I laugh, and the other black people laugh.
It's not on Chris Rock. It's not on Chris Rock to censor himself, right? It's his joke, right?
And so
but
when he says it, and I laugh, and the white people laugh, what's the difference between the laughter?
Because when you say that black people suck, right? As a black guy,
right?
You say it because you have a frustration with people that you've grown up with, and I'm not saying you're right or wrong, right? But you have an experience as a black guy, right? But don't you think it's a question? I don't know what the answer is,
right?
But don't you think that there are some white guys that are saying it because they're like just don't like black guys? that they kind of like it, but not for the. You're saying it because you have an experience, and they're saying it because they have that appeals to them because they have a prejudice, probably, right?
Because it's
why
funny.
am I talking about this on the internet, Jesse? Why are you making me? I have to plug my computer in.
What are you doing?
My computer's not plugged in.
Oh, it's a funny. So if it's funny,
why are you asking me some freaking?
Didn't Taylor Swift's ex get canceled for going on this show? No, not on Jesse Lee Peterson's show, chatter. On Adam's show. The one on the right. This isn't his show. That's amazing. Oh. Oh, Jesus Christ.
Low IQ comedian in New York City. What's wrong with the blacks? This is your thing? This is what you've gained a claim for this.
But listen, if Chris
no,
Rock,
you listen, Jesse. I'm keeping you honest right now because I think you're a good guy.
If Chris Rock made a joke like that, and I'm sitting there, it's funny, and there are white people in the same audience, and they laugh about it too. Why are the laughers different? They're laughing at a joke.
I'm saying if you're saying that black people are no good, right? You're saying it in a different way, and someone that thinks that without the same understanding as you, right? I'm not even saying you're right. You shouldn't snitch too. You're a snitch. You shouldn't do it, dude.
What do you mean?
Because
Adam has lost, to be honest. Yes, dude. No one can stand. No one will ever remain the same after being bested by an intellectual giant like Jesse Lee Peterson. Okay?
It's just like not in front of them.
In front of who?
Not in front of them.
Who?
You know.
No, I don't.
Like sometimes for the
in front
Jews
of who?
Too. Sometimes like it's a little bit like, you know, like don't be so.
I've also been bested by this man.
Embarrassing in front of the Gentiles, right?
Right.
That's like a notion we have in our minds, where it's like we're all so embarrassing. We're like obnoxious. We talk too much. We're obsessed with ourselves.
But when you say not in front of them,
sometimes it's just like let's not in front of them. Let's tone it down.
When you say not in front of them, who are
you
referring to?
We're embarrassing ourselves. So, but you're doing it in front of them.
In front of who?
I think you're a good guy, Jesse.
Adam, in front of who?
Guys that don't like black people.
But there are a whole lot of black people that don't like black people. How would I know?
I'm not saying that.
How would I know?
What I'm saying is does it feel like do you feel like that there have to be some guys that don't get what you're saying, but get off on what you're saying?
I never think about that.
If you say that.
I never think about that.
Why not?
Why should I?
That's a moral thing.
Why should I?
Because you're a man of God. Because you're a man of God.
What?
It's a moral quandary, right? It's a moral quandary. So Chris Rock has that moral quandary. He says, he
doesn't know what quandary means. Okay. That's crazy.
Tell this joke, you know, maybe people will laugh at it in a different way, right? But that's a moral quandary. So, but what I'm asking you is if you've processed that in a moral, like in that same sense. And I'm not saying it's, I believe in the First Amendment. Say whatever you want to say.
Oh, let me ask you this, because of time.
Yeah.
So if I went to one of your shows,
this is so embarrassing. This whole thing has been embarrassing, but I feel like I really like you as a guy.
Let me ask.
Yeah.
Ask.
Go ahead.
If I'm at your show and you're making jokes about the Jews, right? And
myself, kind of, yeah.
Right, and you're making jokes about the Jews, and I'm cracking up. Should I be laughing or not?
It's interesting I've had that question. It's like, did people in like the Midwest watch Woody Allen movies? Because those movies got like wide distribution, right? But it's like, who the hell wants to see that crap? I get it. I'm like, that stuff makes so much sense to me, but it's like, it's so like, I can't imagine that it would appeal to other people.
Should I be laughing if you're making Jewish jokes?
Jewish, like what sense? Like Jewish people
at
or
one
what?
of your shows, and you're up making jokes, and they're really funny.
I'm mainly making fun of myself.
Let's say that all the Jews are laughing, they're cracking up, and I'm sitting there and I'm wondering, should I laugh or not?
It's a similar
So should I
question,
laugh?
right?
Should I laugh?
But I guess I don't do Jewish jokes.
I thought you said you did.
I do Jewish, like self-deprecation, right? So making fun of yourself is like a self-deprecation. It's like it's an aspect of comedy that, like, yeah, a lot of Jewish
But let me
guys
ask, because of time, I got to keep moving here. If you
move along,
making Jewish jokes in an audience full of Jews,
what kind of Jewish joke? But I'm not. That's not what I said. I make fun of myself.
Oh,
right?
okay.
Which is a Jew-y thing to do.
So if you make a Jew-y joke,
I'm not like,
if you
I'm
made
not like,
a
what, all
Jew-y
Jews
joke, should I
control the
laugh in a
banks?
Jewish audience?
Yeah.
Okay, so let me ask you this: you have a
I
show
think it's
called. You have a show called. You host
Did
a show.
I answer your question? Or you're moving on.
Oh, go ahead.
You could have, Jesse. You could have pressed me on that. I was vulnerable. You had me on the ropes right there, and then you moved on.
But I'm not trying to have you on a rope.
You know what you did? You turned the other cheek, much like this guy from Nazareth.
So let me ask: should I?
Yes.
If I'm in the audience and you're making a bunch of Jewish jokes, you know
what? You keep saying Jewish. I mean, the main Jewish joke is my face that people have to look at.
And should I laugh?
I mean, if you think that my nose is how revolting I look is funny, absolutely laugh at me.
Well, how about if you say, I have a
What
Jewish...
do you mean? What is a Jewish joke? Can you explain what that is?
I don't know. You're the comedian.
You keep saying
What
Jewish
is
jokes. I just
happening?
don't understand what you mean.
But I thought you said that you made Jewish jokes.
I said that I do self-deprecation.
Okay, I got you now. I'll have you now.
Okay,
But
I'll give you an example.
And give me a quick answer because of time. If
no, I don't want to stop talking to you. We got another hour, baby.
So let me ask: if you should,
chatters are upset, or some chatters are upset about what's happening to their brains as they're watching this, not realizing that this is one of the only formats where you can get CTE from a visual medium like this, and I'm actually helping you understand and transition into the future Trump leadership by delivering to you CTE directly from this visual medium. Okay? Digital CTE is real. And it's good that you're getting it, because now this way you can actually operate within the confines of the Trump administration.
make a Jewish joke, and I'm in the audience with a bunch of Jews, should I laugh?
Okay, help me out for a second. I'm not. Help me out for a second. Could you please tell me?
But I thought you said that you made Jewish jokes.
I said that I do.
The video gave up there. I don't know what happened.
Self-deprecation.
Okay, I got you now. I'll have you now.
Okay,
let me
I'll give you an
ask
example.
though, and give me a quick answer because of time. If
no, I don't want to stop talking to you. We got another hour, baby.
So let me ask: if you should make a Jewish joke, and I'm in the audience with a bunch of Jews, should I laugh?
Okay, help me out for a second. I'm not. Help me out for a second. Could you please tell me a Jewish joke so I can understand what you mean?
Jews love money.
Is that a joke? What are you talking about? That's a joke?
He loved that one. That was, wow, he really popped off with that one, dude.
Should I laugh about that? If you made that joke And I'm
Should
in
you
the
laugh about Jews love money?
What?
Tell me a Jewish joke. Listen, you're
okay, Adam. He just did. He just did. You got bested. He brought out the big guns. Okay, that's the best you're gonna get. What do you mean? In his mind, that was the joke. he popped off on that one. That's the best it's gonna get from Jesse Lee Peterson.
Free speech conservative. I'm not sensitive. I'm a comedian.
Right.
I believe in the First Amendment. So just tell me you have to know one.
I just told you one. You didn't say it was funny.
Jews love money it didn't have the structure of a joke. It didn't have a setup. It didn't have a punchline.
You need to have a high IQ to get this kind of humor. Okay. That's it.
Jews have a big nose.
Jesse, you're funny. I believe in you. Okay?
I'm back-to-back bangers from Jesse. See? Adam's too busy trying to get an own here. Okay? That he's missing the forest for the trees. Okay?
Encouraging you because I think that what's more.
Listen to me.
Do you guys understand why I love Jesse Lee Peterson? Because he is a living, breathing example of all of my arguments about why it's absolutely idiotic that anyone would ever try to grift to the left. All of the arguments that I make as far as like you don't have to be particularly charismatic or even like a full-blown mentally competent adult to be a right-wing commentator. Okay? He is the living, breathing example. He quite literally does not have the mental capacity to exist without handlers. And here he is, a relatively successful conservative commentator. Okay? And not ironically, like unironically, people watch him, people like him, people agree with him, people think he's brilliant. This is not a joke. Okay?
I got to move
Worthwhile
on.
for
I
your
need you to
time.
answer this question for me. You have a show called Mama. You host a show called Funny Moms.
Big Mama's House.
And
yeah.
Have you ever met any women, any moms or women who are funny?
My mom was really funny, but the answer is no.
Yeah, the rest of it is just like not as good in my opinion. We watched all the good parts. I know Jesse's method. He's all tapped out of the good stuff from this point on.
No women on earth are funny. Absolutely not.
Amazing. And so
it's just black guys and Jews, which is our dynamic, Jesse. This is marketable.
I agree
you gotta
with
stop
you on
with
that.
this. You gotta stop with this doing it in front of the whites. I'm not gonna do it in front of the Gentiles. We're gonna stop with that, and we're gonna start like a comedy team, the two of us.
He knows what he's doing. He actually isn't that dumb. It's a grift. He was exposed years ago. What are you talking about? He 100% is that dumb. You're crazy. No, dude, no one is that good at acting, okay? No, I mean, no, the only thing he got exposed for was being gay and possibly taking advantage of like homeless people. Yeah, he was not exposed years ago for being secretly brilliant. Who, Adam? Adam is exposed for being gay right now. Yeah, Jesse Lee Peterson is, oh God, okay, guys, stop saying Adam or JLP. Jesse Lee Peterson is actually in the closet, or not even in the closet. I think he was like exposed as being gay. It's something that still pisses him off whenever you bring it up. It's the one way to end that conversation, no matter what. Like if you want to actually get him on something, you bring that up and he loses his mind. Okay. Did you bring it up? No, I didn't know he was gay at the time. Chatter saying JLP isn't actually sub 60 IQ for me is like that guy finding out professional wrestling is fake. Yeah. Beta is the other thing that is another talking point that he spams. Beta. Hawktua is back. Can we watch yours after? No. I'm tired. He's faking. I saw Jesse on Sunset reading a book on quantum physics, riding a tricycle one time. I'm tired. I'm gonna go hang out with my mom. That's all I got for today. Later, do less politics. I will. Extra Emily is no longer here, so I won't be able to collab with her. But maybe I'll line up Adam McKay and also Phineas. I was supposed to do something with Terry Yummy as well. Tomorrow we have State of Play, PlayStation State of Play, which is exciting as well. 6.5 hours slacker. You're right. I am. Anyway, I'll line some of those up so I can do more fun collabs and whatnot. Love you guys. And I'll see you tomorrow. Peace.
Reviewing the P.O. box, Uncle Uger's face. Sudden discord at your prop, great names take embrace. Tiny Bernie Sanders, LGBTQ Air Force. The whole left at your fingertips, on at your door. H3 crowded debate, the Young Turks online show. 3 full fucking years of this, plenty more to go. 90-day fiance talks of champagne bourgeoisie. A Trump rally live reaction, a mass riot at DC. There he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. There he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. Reading a live stream, fair comments, Austin show chat advice. And all the ways the right-wing pipeline can suck you in online. JCS react, Lord frame gets broken, cover blown. A full-blown mass pandemic, monster streaming at your home. Total radicalization coming out to find. The system you were taught to trust in was broken the whole time. All have helped me and so many find the meaning through it all. There he is again, Hasan is streaming, Hasan is streaming. There he is again, Hasan is streaming, Hasan is streaming.